Arc 13, Snare 13.1. Brian was waiting for me as I passed through the door and into Coil's underground base. He held a paper out to me. Sirs and madams. The terms of engagement are as follows. 1. 3 days to each member of the Slaughterhouse 9 so we can conduct our tests. Tests will be performed one after the other, with 8 rounds in total. 2. A successful test or the removal of a candidate who has failed a test will earn the tester bonus time. 3 to 12 hours for a successful test depending on the number of candidates remaining and 24 hours for an execution. 3. Should a tester suffer a sound defeat at the hands of any individual during their allotted time, they will be penalized 1 day of allotted time. 4. Each tester operates independently, with no hands-on assistance from other members of the Slaughterhouse 9. Assistance may be bought, bartered, or otherwise rendered in a hands-off manner, possibly including medical assistance, information, provided equipment, and suggestions. 5. Candidates may receive assistance, hands-on or otherwise, from Brockton Bay residents only. We are fully aware that Legend and his teammates are in Brockton Bay. Should they interfere with a tester, all candidates will lose the protection of any rules, all terms offered here will cease and the threat implied in point 8 will be carried out. This only applies to confrontations with the active tester. 6. The Slaughterhouse 9 will handle the punishment of any members of their own team, in the event of failures, the inability of the tester to perform at least a partial round of testing or killing a candidate without notification. 7. Should the defending parties have 2 or more candidates remaining when the 8th round of testing concludes, the Slaughterhouse 9 will depart Brockton Bay without incident and refrain from returning for 3 years at a minimum. 8. If and when the Slaughterhouse 9 do eliminate 5 of the 6 candidates, or if any candidates leave the city, the Slaughterhouse 9 are prepared to penalize the city for their failure. Mannequin is the first to carry out his round of testing. He has 2 days remaining. We will be in touch. Where is everyone? I asked, handing the paper back to him. He pointed down the hall. Christ, Brian said, shaking his head as he walked, rereading the terms. He opened the door for me. Coil was inside, at the end of a long table. The Undersiders sat at one side of the table, with Circus sitting at the farthest edge, beside Coil. The travelers, minus Noel, sat along the other side. I took note of the blonde teenager who wasn't even wearing part of a costume. Oliver. Coil was the opposite, as fully covered as ever. Everyone else was costumed but they had their masks and helmets off. I got my first good look at Lisa since I'd left her bleeding in ballistics headquarters. The scar ran from the corner of her mouth to the corner of her jaw, and dark stitches ran down the length of it. The slang term for this kind of injury was a Glasgow smile or a Chelsea smile, but the term seemed ill-fitting. Where Lisa often had a grin on her face, the cut pulled the corner of her mouth down into a perpetual lopsided frown rather than a smile. Bitch gave me a dark look as I entered, but many of the others were smiling. The people in my territory are singing your praises, Skitter, Ballistic said. My territory too, Alec added. I didn't do anything that special. My power did the work. And you kicked Mannequin's ass, Trickster said. He leaned back in his chair, balancing on 2 of the legs, his feet on the table. You had a busy night. Honestly, I didn't kick his ass. He got some of my people, he thrashed me, I got a piece of him. No, Lisa said, her voice quiet. She couldn't really move one corner of her mouth when talking, so her words came out slightly slurred. I saw her work her tongue in her mouth and then take a sip of water, wincing. Brian had updated me, the cut had probably damaged 1 or more of her salivary glands, and she'd have dry mouth until it healed. Maybe forever. The really scary part was that she might have suffered some nerve damage as well. How much of that half-frown was because of the direction of the cut and the way the stitches pulled, and how much was because her nerves were damaged enough that her face was drooping. She caught me looking and gave me a wink. She took another gulp of water and cleared her throat before speaking again. They took 1 day from Mannequin because they thought he lost. If the enemy thinks they lost, Brian said, that's a good enough reason to think you've won. I privately disagreed, but I didn't say anything. I pulled up a chair and sat at the corner of the table furthest from Coil, wincing at the pain in my ribs as I bent down. So, Brian said, you intend for something like this to happen when you made your suggestion, Tattletale. Lisa shrugged, sorta. Thought he'd take the bait, didn't know how far. It's not all advantageous, I said, thinking aloud. Yes, we're now in a position where we could win, with some planning or luck, and the plan we were hashing out at our last meeting might be easier, now. But we're also facing pretty heavy consequences if we fail, heavier consequences. And there's a lot of places where this could go wrong. We don't even know who all the candidates are. Me, bitch, Arms Master, Noel, probably Hookwolf and someone in Faultline's crew. Alex said. No. Jack said they picked 2 heroes. Hookwolf, yes. But their last pick is a hero, not one of Faultline's, Lisa said. And we can't say for sure who this person is or what actions they plan to take, I said. Too much hinges on everyone else's willingness to cooperate and play by the rules, and the stuff that happened at the last meeting of the city's villains makes me skeptical. Brian nodded. It's important that we find this person, make sure they play along, so we don't wind up losing before this game of theirs even starts. There's other problems here, I said, we can't forget what Dinah said about Jack. If he leaves town, it could mean disaster. If we win, we could all lose in the long run, because it'd mean he left town and Dinah's prophecy would come true. Hell, a lot hinges on whether the Protectorate is on the same page as us. If they arrest him and take him out of town, it could mean the end of the world. Right, I said. Hookwolf has proposed an all-out attack, Coil spoke for the first time since my arrival. He wants to gather the more powerful members of his alliance together into an army and attempt to overwhelm the Nine and kill Jack Slash in the chaos. That won't work. Brian shook his head. These guys specialize in dealing with crowds, and they're experienced when it comes to that sort of thing. Hookwolf believes our local capes are collectively strong enough to do what other groups couldn't. Maybe they are, but I wouldn't bet on it. We should be focused on what we can do, Brian said. You guys are better set up for information gathering and escapes, Trickster said. We could take them on, depending on who it is and how small the group is, but I don't know how well we'd do in those circumstances. We should mix up our teams, then, Brian said. Just between us, we've got 3 candidates. Noelle, Regent, and Bitch. 3 targets. Crawler couldn't reach Noelle where we've got her stashed, Trickster said. I'm not sure what the others could do. What about when Siberian comes after Noelle? I asked. Will the same measures stop her? Probably not, Trickster replied. This would be a lot easier if you'd tell us more about her, I pointed out. Unless you think she can hold her own against the Nine, we're going to be helping protect her. Trickster frowned. There's not much to say. She's in containment, and if she doesn't stay where she is, things would get worse, fast. So she's dangerous, and she's not entirely in control of her power. He tilted his chair forward until it was flat on the ground and set his elbows on the table, hands clasped in front of his mouth. He glanced down the table at his teammates. I wasn't sure, but I thought maybe he glanced briefly at Coil. With a resigned tone, he told us, she's dangerous enough that if Siberian got to her, I think she'd make it out okay. The rest of us wouldn't. The table was silent for a moment. I could see something in the faces of the travelers. Pain? It wasn't physical, so perhaps it was emotional. It could be fear, guilt, regret, or any number of other things. Trickster's words reminded me of what Sundancer had said back when she and I had fought Lung. Sundancer had held back in using her power because she was frightened about hurting bystanders or killing the people she attacked. Her power was too hard to use without hurting someone. Ballistic was the same. Was Noelle another case of the same thing? That same too powerful ability, only on a greater scale? Brian sighed. We'll deal with Noelle's situation when it comes up. We have 3 targets they're going to be coming after, with a 4th if we consider that Mannequin will be after Skitter. If we split into 2 groups, then we can maintain enough offensive power to defend ourselves against the ones like Mannequin, Burnscar, Jack, or Shatterbird. Sundancer cut in, which makes me wonder. Sorry if this is a crummy idea, but what if we waited for Jack's turn, and then tried to kill him? No guarantees there, Brian answered her. I think we'll have to be proactive in going after him. Maybe we can use Hookwolf's distraction, maybe he'll get cocky and make a mistake. Doubt it, Tattletale said, he's lasted years doing what he does. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. Besides, he goes last, Tattletale finished. To get back to what you were saying, you were proposing dividing the teams. Coil spoke. Yeah, Brian said. Bitch has offensive power of her own. Skitter does too. If there's no complaints, we could play this largely geographically. Maybe me, Imp, Bitch and Skitter? If you guys can put your differences aside. No problem, I said. Whatever, Bitch answered, non-committal. It was only when Brian mentioned Imp that I realized Aisha was present. I'd almost missed her. I wanted to believe that it was because she was sitting at the end of the table and there were 4 of my teammates between us, but I couldn't be sure. It would be damn nice if there was some sort of gradual immunity to her power. And maybe someone else who isn't raw offense? Circus. Brian suggested. Coil spoke before Circus could reply. No. I pulled her off of a task as a precautionary measure, as I had one aspect of my long-term plans derailed last night with Trainwreck's demise at the Nine's hands. I would rather she did not fall to an unfortunate coincidence of the same nature. What happened? Sundancer asked. They've eliminated the merchants, Coil said. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. The merchants were scum of the worst sort. It wasn't just that they polluted everything they touched and did some reprehensible things. They reveled in it. They wanted to be the lowest of the low. On the other hand, it was a point for their side. 7 or 8 para-humans we no longer had to fight the Nine with. Also, I would prefer her involvement in my operation stay under wraps. She can defend Noelle and myself for the time being. Then Trickster? Or Genesis? Brian asked. I would rather stay close to Noelle, Trickster said. If Genesis is willing, that would be fine. And that leaves Ballistic, Sundancer, Trickster, Noelle, Regent and Tattletale for the second group. We stay together, we keep an eye on our territories to watch for trouble from Hookwolf's contingent, and we keep an eye out for opportunity. Tattletale? You're good watching the downtown areas. Lisa nodded. And Skitter has the sensory abilities to check areas of the docks where the Undersiders have territory. I'll need to visit each area in turn. Unless we have some people to pass on messages, and a means of communication. I arranged a delivery, Coil said. You'll each be provided with a satellite phone before you leave, with mobile phones to use when the towers are in operation again. It won't be immediate, but I have shipments of new generators, appliances, laptops, and other necessities on the way. With the information Hookwolf has provided us about Shatterbird's power, I think we could shield the most necessary pieces of equipment with soundproofing in case of a repeat incident. My bugs did hear something just before the blast hit, I said. Is her power ultrasonic? Something like that. Tattletale believes that Shatterbird's power causes glass to resonate at a very particular frequency, where it generates that same resonation in other pieces of glass with the aid of her power, perpetuating the effect until it runs out of large pieces of glass to affect. And, Lisa said, she probably has a reason for hitting the entire city like she does. She took another drink of water. Big pieces of glass help transmit the signal, maybe smaller shards help her in another way. Probably helps or allows more delicate movements. I'm not saying I'm not happy to be getting more concrete information on how they operate. I just wish it was against the ones we don't have any idea how to stop. Like Crawler and Siberian, I said. We use the same strategy we used to fight Aegis, Brian said. When fighting an opponent who won't go down, you run, you distract, you occupy them with other things, and you contain them to buy yourself time to do what you have to do. He was right. It just wasn't ideal. Avoiding or containing them was easier said than done, for one thing, and it was less an answer than a stopgap measure. We've addressed the most pertinent crisis, then, Coyle said. Is there anything else? Any ideas or requests? I had an idea, Aisha said. No, Brian said. I know what you're about to say, because we talked this over. It's a bad idea. Let's hear it, Trickster spoke up, leaning forward. Brian scowled, and Aisha smiled wickedly. The biggest threat from these guys is that they could strike at any time, from any direction. So why don't we spy on them? We find out where they are, and then we keep tabs on their movements. I can handle one shift, Genesis does the next. They won't notice me, and Genesis can stay concealed. It's far too risky, Brian said. You joined this team so I could stop you from getting yourself killed. It would be nice to know what they're up to, Trickster cut in. They won't even know I'm there. You think they won't know you're there, Brian said. There's a distinction there. It's important, and it could either lead to a minor advantage. A huge advantage, Aisha said. Or it could lead to you being turned into a human test subject for whatever fucked up idea Bonesaw had recently, Brian finished, ignoring her. No. I got a power, and it's a useful power. Except you don't want me to use it, because you think it's going to stop working all of a sudden, or someone is going to see me. Dragon saw you, Brian said. And you're only alive because she doesn't kill people. Looking at Brian and Aisha, I knew this discussion would get worse before it got better. I cut in before either of them said something regrettable. Imp. It's a good idea, but they do have a way of sensing you. Cherish can sense emotions, and if Dragon is any indication, your power primarily works through sight, hearing, and touch. Like Gru's. She can probably find you and track you down. We don't know that, Aisha said. It's a pretty good educated guess, I think. I know you want to be useful, but we can make more use of you if you're with us, going up against someone like Mannequin or Shatterbird, who are far less likely to be able to see you. Help us defend ourselves. This sucks. Imp, Gru said, as he glanced at the others at the table and frowned. We're in the company of our employers and our peers. Let's stay professional and discuss this after. Professional? You asshole, you're the one who's refusing to use my talents because I'm your sister. I've been on the team longer than Skitter was when you guys were robbing a bank and fighting the ABB. You're younger, and she's more level-headed. Enough, Coyle said. It served to shut them both up. For a few seconds, anyways. Aisha scowled. Enough is right. I'll see you guys later. Hey. Brian stood from his seat. I think I wasn't the only one to look up at him and wonder why. He looked at us, similarly confused, and then sat down just as quickly as he'd stood. Lisa looked pensive. I nudged her and asked, You okay? Yeah, she replied. Then she looked at Coyle. Hey, while you're asking for suggestions, I have an idea. Anything helps. You think you could get your hands on some surveillance hardware? Skitter's working on some new costumes, and I was thinking we could have something like small cameras mounted on our masks or helmets. I can inquire with my usual suppliers. Why? Well, we've got one teammate that's sort of hard for the rest of you to keep track of, and I think it might help. And if nobody objects, I'm kind of wanting to take a less hands-on approach from here on out. I've batted a pretty low percentage as far as injuries over the last few months of action. Glory Girl, Bakuda, Leviathan, now this incident with Jack. If I had a means of communication and the gear to give me some eyes on the scene, I think I could be more useful. Coyle looked at Brian. I gave you a hard time about your having to take the same risks as the rest of us, back when you first joined, but I think you've done your share. So long as you're contributing, Brian said. Coyle nodded. I'll see what we can prepare. Lisa smiled a little, using only the one side of her mouth. Our canine mounts raced through the streets with impunity. The glass that covered the roads, the lack of windows, windshields, or working dashboards and the few cars that still ran all contributed to the glacial pace of traffic. There was little for the dogs to watch out for, no moving vehicles and few bystanders. Every stride the dog took made the bag I was carrying bang against my hip and made every injury I had explode with pain. I clenched my teeth and endured it. There weren't many other options. I could hardly complain to Bitch. Bitch was well in the lead, and there was a kind of aggression to how she rode. She pulled ahead, evading cars by only a couple of inches, forcing them to swerve, and she goaded Bentley faster with kicks and shouts. We hadn't raised the topic of Bitch in her nomination for the 9. I think the others hadn't wanted to add tension and the possibility of argument or violence to the already complicated situation. I know I hadn't. My last real interaction with Bitch was when we'd parted ways after the fight with Dragon. I'd told her we were even, but there had been some anger and hurt feelings on both sides. I was the last person she wanted to have grilling her. Bitch made Bentley slow to a walk as she reached my territory. It still took us a good 30 seconds to catch up. Using my power, I signaled Sierra and Charlotte. Gru, Bitch, and I climbed down from our dogs and then led them forward. Mannequin slipped by you once, Gru said. You going to be able to keep an eye out? I had some ideas, but I'm running low on resources, I said. Let me see what I can do. Genesis began to appear a short distance away, near Bitch. A blurry, beige, and yellow, vaguely human-shaped figure coalesced into being. The shape then sharpened into features and altered in hue until there was the figure of a teenage girl, vaguely cartoonish. By the time we reached her, she looked indistinguishable from a regular girl. She had auburn hair, freckles, and thick glasses. A small smile touched her face as she stretched her arms and legs. Everything good? Gru asked her. Good enough. I'm going to keep this shape until Coil's people can deliver my real body. Then I'll need to recuperate some. Sure. Bitch scowled at me. Bastard, her puppy, stood beside her. He had received the brunt of her power, and looked roughly as large as an adult Great Dane. The features were different from her usual dogs. The spikes had more symmetry to their arrangement, and the muscles looked less like tangles. It tugged briefly on the chain that led from her hand to its collar, and she pulled back sharply. It didn't pull again, though it was easily powerful enough to knock her over. My people met us as we entered the neighborhoods where my lair and the barracks we'd set up were. Sierra and Charlotte were in the lead, the 3 XABB members behind them. The O'Daly clan stood at more of a distance, all either members of the family, friends, or romantic partners. Other, smaller families filled in the gaps. My gang numbered nearly 50 people in total. Holy crap, Genesis said. It's why we wanted to set up base here, Gru said. Skitter's the most established of us. I've been focusing on structural repairs and building when I'm not helping my teammates, Genesis said. I don't have many threats to get rid of, and it was the best way for me to be productive. And meanwhile you're further than I expected to get in half a year. I couldn't bring myself to feel proud. I guess I'm motivated. Genesis whistled, looking around. There were some looks of confusion as she strode forward into the crowd. I suppose it was unusual for a teenage girl to be in the company of 3 known supervillains and a mass of monstrous dogs. Sierra, I said. Status. We're nearly done with the second building. There isn't a lot of elbow room, so we've been cleaning up the road. Good. No trouble. Not that I know of. I pulled the bag from over my shoulder and handed it to her. Distribute these to the people in charge of the various groups. Work it out so you can pass on messages quickly, and get any necessary information to me ASAP. Okay. She grunted as she took the bag. Genesis, I spoke. You said you were doing some rebuilding. She slapped her stomach, made some mortar, just a matter of sticking stuff back where it's supposed to be, if it's obvious enough. Want to see what you can do, before your body gets here. She nodded and headed off. My minions rapidly backed away from her as she began dissolving. Charlotte. Yes. How set up is the building you guys were working on? Mess is cleaned out, but we haven't moved much in. That should be fine. We ready? Gru asked. I turned to face him and Bitch. Just about. Bitch, there's a space set aside that we can use for your dogs. We'll patrol through the various territories in an hour or so, stop by your territory and pick up some supplies for them, and you can bring your dogs here. I had to resist adding an if that's okay. Firmness would work best with her, even if it did carry the risk of provoking her. Fine. Good, Gru said. Let's go rest and eat. We can wait for Genesis and the other gear coils dropping off. I had enough bugs nearby to start setting up my early warning system. With the assistance of a horde of flying insects, I began guiding spiders through various points of my territory. They drew outlines of silk across alleyways and doors, windows, and rooftops. I couldn't spare the spiders, so I placed ants on each line. They would feel it if there was a vibration, not as well as the spiders, but well enough. 10,000 tripwires for Mannequin to navigate past. My expectation was for the lines to maybe give me an early warning of Mannequin's approach, sometime in the coming hours, maybe in the dead of night. I didn't expect to find him in the span of a minute. A figure on a nearby rooftop was striding through the webs and avoiding the bugs. I stopped. Mannequin. Everyone else froze. Even the dogs seemed to mime their master's stillness. But he was already leaving, moving with surprising swiftness as he pushed through another few lines of webbing at the edge of the roof furthest from us. A second later he was on the ground, moving through an alleyway. We could go after him, Gru asked. We couldn't catch him, I don't think, I said, and he may be trying to bait us into a trap. Or maybe he wants to loop around while we give chase and kill my people. Shit, I didn't think he'd come so quickly. We weren't exactly inconspicuous. I frowned. Mannequin was on guard for a trap, enough that he'd probably noticed the tripwire and decided to retreat. Mannequin and I had an estimation of one another, now. Neither of us wanted a direct confrontation. Both of us would be wary of traps or trickery. He was a tinker, he would have prepared something to ward against the tactic I had employed last time. Topping it off, amassing people to please Coil had the unfortunate side effect of making me more vulnerable to Mannequin's attacks. He could hurt me without even getting close to me, the second I let my guard down and gave him an avenue for attack. The only ambiguous advantage we had over him was that he was working with a time limit. He needed to test bitch and get revenge on me, in addition to dealing with all of the other candidates, and he had less than 48 hours to do it. I wasn't so sure that was a good thing. It was beginning to dawn on me what we were in for. 48 hours of being on the edge of our seats, unable to sleep deeply, constantly watching for attack from Mannequin or from Hukulf's contingent. When we were done, we faced 72 hours of the same thing. We'd be that much more tired, that much more likely to make a mistake. Then we'd have to do it again. And again, and again. 8 rounds in total. From my altercation with Mannequin, I knew we wouldn't make it through even the first few encounters without some loss, some injury, or casualty. By the time the 8th round of testing rolled around, what kind of condition would we be in? What condition would my territory be in? I'd initially seen Tattletale's deal with Jack as a good thing, a minuscule chance at success, with some drawbacks and negative points. The more I dwelled on it, the more daunting it seemed. You okay? Gru asked me. A little spooked, I admitted. He set a hand on my shoulder. We'll make it. Speaking from the perspective of someone who had gone toe-to-toe with these guys, I wasn't so convinced. Snare 13.2. Aisha's not here, Gru informed us. He locked the door to his headquarters and climbed on top of Sirius. Bitch and I were astride Bentley and Lucy, respectively, and Bastard was on the end of a chain that Bitch held. Did you give her a job before you left for Coils this morning? I suggested. He shook his head, no. I make notes, and I make her take notes too. Keeping track of that girl is a nightmare. Tattletale's working on her idea, I said. It felt ineffectual as reassurances went. In the hopes of elaborating on the thought, I added, maybe she'll be able to keep track of him and stay in touch with us, to keep us informed. Maybe. You done a sweep of the area? I shook my head. Need another minute. I'm trying to be thorough in how I check each area for enemies, and Mannequin can see my bugs, so I have to use silk lines to try to catch him. It's slow, and I definitely don't want to miss him. Also, it would be nice to grab some bugs to build up and replenish my stock. I let bugs gather on Lucy's back, depositing spiders and large beetles. The dog didn't seem to mind. Right. Good. Gru looked at Bitch, we'll finish checking out my territory, stop in yours to help you with whatever you need to do for your dogs, then we'll pass through Tattletale's area on the way back to Skitters. I don't really care, Bitch said, looking off into the distance. I was pretty sure she was deliberately looking away from me. It was as though she wanted to pretend I didn't exist. Gru looked at me and shrugged. This wasn't going to work. She was too distant, and that was dangerous. Not that it wasn't risky to try to address the problem. It still needed to be done. Making sure Bitch wasn't looking, I tapped 2 fists together and then pointed at her. He shrugged again. He didn't get it. Drawing from the bugs I had stored in my costume, I drew out words in the air with the bugs flying in tightly controlled formations. Confront her. He hesitated. Be leader, I wrote. Then I changed the words of leader to honest. Bitch, Gru spoke. What? She snapped her head around to face him. Her eyes flicked over to me and narrowed slightly before they returned to him. This whole thing with you not talking? It's not working. So cut it out. Or at least explain what's going through your head. What I think is my business. No, I cut in. I couldn't help it. You're a member of the team, and if you're thinking about joining the 9, then that matters. I'm not. She snapped. But. I added. What? You're not thinking about joining them, but. I let the question hang for a second. Something is eating you up. Did you not hear what I said about my thoughts being my business? Bitch, Gru warned. What? She clenched her fist, and I think the dogs could see something in her body language, because they tensed too. She said, fuck it. Pisses me off when you get on my case. Leave me alone. She kicked Bentley lightly in the sides, and the dog began walking. She kicked him again, and he started running. Lucy and Sirius wanted to follow, so it thankfully didn't take much effort to get them moving. Bitch wasn't riding as fast as she could, so it was clear enough that she wasn't trying to escape. She wanted space, and she was angry. I glanced over my shoulder at Gru. How the hell were we supposed to handle this situation? My phone vibrated at my back, and in my effort to avoid falling off Lucy, I wasn't able to get at it. I fought to make her obey me and stop by pulling on the chains and wrenching her right, then left. She finally halted, and I took the opportunity to grab my phone. I'd missed my window. It started vibrating again. Yes. I answered. You guys busy? Lisa asked. Just patrolling our territories to make sure that the Chosen aren't up to anything, I said. A droplet of water fell on the lens of my mask. I looked up at the overcast sky. Rain? Listen, you know that I've got some people working for me, passing on info, right? Sure. Bryce is one of them, right? Right. Well, I've got all of them keeping an eye out for capes and known faces. Known faces? Like the members of Empire 88 who were outed. Like them. Or Jack, or Bonesaw. But that's not what this is about. Senegal just dropped by Coil's base, and he's passing on information from one of my scouts. They saw Panacea at one of the shelters in Ballistics territory. I'm not entirely sure I follow. All of New Wave live southwest of the towers, the nice part of downtown. Neither of their houses were hit by the worst of the waves, and none of the chosen or merchants are stupid enough to attack them, and they wouldn't succeed if they were. You following me, now? Sort of. You're wondering why she's there. She could just be there giving medical help to the injured. My scouts say she's keeping to herself, trying to avoid attracting attention. Curious. Exactly. Want to go pay a visit? I used clouds of bugs to get the attention of my teammates, then waved for them to come my way when they stopped and looked my way. I'm not the best person to talk to Panacea. She kind of hates me. Remember the thing at the hospital? The bank robbery. But you have talked to her before. She was there to hear Arms Master talking about you being a wannabe hero, betraying us. If nothing else, maybe the idea of getting answers about that will get her listening so you can move on to a real conversation. Maybe. I don't really think so. Wouldn't somebody else work better? You guys aren't far from that spot. Who would you send? Sundancer and Ballistic are threatening by their very nature. I'm not up to it, and she hates me more than she hates you. I wouldn't trust Bitch, Regent, or Trickster to handle it. I think you'd agree with me there. Genesis. Lisa sighed. We could send Genesis. Is she with you? She's resting. Or at least, she's recuperating from using her power. If something comes up, she told us to call her, and she'll have one of her creations with us in a minute. Your call. The travelers seem decent, but they're hiding something, and I really do think you'd be a better person to talk to her. Okay. Text me the address. I'll ask the others and we'll call Genesis in if necessary. Cool. I hung up. Gru and Bitch had already returned to me. What is it? Gru asked me. Panacea's in a shelter, and she shouldn't be. Tattletale finds it strange, and I agree with her. She wants us to check Panacea out. Why? Bitch asked. None of our business. It could mean answers. We're looking for a sixth candidate, and we can't protect candidates like you if we don't know who they are. Maybe Panacea is the sixth, maybe someone she knows, like Glory Girl. If nothing else, I can raise the subject of whatever plague Bonesaw has that's supposed to scare the candidates and the local heroes into playing along. It also means I have to wait before I check on my dogs and the rest of my territory. Gru looked my way. Should I capitulate and tell her that we could send Genesis, to give her what she wanted, or would it be better to get her to agree, and risk angering her? As odd as it might be, I gravitated toward the latter option. Bitch responded better to firmness. She's supposedly in Ballistic's territory, which is close. 5 minutes there, up to 5 minutes to talk, 5 minutes to get back, I said. 15 minutes out of our way, Gru said. And anything we find out about the 9 or their candidates can potentially help you, Rachel. She scowled. Whatever. I took that for assent and turned Lucy around. With a shout, I got her moving. I kept the phone in one hand while I rode, waiting for Lisa's response. It didn't matter. She found me before I found her. Or, to be more specific, she found my bugs before I found her. There were enough flies in the city that most people didn't give a second thought to one landing on them, especially if it landed on their clothing. I habitually used my bugs to check people nearby for weapons or masks, and when I checked the people in a building 3 blocks away, one of the bugs brushed against Panacea. She must have been able to tell it wasn't an ordinary bug. As she'd done at the bank robbery, she used her power to scramble them and force whatever mechanism my power activated in their systems into a feedback loop. Before it could incapacitate me in my power, I swept up the bugs with larger dragonflies and flying beetles and promptly murdered them, feeding them to other bugs in the area and pulling them apart. Panacea was waiting in an alley when we arrived, arms folded. Her brown hair was tucked underneath an army green mosh cap, the brim pulled low. She looked exhausted, worn out. She had that same devastated look in her eyes that I had seen in her cousin and aunt on the day of the Endbringer attack. I see you've got the 2 other horsemen of the apocalypse with you. Where's number 4? I shook my head. Horsemen of the apocalypse. Never mind. I hopped down from Lucy's back. I just want to talk. I can't outrun those dogs, you've got me outnumbered and you've probably got more weapons than me. I think you're in a position to do whatever you want. Good, I said, because like I said, I just want to talk. I could get rid of my weapons if that would make you feel any better. It wouldn't, really. I saw her step back a little, and I could tell she was ready to bolt. We were in a position to catch her, for sure, but it would be more detrimental than anything. If we chased her down, any dialogue I had with her afterward would be an interrogation, not a conversation. Okay. Gru, bitch, you want to give us some space? Stay close enough that we can hear each other with shouts. Sure. You checking the area? Yet. No trouble yet. He nodded and the pair of them led their dogs away. What's going on? Panacea asked. That's what I was going to ask you. Why are you in a shelter, Panacea? Don't call me that. I raised my hands a bit to stop her. Okay. Why are you in a shelter, Amy? Why is that any of your business? Because 2 of my teammates were picked by the 9, and Jack Slash just started a messed up version of Survivor, with the candidates as the players. Survivor. If I'd been pressed to say, I would have said her body language shifted fractionally on hearing that. Concern for herself? Her sister? Someone else? They didn't give you the info? You didn't get a paper with a list on it? I asked. I was staying somewhere else last night, I heard from a classmate that my aunt was supposedly looking for me. So I legged it. I could have pressed for more details there, but I suspected she'd keep to the conversation better if I gave her the info instead of demanding it. They've set themselves a time limit to test and eliminate the 6 candidates. Their goal is to test the candidates and kill the ones who fail, until there's only one. Our goal is to save them. So when Tattletale figures out you're here instead of with your family, and when we know that the 6th candidate is apparently a hero, it gets our attention. Who are the other candidates? Regent, Bitch, Hook Wolf, Arms Master. Arms Master. Yet. Though it might be like Cherish is doing to Regent, more to screw with him than for legit reasons. Okay. I can see it, though. I've interacted with him. He really did cross the line during the Endbringer attack. And the 5th? Anon Cape. I don't know the details, but she's in a secure location. Amy fidgeted. I'm getting out of here. Where? Away. I don't want to be a part of any of this. You can't leave. Why not? I can find a place to hole up and hide until it blows over. So long as you're in Brockton Bay, they've got someone who can watch you. Can watch any of us. She reads emotions, and apparently uses them to find us from half a city away. It's probably how they found the candidates in the first place. Then I'll leave the city. I was going to anyways. Fuck, I wish I still had the list. I muttered. At a normal speaking volume, I said, no, you can't leave town, either, because Bonesaw prepared a plague or something. If you are a candidate and you leave the city, they'll use it. They explicitly said they were using it as an incentive for the 2 heroes that they picked as candidates. Heroes, Amy muttered. Right. Are you a candidate? She fidgeted again. Bonesaw nominated me. Do you know why? Bitterly, she said, why do you think? She thought I'd be a good fit. And because my powers complement hers. A good fit? Just based on my interactions with you, I wouldn't have thought. No, she asked, sarcasm in her tone, why wouldn't you have thought? You heard what Tattletale said. I'm the daughter of a villain. I haven't been nice, I haven't been merciful, or forgiving, or considerate. Instead of giving you a second chance, I was spiteful, I toyed with your feelings, and things spiraled out of control. You know how much trouble that caused for my family? The director of the PRT and Legend and Miss Militia were all at my house, lecturing all of us about how serious these events were and how sensitive relations between the various factions were. I don't want to strike a nerve, or say the wrong thing. I'm not very good at picking the right thing to say. But I forgive you. I know you were tired. You were overworked. You had no reason to like me or to do me any favors. And you healed me anyways. I could see her tense. Would she storm off? Lash out at me like bitch would? She just fell silent, avoiding eye contact with me. I don't think you're a monster, I said. She laughed briefly, and it was a dark utterance with no humor in it. No. Everyone knows how you visit hospitals. How many people have you helped over the past 3 years? How many lives have you saved? How many people have you rescued from a lifetime of misery? I hated it, she said. It was such a burden. So many long hours spent around sick people, and I got numb to it, I stopped caring. Do you know how many hours I've spent awake at night, wishing my powers would just go away, or that some circumstance would come up where I'd make some excusable mistake where they would eventually forgive me, but where I couldn't visit the hospitals anymore? It caught me off guard, hearing it, but I managed to get my mental bearings. You didn't ask for your powers. I'm sure even doctors get worn out, they hate their job, they have bad weeks. Except doctors have fellow staff members, they have friends and everything to go back to, and they're adults. You're still a teenager. You started doing what you were doing at a time when most people didn't. You didn't have the maturity and the defenses against the pain you were seeing that doctors pick up over the course of the first 25 years of their lives. She shook her head. Don't. Don't what? Don't make me out to be a good person. Bonesaw has a better idea of who I am than you do. Maybe I wouldn't have thought so, 3 days ago, when she first met me, but then I fucked up. I proved her right. Every fear I had about being like my dad came true. I didn't have a reply to that. I couldn't pry, and I couldn't elaborate. So you're the supposedly good person who was pretending to be a crook, and I'm the monster who was pretending to be a hero, but when the dust settled, we both wound up being villains. Funny how that works. Maybe because doing the right thing is hard, I offered. She shrugged. But you can do the right thing. We need your help. I don't know your circumstances for leaving home. I won't pry. But I think you're one of the few people who can stop Crawler, maybe even Siberian too. We need you around in case they start winning and we wind up with injuries or death, and we need you in case we start winning, and they decide to use that plague out of sheer spite. More burdens, more pressures and demands, she said, her voice quiet. Yet. That's the way things play out. But we can help to protect you in exchange. You watch our back, we watch yours. I don't know if my conscience can handle taking that final step over to the dark side. Or if I can handle being in Tattletale's company. We're operating as 2 distinct groups. Tattletale's with Regent and most of the travelers. It's me, Gru, Imp, Genesis and Bitch here in the north end of town. Absolute. I didn't finish my sentence. Something constricted around my throat, fingertips digging into the windpipe, and the air ceased to flow. I struck behind me, hoping to catch my attacker, but there was nobody there. I realized what was happening too late, when my feet were hauled off the ground. In the span of a second, I soared up 6 or 7 stories, the counterweight to a 9-foot-tall man in featureless white armor who plunged downward to land in a heap on the ground. Mannequin. He'd repaired himself this fast? Did he have spare parts lying around? I reached up and tried to wind my arm, wrist, and fingers around the chain, to alleviate the pressure on my throat, and to give me a grip in case he decided to let go. Mannequin hauled himself to his feet and the chain that stretched from his arm to the rooftop and back down to me made me bounce with every small movement. He advanced on Amy, who backed away. I had to do something. Calling on the bugs that had covered Lucy, I stirred up a cloud to grab Gru and Bitch's attention, then pulled all of the bugs into the alleyway where Panacea and Mannequin were. The way I was hanging, with Mannequin gripping my neck from the back, I had a vantage point to witness what came next. If my bugs weren't enough of a signal to the others, Amy's scream of pain was. Mannequin caught up to her and plunged a knife through her hand, pinning it to the wall. He left her like that, in enough pain that she couldn't stand, but unable to drop to the ground because her hand was impaled. Turning, he faced the incoming stampede of Gru, Bitch, and the 4 dogs. While I struggled to escape, drawing my knife with my free hand while gripping the chain with the other, I sent my bugs in to assist. Same tactic as last time. My bugs drew outlines of silk and plastered them around him. I focused on his free hand and his legs, aiming to hamper his range of movement. Something was different from last time. I wasn't sure if I would have known just going by the naked eye. But I knew almost right away by the lengths of the silk I was drawing around him. His arms were bigger, and the weight of them was making his body hunch forward a fraction. I tried to scream, to call out a warning, but I couldn't breathe to do it. I would have used my bugs to draw words, but the pair were moving too fast to read anything I threw their way. I drove the knife at the hand that held me instead. Bitch ordered Bentley to pounce, Mannequin raised his arm, and the deafening boom of a gun firing filled the alley. The shot was powerful enough that Bentley was knocked off course. Mannequin simultaneously leaped and retracted the chain that still stretched to the rooftop, swinging across the alley and escaping collision by mere fractions of an inch. Bentley and Bitch sprawled on the ground. I hacked at the hand that held me again while Gru threw darkness over the pair of them. My swarm sense gave me a picture of what happened next. Gru dodged to one side, and Mannequin followed him, his arm unerringly moving to follow his target. My bugs were then blown out of the air as another shot was fired at Gru and Sirius. I could feel it spread out, hitting multiple points on the pair of them. A shotgun? Lucy pounced from where she'd been moving in Sirius' wake, and she landed half on top of the chain that held me. I surged another 3 or 4 feet up, and the hand caught where it fixed on a loop of metal that had been sunken into the corrugated metal of the roof. This was where the chain was threaded. I hacked at the hand again, while gripping the metal loop. The knife caught inside a joint, and I worked at it, trying to bend it or pry the joint apart. I couldn't really see what I was doing, and the bugs I had on the surface of the hand weren't as useful as I'd hoped. Below me, Lucy and Mannequin fought, the smaller bastard dancing around the edges, trying to find an avenue for attack, or hampering Mannequin's movements. Lucy managed to get on top of him. A third gunshot sounded. There was a long pause where nothing and nobody moved, and then a fourth gunshot. Lucy slumped over, crashing on top of bastard. Mannequin stood, taking a moment to use a knife to cut at the threads that wound around his arms and legs. When he was done, he disconnected the chain that ran to the hand that held me aloft. I was left hanging from the metal ring. He watched me for several long seconds, his head raised. He abandoned his grip on the back of my neck, and his arm dropped into his waiting hand. The chain fed through the metal loop, running over my fingertips, before it was gone. A few seconds passed, and I realized he was still staring up at me, one finger pointing at me. Me? He wanted something from me? No, he turned away, striding past Amy, who was still impaled to the wall by her hand, and stopped when he stood over Bitch. Drawing another knife from a point I couldn't see on his body, he stabbed Bentley in between the eyes. He turned to look at me one last time, and then he was gone. My hands were tired from riding the dog, and while my gloves afforded me some traction on the metal loop, the fabric seemed to slide under my sweating fingers. I tried to haul myself up enough to get one leg over the edge of the roof, and nearly lost my grip. My hands wouldn't give me enough of a hold, and I didn't trust my knife to bite deep enough into the concrete to serve any better. I let it fall and raised my other hand to the metal to get a better grip. Again, I tried to swing one leg up. This time I got it over the roof's edge. I ran pell-mell for the door that led into the crowded building below me, using bugs to get the general shape of the hallways and find my way. Some people shrieked as I ran into and through the crowd, out the front doors and back to the alley. Gru was standing, pulling the knife free from Amy's hand so she could slump to the ground. Bitch knelt on the ground beside Lucy, while Bentley lay on the ground, the knife still embedded in his skull, and both Sirius and Bastard hung back, limping as they moved, blood leaking from a dozen dime-sized wounds in their flesh. A low growl tore free from Bitch's throat. But I knew before I looked that Lucy hadn't made it. 2 shotgun blasts directly to the chest cavity. I didn't know what to say. You led him right to me. Amy accused us, sounding more than slightly hysterical. He slipped past the silk tripwires I put around the area. And they can find you, I said, the words clumsy, made worse by my sense of disorientation over the surprise attack and the distraction of the pain in my neck. Anyways. They can find you anyways, with Cherish. My hand. Hurts, Amy said, ignoring my fractured explanation. Heal yourself, Gru said. He wasn't looking at her. His attention was on the knife he'd pulled from her hand. I can't. I'm immune to my own power. Calm down, he said. Panic won't get us anywhere. Fuck you. Fuck you all. Amy said. Then she ran. I didn't have the air in my lungs or the heart to chase her, and both Gru and Bitch were too hurt to give chase. I could run and catch up, sure, but what would I accomplish? For now, it was better to be here, with my teammates, and make sure they were okay. She's dead, Bitch said, quiet. I'm sorry, I replied. We'll get them, okay? We'll fuck them up. She looked at me, and the anger and hatred that had colored her expression before was gone. She looked forlorn. Gru handed me one of the knives, then handed one to Bitch. It was short, only 4.5 inches long, and there was a word inscribed on the steel with a smoky texture, so the 6 large capital letters and the row of smaller characters were pale against the gleaming, bloodied steel. Change. 2200/20122164. Bitch has her deadline for her test, and Amy does too. 10 in the evening, and I think it's for tomorrow. Jack said his test always involved someone changing themselves in a way that costs them something. I'm going to kill him, Bitch growled. Fucking tests. Killing Lucy, stabbing Bentley. A minute passed as we pulled ourselves together, checking our injuries. He left me alive, I said, as the realization dawned on me. He didn't kill any of us, but he had an excuse and the ability to kill me. Why didn't he? The world revolves around you, doesn't it? Bitch snapped. I was trying to think of how to reply to that when the thought struck me. The world, my world. My people. Mannequin had been nearby when I was in my territory. He's going to hurt me by going after my gang. Interlude 13:1/2. Sam. Sam. Celia's voice was grating and nasal. I'm coming. The heavy-set man grumbled, as he made his way into the living room. Celia sat on the floor between the couch and the coffee table. The white of her t-shirt and panties was a stark contrast to her dark skin. Sam leered at the woman. She was good-looking for her age, slim, though her breasts sagged behind her shirt without the benefit of a bra. You said you were 5 minutes ago, a swipe. Takes you 5 minutes to find your wallet. Needed to piss. Your fetus friend was in your bathroom, so I pissed in your sink. Celia kicked under the coffee table to strike his shin. Sam just smiled and stepped back. Kidding. I went off the fire escape. That's not any better. It's all water and shit down there. Any place that doesn't smell like hot garbage smells like a toilet. Here. Stop bitching. He threw a plastic movie rental card at her. She cut open a plastic-wrapped block of powder and shook a small amount of the powder onto the coffee table. She used the laminated card to cut it into lines, a set on each side of the table, with none in front of her. You're not having any. I told you. I'm pregnant. You're too old to be pregnant, Sam commented. She kicked him again. Not that old. Jennifer emerged from the washroom and stopped in the doorway, staring at the scene. I didn't think you'd actually use any of the stuff. Jen, Han, Celia said, we've got enough to go around. Even if we only sold half, we'd be made in the shade for 5 or 10 years. And you just took it. Leaders of the merchants got killed, everyone else decided to run off with what they could carry of the stockpiles. Sam and I decided to play it smart. Sam got his truck, and I guarded the stash from the other assholes. Paid off. What is it? Little bit of everything. Come, sit. Try some. What is it? Sam seated himself at the table, by one set of the lines of powder. He picked up a pinch and put it on his tongue. No way, Jennifer said. She dropped into one of the felt-covered chairs at the far end of the room. Aisha had to hop out of the way so she didn't get sat on. She watched the dialogue between her mother's boyfriend of the week and her mother's new friend with a dispassionate expression. Seeing this scene, she didn't really feel much. A little disappointment. Embarrassment. Disgust. No, it was less this scene and more the discovery that her mother was pregnant that nailed her in the gut with a profound kind of sadness. The first place her mind went, before joy at the idea of having a brother or sister, before anger at her mom for letting it happen and not using protection, was hope. Sam, do you have any papers? Rolling papers? I thought you were going clean. It's just weed. I need to have something. Isn't that bad for the kid in progress? It's weed, dumbass. Nothing they tell you about it is true. Kid isn't going to wind up addicted from birth or anything, cause it's not addictive. Right. Sure, he reached into his back pocket and slipped a packet to her, along with a dime bag. Aisha bit her lip. Maybe hope was the wrong word, because she didn't really feel anything on the subject. But she knew it would probably be better if her mom miscarried and the kid was spared this shit. How much of Aisha's problems were because of her mom's lack of self-control and how many others were because of this environment. She'd grown up with a mom who'd never mentally or emotionally aged past 14 or 15. A new man in the house every week or two, with his own idea of how things should work, Celia generally content to let him run things however he wanted. Aisha tried not to think about the men. It was like having a broken arm, so long as she didn't move it, so long as she didn't think about it, it was okay, a dull throb in the back of her mind. Something she could ignore. But even a stray thought could remind her that the arm was broken, and then it sometimes took days before she could get out of that headspace. There was no distraction that worked, because the fact that she was consciously looking for a distraction only reminded her of what she was trying to distract herself from. Of course, there was no way to avoid the countless reminders in everyday life that would remind her of Guy, or Bridge, or Darren, or Lonnie. Thinking about a broken arm was one such reminder. Being ignored by her teammates and told to go to her room and play along for everyone else's sake was another. How many afternoons had she come home from school, only for her mom or one of her mom's boyfriends to shoo her off or bribe her to leave the apartment for a bit? Pissed her off. She didn't need that from her brother, too. Come on, Jennifer, Celia urged her friend. She took a long draw from the spliff she held in her fingers. Oh fuck. Sam, you jackass. This isn't just weed, is it? Thought it was. There's a kick to it. Amp or something. Celia took another puff. Amp. Hey, Jen, join in. Have some of what Sam's having. But H is fucking scary, Jen protested. So you hear. But why is it scary? It's addictive. Aisha tuned out the sound of her mother and Sam cajoling the woman and walked over to the table. Her mom didn't notice her. Nobody ever noticed her, and they noticed even less ever since she'd gotten her power. It was like a dark joke, a grim comedy. Just when she'd started to figure things out, grow up and catch people's eye, the world went to hell and she got her powers. Now she became invisible if she lost her concentration. Not that it was invisibility, really. It was memories. People forgot her as soon as they saw her, to the point that they didn't register her presence. She could feel it, her power rolling over her skin, jabbing outward, invisible to sight, touch and anything else, making contact with the people around her and pushing those memories away. And like her metaphor comparing her memories to a broken arm, her power seemed to respond to the attention of her subjects. The harder they tried to remember and focus on her, the faster she slipped through their minds. The metaphor applied in another way, too. Her power operated on its own, doing its thing, and if she very casually noted what it was doing, without pushing it forward or holding it back, she could feel it doing something else. As if it was ready to push away memories that didn't relate to her, exactly. It never did. Any time it built up enough that it came close to doing anything, she noticed, and it retreated like a turtle pulling its head into its shell. Frustrating. Her power didn't do anything because she wanted it to. It worked only if she surrendered to it, let it act on its own. Pushing it to work harder had the opposite effect. How easy would it be to just carry the stuff away? She could hand it to Coyle for some brownie points, and he could decide what to distribute. It would be out of her mother's hands, and money would become a limiter on her mother's habit. If the drugs weren't around, maybe Sam would leave. Maybe, if Aisha got rid of the drugs, her mom would have an excuse to get things back on track, somehow. The city was paying people who joined the cleanup crews. 3 square meals, simple and bland but they gave the essential nutrients, and they gave you $20 for 9 hours of work. Fuck around or slack off, and they just kicked you off the crew for the day, no pay. Idle hopes. Aisha had spent long years wishing her mom could pull it together, dating back to just after the divorce, when a bad day was still better than most good days were now. Or maybe that was nostalgia and a child's eye view. No. If she got rid of the drugs, it was more likely that someone would erupt in anger. Sam or her mom, getting violent, verbally or otherwise. It would do more harm than good. She sat down on the coffee table, directly opposite her mother. Reaching forward, she plucked the spliff from her mother's lips and dropped it, grinding it under her toes. Her mother blinked a few times, then reached for her rolling papers. Aisha used her hand to cover the papers and whispered, "No." Again, the dazed blinking. Her mother asked, "Sam? Got any more papers? I just gave you a full package." The hell? Maybe that hit me harder than I thought, Aisha's mother giggled. Aisha stared her mother in the eyes. She didn't deactivate her power. "Mom. You gotta stop." "Where are the rest of the papers, Sam?" her mom asked, oblivious. "Kitchen. But I don't want to get up. I'm comfy," Celia whined. "You keep going down this road, your kid is going to be born without a face or something," Aisha said, her voice quiet. "You know how hard school was for me? Even as far back as kindergarten, I couldn't sit still. Teacher tells me 3 things, and by the time they've gotten to the 3rd, I've forgotten the 1st. And Brian doesn't have any of that. Go get some papers, Sam. Sam McSamsam. Sammy Sam. Samster. I don't want to get up any more than you do," Sam growled. "You're not one of the talkative ones, are you? I like it quiet." "Mom," Aisha said, as if she could get her mom's attention. Ironically enough, she knew that if she deactivated her power, she'd have even less chance of talking to her mom. It wasn't just the horned mask and the black costume. She'd never had anyone just sit down and listen to her. Dad ignored her, Mom was self-centered and Brian was too focused on what needed to be done that he ignored everything else. "Mom. You're going to have some fucked up kid, and then you're going to die of an OD before it's even grown up. It's not fair that you leave some kid that's more retarded than me, or some deformed freak for Brian to take care of. Not fair on him, and it's not fair on the kid to make them put up with the dick, either." "Fine," her mother said, standing. "I'll get the papers myself." Aisha sighed. Was it cowardice that kept her from confronting her mother, or the knowledge backed by years of experience that it wouldn't make a difference? Maybe, if everything with the 9 worked out and Coyle got control of the city, maybe she could get her mom some help, or report her to the police. But not now, not when things were like this, when she had to prove she deserved her place in the group. Abandoning her mother to a noisy search of the kitchen, Aisha headed into her old room. Her room smelled like sex, and faintly of urine. Her mom had apparently had a party since Aisha had left. Holding her breath, she opened her closet door. She pushed past the clothes she'd stolen, shoplifted and bought, and past the old clothes she couldn't or wouldn't wear anymore. Her closet was in layers, and each layer held clothes and trinkets from a different era. Her Girl Guide stuff was in the very back, too wrinkled by years to wear. Her dad had pushed her into that. He'd wanted her to have structure. After a year and a half, even he had pulled her out. A bad fit. She didn't have the personality type for it. Around the Girl Guide stuff, she found a small tape recorder and an old pair of binoculars. After finding an old backpack that had never been emptied of the school supplies, she found some notebooks that had only been filled in about a third of the way. She tore out those pages and tucked the notebooks under one arm. Everything went into a compact black handbag, along with her taser and knives. Small things. Nothing she couldn't have bought in a well-stocked convenience store, maybe. But she would operate best if she was relaxed, and having some personal items made her feel better. That only left the problem of finding them. They'd attacked the merchants, and observing her mom had given her the chance to find out where. It was a starting point. It was worse than she'd expected. She ducked under the police tape and pushed one officer out of her way as she stepped into the area. Police cars and PRT vans had formed a broad perimeter, with police tape strung between them. She momentarily wondered why they didn't have the wooden barricades. It was flimsy as security went. It was drizzling, and the small amounts of rain did little to clean the streets of the blood that spattered it. Water soaked into the white and brown sheets that had been draped over the bodies that still waited for someone to clean them up. The brown, she realized, was dried blood. Aisha picked her way through the fallen. The worst of the carnage was at the edges, as if some invisible line had been drawn that nobody was permitted to cross, and in the center, where the masses of people had gathered before being murdered together. She'd hoped for a lead. A piece of evidence, or an overheard tidbit of information from the cops. No such luck. There was an overabundance of evidence. By the time the cops processed everything here and managed to identify the bodies, the leaves would be falling off the trees and the 9 would be long gone, one way or another. The cops weren't talking, either. They were working silently, or the things they were saying weren't interesting. Catching the 9 wasn't their job. If they found something worthwhile, they would pass it on to the local capes, probably. No. If there was something to be found, it wouldn't be here. She headed to the edge of the scene, where the police cars had all stopped. There were still spots and spatters of blood here and there, and bloody footprints, but not much. She walked around the police and the cars to check each set out. In every case, it seemed, the bloodied victims had either fallen where they lay or disappeared. Ambulances? Having checked the area, she moved further down the street to see the next closed-off alleyway. The same thing. A few more bloody footprints, but nothing beyond that. The third blockade offered something. There was a spot where the blood was thicker, which didn't match up with the other spaces. The trail extended further than it did elsewhere. Looking around, she spotted a smear of blood on the side of a building, 3 stories up. Okay. So maybe they'd gone this way. The trail of breadcrumbs that the blood provided were slowly being eroded or masked by the light rain. The water raised the oils from the cracks in the road, giving the ground a rainbow sheen. The signs of blood faded too soon, and Aisha could only guess whether she had taken the wrong road, gone too far, or if the rain had cleared it away. She might have given up right then, but she saw a group of men standing outside of an apartment building. It was only when she got close that she saw the badge clipped to the front of one of their jackets. A detective. There was blood on the door that led into the apartment lobby. The elevator wouldn't be working. She headed for the stairwell, only to find more blood. It was as though a body had been dragged. Going forward was a stupid idea, she knew. Brian and Skitter had gone into way too much fucking depth about the risks. Still, that hadn't stopped her before. She got her taser and knife from her bag and made her way upstairs. 3rd floor up, blood on the door leading into the hall. More blood trailing down the hallway, stopping at one apartment. She double-checked that her power was active and pushed her way inside. Only a few of the 9 were present. Crawler slept with his ponderous head on paws that were crossed over one another, his back rising and falling with each deep breath. He was large enough that the highest part of his back rose nearly to the ceiling with each breath he drew in through his nostrils. Only half of the eyes on his body were closed, covered with thick, dark grey lids. Shatterbird and Burnscar were on the couch, Burnscar stretched out with her head on the armrest, her feet propped up on Shatterbird's lap. She held a graphic novel on her stomach with one hand and created flames in the other, shaping them to match the people she saw as she flicked from page to page. Shatterbird was sitting upright, a novel in her hands. Bonesaw stood over the dining room table, with the mechanical spider thing on the opposite side of the table, assisting her. A young man was on the table itself, his wrists and ankles tied down. His torso was open from collarbone to crotch, his ribs splayed apart. Bonesaw and her mechanical spider were elbow deep in the contents of his torso. The spiders. Aisha moved quickly aside as a spider moved from the kitchen, past her and to the table. Whatever cameras or artificial intelligence it used, it didn't seem to notice her. It handed Bonesaw a Diet Cola that the little girl opened with bloody fingers and drank. With a little more confidence, Aisha moved further inside, giving a wide berth to Crawler and Burnscar's foot-high images of flame. Holding her weapons, Aisha stood next to Shatterbird, at one end of the couch. Aisha had never killed anyone, but here she was, holding a lethal weapon. She could slice Shatterbird's throat and they wouldn't even realize she was there. They would, she suspected, realize that Shatterbird was dead or dying. There was a 50-50 chance, anyways, that it would force them out of whatever effect her powers had on their brains. It had happened to her before. Except that Shatterbird would kill her in her last moments, using the glass that had been swept to the corners of the room, or one of the others would. Burnscar or Crawler could deal a hell of a lot of damage, even if they didn't know who they were attacking. Slowly, she walked over to Bonesaw, navigating around the drones. Could she kill the kid? On the one hand, Bonesaw was the one who kept the other members going. Removing her would take a lot of problems off the board. She could finish off Bonesaw and run for cover in the kitchen, out of Burnscar and Shatterbird's line of fire. From there, it was only steps to the front door and safety. On the other hand, it was still murder, and it was a kid. A kid that had 100 kills under her belt. A squeaking sound distracted her from her thoughts. It was like air being let out of a balloon, but in shorter spurts. Bonesaw? No, the girl wasn't making any noise. The mechanical spider? No. Not the spider either. Stepping as close to Bonesaw and the spider as she dared, Aisha investigated the sounds. Where were they coming from? Bonesaw smiled. You're going to have to speak up if you want me to hear you, Jonathan. Jonathan? Aisha looked down at the body, and realized the heart was beating inside Bonesaw's hands. The man's eyes were moving, and his lips moved as he struggled and failed to make words come up through his windpipe. The surge of horror and disgust gave Aisha the strength to cast aside her doubts. Sorry kid, she said. She plunged the knife into Bonesaw's bare throat. Bonesaw screamed, shrill and loud, which caught Aisha off guard. With the knife in her throat, the girl was screaming. Reacting more on instinct than wit, Aisha pulled the knife out and then slashed it horizontally across Bonesaw's throat. She'd expected a spray of blood or gurgling. Neither happened. Bonesaw screamed again. So she pulled the knife free and stabbed Bonesaw in one eye. The blade scraped against the bone of Bonesaw's eye socket. Flame erupted and pieces of glass came to life around Aisha. She backed away quickly as a wall of flame rolled over Jonathan on the table and divided her from Bonesaw. There was a rumble and the sound of falling furniture as Crawler stood. Ow, 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 ow. Bonesaw shrieked. It hurts. Why isn't she dead? Aisha yanked the knife out and then gripped her taser. Is it Jack? Burnscar asked, looking around, then turning to the window. What the hell? It's not Jack, Bonesaw said. She snapped her fingers, and the mechanical spider leaped on top of her, beginning to suture the wounds in her neck. I gave Jack the same safeguards I gave us, he would have succeeded if he tried it. Shatterbird scowled. Then who or what was that? Crawler, do you know? Aisha backed toward the front door. She stopped as Crawler appeared in the doorway that led from the kitchen to the front hall, looking through to see his teammates on the far end. His voice was a mangled mess of sounds that only barely approximated anything like speech. I don't smell anyone. Smells can't find me, then, Aisha thought. Still, she didn't have her escape route. Torch the apartment and make a break for it. Burnscar asked. We can meet up as a group later. No. Cherish has a hard time tracking Mannequin, and he won't know how to find us, Shatterbird said. I'm okay, Bonesaw piped up. She held one hand to her eye socket, which had trails of smoke rising from it. You don't need to worry. I can put my throat back together easy, after I get my kit out to check the sheets for my vitals to make sure there's no abrasions, and I've got spare eyes. I could go with green eyes. Or one green and one blue, or if I alter them, I could have. Quiet, Shatterbird cut in. It's less about you being hurt and more about the fact that someone had the audacity to attack us here. Burnscar, put out those fires. We don't want attention. The wall of flame shrunk and faded away. Really hope you don't have another way of sensing me, big guy, Aisha said to Crawler, ducking between his legs and stepping towards the door. I'm gonna make my exit now. None of the 9 reacted as she shut the door behind her. Lesson learned. The more vulnerable members of the 9 weren't as vulnerable as they looked. Sheaths, Bonesaw had said. Stepping into the lobby, she stopped in her tracks. One of the detectives who'd been standing by the door was dead, his throat slit. He laid in the center of the lobby. 2 more blood trails ran to the side of the lobby opposite the stairs. Manager's office? Her weapon drawn, she reached for the doorknob, and collided with Jack as he strode out of the office. What's wrong? Cherish asked. Aisha backed away. Nothing, Jack said. You grab the last body and then find a mop. Me? I think I've been exceedingly generous, giving you a second chance. You can repay me by doing the heavy lifting. Ever the gentleman. Go on, now. I'll wait here. Aisha watched as Cherish walked past her, grabbed the heavy-set detective and began dragging him inch by inch toward the office. She only remembered one other time when her heart had pounded this hard. It had been when the fledgling merchants had attacked her and her father. It was another chance. While they were separated, she could go after one. But which? She held the taser and the knife, adjusting her grip so she was secure. Jack was the key figure. Aisha knew she could attack him, knew she maybe should, but would she succeed any more than she did against Bonesaw? Cherish might be able to lash out with some kind of blind fire, affecting the emotions of everyone nearby. No. Cherish was the newest member, wasn't she? There were better odds that Cherish didn't have the protections that Jack and the others did. Exhaling slowly, Aisha followed behind Cherish as the girl tugged the body into the other room. She stepped inside and shut the door. Put the weapon away, Cherish said, her voice quiet. Aisha gulped, realizing the trap she'd just stepped into. You can hear me. A second passed, and there was no response. Put it away, or I'm going to leave you quivering in a corner, shitting your pants. You can't hear me. Aisha gripped her weapon and stepped closer. Cherish whirled around, her eyes flitting right and left, searching for Aisha. I'll scream. He'll come in here, and a couple swings of his knife, he can cut you down, invisible or no. It's not invisibility, Imp said, uselessly. Put your weapon away, Cherish said, her voice quiet and carefully measured, we only have a few seconds before Jack gets suspicious. Listen. I want to strike a deal. Snare 13.3. How the hell was that motherfucker that fast? He wasn't even trying to avoid my bugs, so I had a sense of where he was as Gru, bitch, and I tore down the street on our dogs. I rode behind Gru on Sirius, my arms on his shoulders, while bitch rode Bentley, Lucy's corpse lying across her lap. We'd lost a couple of minutes as we helped bitch retrieve Lucy's real body. It was eerie to see. When the dogs grew, they really appeared to be adding mass, literally growing and stretching. Somewhere in the transformation, after they weren't recognizable as the animals they had once been, their real bodies were reformed inside a placenta-like sac. Mannequin's gunshot had opened a hole in Lucy's chest and penetrated that membrane to kill the real dog within. We'd used my knife and Gru's raw strength to help pull the dog free in a grim sort of anti-childbirth. It might be seen as a waste of precious time in a crucial moment, but I doubted we would have had bitch in our corner otherwise, and without her, we wouldn't have a ride, so to speak. I'd consoled myself with the fact that we had a pair of massive, muscular steeds that could outpace any car you'd see on the street, and Mannequin was limited to his 2 legs. The thing was, somewhere around the point where he stopped trying to evade my tripwires and my bugs and picked up speed, when he really started moving, I realized he was actually faster than the dogs. Mannequin covered a lot of ground with his long legs and seemingly endless energy, and he didn't have any injuries. The dogs, bitch, and Gru did. Mannequin had been aiming at the animals more than he'd aimed at Gru or bitch, so the damage to my teammates was more or less limited to a few flecks embedded in the legs, buttock and feet. The injuries were small, but one in bitch's stomach worried me. There were way too many vitals that could be hit with that location, and it was bleeding worse than any of the others. She wanted to press on, and I wasn't about to try and change her mind. I wouldn't be able to stop her, for one thing, and I did want to help my people. Mannequin moved in a straight line, onto rooftops, down to the ground, or halfway down and through windows that had been stripped of glass, emerging from the far side. My bugs swarmed him where I could get them to, trying to snag him with lines and threads of silk and hamper his movements, but I could only get him with a small few at a time. He was approaching the edge of my effects reach, and I knew I'd lose track of him shortly. Once I did, I wasn't sure I'd catch him again. He could apparently see my bugs, and since our last confrontation he'd gained the ability to see the spider silk I was placing on him or in his vicinity. It was remarkably high-resolution vision for someone who hadn't been able to notice that I didn't have a pool of blood spreading out beneath me during our last fight. Or was his inability to see that because he was calibrated to see the small things? It wouldn't matter if I couldn't find him or catch up to him. He's veering left. I shouted to my teammates, faster, Sirius. He's getting away. I could feel a tremor in Sirius' body, like the momentary tremor of a twitching muscle, but in every muscle. My legs spread a fraction further apart as he grew larger, his ribs expanding further in either direction. The increase in his speed was small but noticeable. I cast a glance over my shoulder at bitch. Her mask had fallen off at some point when we'd been retrieving Lucy or during our ride. She looked drawn, the lines of her mouth and the bones of her face that much more prominent. Had I failed to notice she was like that before, was it pain from her injuries that did it, or was it anger? Whatever it was, I suspected this use of her power was drawing on reserves she didn't have. Mannequin disappeared into the penthouse floor of an apartment building, and I positioned bugs at the very periphery of my range to prepare lines of thread and to gather so they could land on him as he emerged. Somehow, I couldn't say how, he emerged from a lower floor, mere seconds after he'd entered the building. He brushed past a small handful of insects, and then he was out of reach of my swarm. He's out of my range. I shouted. Nobody responded. I had to double-check that bitch hadn't fallen from Bentley's back. She didn't look any better than she had a moment ago, and she looked out of breath. I expected the pain of her injuries was taking its toll. As for Gru, I couldn't really see anything but the back of his head and his shoulders while I clung to his waist. I didn't get the sense that he was about to pass out, either. No use in responding when you couldn't spare the breath and everyone knew what the answers would be. We'd search for him at the last place we'd seen him. My territory. Giant paws pounded on the wet pavement as we raced for our destination. How the hell were we supposed to fight him? If we could even find him? He'd have some countermeasure for my bugs and my cocoon strategy. There was no way he'd let himself get caught up in the same trap twice. Gru's power didn't affect him. Bitch's dogs did affect him, but they weren't bulletproof. That was without factoring in any additional weapons he had. One arm around Gru's waist, I drew my phone from my utility compartment and dialed Genesis from my contact list. Genesis here. What? Mannequin en route to my territory for some kind of revenge against me for our last fight. How fast can you pull a body together? 2 minutes. He'll be there in 5. Clear people out of the way, and put together a form that can take a beating and hamper him. On it. Sierra was the first and only contact I'd entered into the phone beyond the ones Coyle had put in prior to giving them to us. I contacted her next. Sierra here, boss. Clear people out of the area, and contact everyone you gave a phone to, telling them to hide and take cover. Mannequin's coming back to make trouble. Got it. I hung up. With the jostling movement of the dogs running, I didn't trust my ability to put the phone away in the compartment, so I held it in one clenched fist. During the 6 or 7 minutes it took us to cross from ballistics territory to my own, my teeth were clenched so hard I thought I'd break something, my neck and shoulders so tense they felt more like stone than flesh. I valued my ability to come up with answers, but my mind was empty. I wasn't sure how I'd deal, and the worst part of it was that it wasn't me that was necessarily going to pay the price. As we entered my territory, I felt strangely composed for the anxieties that tore through me, a little detached from things. My bugs swept through the territory, and I did my best to recall where tripwires had been set and figure out which had been broken. I checked on my people, using bugs to make sure they were standing and that they were somewhere safe. Could I sweep through my territory using squadrons of flies with dragline silk stretched out between them, to the point that he couldn't slip past them? It would take time to set up. No. There was no need. As I approached the heart of my territory, near my barracks, I found him, standing in the middle of the road. There. I called out to my team. We changed direction and charged toward the street in question. We stopped when he came into our view. Mannequin stood in the center of the road, his back to us. Half a dozen of my people were lying on the road, unconscious or dead. I couldn't see any blood. There were a couple more people in nearby buildings that had fallen as well. How had he reached them? Why hadn't Genesis and Sierra been able to get everyone out? A quiet horror ran through me like ice water. Genesis, too, was on the road, in the process of dissolving. She'd taken on the form of something like a stegosaurus crossed with a scorpion, all brawn and armor plating, with a long, prehensile, wickedly spiked tail. He'd beaten her. Very little of the silk I'd laid on him was still intact. My bugs settled on him, and began to draw out more silk, binding him. He turned our way, and his mouth opened like a ventriloquist dummy or a Christmas nutcracker. It jiggled up and down, silently, mocking. Laughter without sound. Fucker. Bitch screamed. Then she whistled, with a volume and pitch that could make crowds stop in their tracks. Bentley charged. The bugs I had on Mannequin began to die. That took me a precious second to process. Bitch. It's a trap. She turned to look over her shoulder, and Bentley took some cue from that, because he turned slightly. Maybe that helped, because she hauled him into a hard left turn, wheeling around. Whatever it was that Mannequin was doing, it spread fast, knocking my bugs out of the air and reaching out past Bitch and Bentley before they realized the threat and started running away from him. Get back! I shouted. Bitch urged Bentley into a run. They made it 4 steps before Bentley collapsed. Tumbling to the ground, Bitch landed and couldn't sustain her own weight with her injured leg. She landed flat on her stomach, and then began making retching sounds as she gasped for air and continued to crawl forward. Mannequin's mouth continued jittering up and down, and he took a step closer to us, his hands upturned at his sides. Gas. Colorless, scentless, swift to spread, and it incapacitated in seconds. If my bugs were any indication, it also killed its victims shortly after. I looked around, hoping and praying for some sort of outside assistance. Nothing. It was down to me, Gru, Sirius and Bastard. Bastard looked unnerved. His master and Alpha were out of action. He took a step forward, then back. He was unnerved by Mannequin, and I suspected he could smell the gas. Bastard. I said. He whipped his head around to look at me. Here's hoping that Bitch trained him well. Get your master. Go. Fetch. I pointed at Bitch. Bastard turned, started forward, and then stopped. Go. Fetch, fetch. He bolted. Mannequin continued walking slowly towards us. He didn't move as Bastard approached and picked Bitch up by the back of her pants. It would be so easy for him to simply shoot Bastard and slow him down long enough for the gas to take effect. He didn't. Bastard, come. Come on. The puppy ran back to us. There was nothing we could do for Bentley. I hopped down and grabbed Bitch as Bastard came back to us. He growled as I approached, but he didn't protest as I took Bitch into my arms and dragged her back toward Gru and Sirius. Gru didn't dismount, but I doubted he would have managed well if he had, given his injured leg. I tried to ignore Mannequin's steady approach as I propped Bitch's limp form up against Sirius' side long enough to lift her arms up to Gru's waiting hands. Together, we hauled her up so she was lying astride Sirius' shoulders, just in front of Gru. Gas, I muttered. There's a cloud of gas around him. Fuck me, Gru said. I'd hoped we could at least hit him. I looked at Bastard. Too small to ride. He was the size of a pony, but he wasn't built for riding in the same way, and the spikes and bony plates that covered him were too densely packed for me to find any sort of flat patch to sit on. I reached for the chain that trailed from his muzzle. He growled again, vicious. I was taken aback for half a second. Then anger set in. I barked, enough, and I snatched up the chain. He growled again, and I hauled on it. The way it was rigged, it looped around his snout so it would tighten around the end of his nose when the chain was pulled. It was like a choke collar, but focused more on the sensitive snout than on the throat. He recoiled and tried to pull away, and I tugged again. This time, he went still, resisting less. You're with me, puppy, I said, pulling on the chain as I backed away from Mannequin. Gru, take Bitch and get to cover. I can't see inside your darkness so long as that gas is wiping out my bugs, and he isn't bothered by it, so remove it as fast as you apply it, but try to push the gas away or displace it or whatever. We need a plan to win this, he said. Priority 1 is surviving until we think of one, I replied. Genesis will be back in action in a few minutes. A few minutes is a long time. I know, I looked at Mannequin again. He'd closed his mouth and was standing still. I pointed. You go that way, I go this way. Keep an eye on the sky. If there's trouble, we signal each other. He nodded once. Go. We split, and Mannequin broke off, chasing Gru. I headed the opposite way. Think, Taylor, think. Mannequin was a smart guy. Everything he did would be calculated to achieve some specific goal. Why was he here? He wanted to hurt me. He wanted to hit me where it hurt, and he'd done it. He'd killed no less than 10 of my followers. Charlotte and Sierra could easily be among them. He had let us find him because he wanted to bait us into a trap. It had worked against Bitch, for the most part. She wasn't dead, I hoped, but she was out of action. What about the small stuff? The little things? After he'd caught Bitch, he hadn't shot her, and he hadn't shot Bastard when the puppy was making its rescue attempt. Why? He could have been conserving ammunition. What was that term for? The simplest answer is often the correct one. It didn't matter. It was possible. I moved my bugs closer to Mannequin, to test his presence for gas. Only a few perished. There wasn't much, if any. His mouth was closed. He was catching up to Gru. Gru must have noticed, because he directed Sirius up into an alley and towards a roof. Mannequin stopped and raised one arm, then fired. My bugs felt the concussion of the shot, but no reaction from Gru and Sirius. There was a pause, then another shot. Again, no reaction. 2 misses. Okay. So Mannequin was shooting now, when he hadn't been before. Were there other clues? What had changed after he'd closed his mouth? He'd started running, for one thing. So he hadn't been running, he hadn't been shooting. What had been holding him back? It could have been him trying to look intimidating, but he could have achieved the same ends by shooting Bastard and making me watch Bitch die. He could have been just as scary running towards us as fast as he'd sprinted from the ambush site to my territory. The gas. If the gas was coming from his mouth, and he was being careful in how he moved, that meant there was something about the gas. I even had an idea about what it was. Maybe he hadn't wanted to blow himself up. He'd been invested in terraforming, once upon a time. Making inhospitable environments hospitable. Chances were he was loaded down with custom-made organisms that were primed to generate the gas he was using, maybe even storing it in a compressed form. Given his tinker abilities, they could be advanced enough to account for the sheer volume of the gas. It could even be how his guns operated, with compressed, combustible gas used to fire the shot. There was no way to say for sure, but my gut told me I was right or I was pretty close to the mark. His actions, both the obvious and minor ones, make a complete, logical sense if I assumed he was spewing out massive volumes of flammable gas. Could I even take advantage of that? The amount of gas he seemed to be putting out would make for a devastating explosion. It could potentially hurt him, but I couldn't say if the shockwave or the blast itself would kill me or any nearby innocents. If there was enough gas, it could even damage or destroy nearby buildings. Some of the structures around here weren't exactly sound. If nothing else, it gave me a clue about what to watch for. It also gave me a last-ditch weapon if things really went south. I ordered my bugs into the building I'd designated as my people's barracks and collected some small items with silk and clouds of bugs working in unison. A spear of darkness soared towards the sky. When it lost momentum, it began billowing outward and drifting slightly with the wind. A signal. Come on, bastard. I ordered. I bolted for Brian's location. I crossed the street, glancing at the fallen Bentley, and I headed toward an alley. My bugs crossed paths with me, and the items made their way into my hands. A cheap plastic lighter and a packet of matches. I stashed the matches between my belt and my hip and slid the lighter into a small pocket in my utility compartment. I really hoped I wouldn't have to use them. Entering the alley, I swept through the area with my bugs, directing them to extend outward with lines of silk between them. They were gathered close enough to one another that Mannequin wouldn't be able to avoid them. I found Mannequin and the black smudge of Gru's form at the opposite end of the alley. Sirius and Bitch were a distance away, both sprawled at the base of a building, covered in rubble. I wondered how this scenario had unfolded. How had Mannequin hit them that hard? Gru had reached the roof, the last I saw, and I'd missed what came next because I hadn't wanted to lose precious bugs from my swarm by getting them gassed. Whatever had occurred, Mannequin had turned the tables and brought them back to the ground, hard. Mannequin looked at me, and his mouth was open, engaged in that same shuddering up and down movement as before. I raised one hand to the fabric that covered my nose and mouth and backed away. Were Bitch and Sirius close enough to be getting gassed too? I could feel bugs crawling on them. Both were breathing, though Bitch's breaths were rapid and hoarse. My bugs were alive, as well, which meant they were safe where they were. A quick test with my bugs told me the cloud around Mannequin was small, with a radius of about 4 or 5 feet. There was no gas around me, either. The bugs on me weren't suffering, and they'd be the first to die or feel symptoms. But Gru? Gru had surrounded himself in a thick cloud of darkness, to the point that I couldn't make out his arms and legs in the midst of it. From what I could gather, he was getting some benefit from it, and was pushing the gas away. How long could he sustain that, though? Was the darkness filtering it out, or was he holding his breath, slowly suffocating? Mannequin, I said, sounding a million times more calm than I felt. You're going to back off and you're going to let him go. He cocked his head to one side. I raised the matchbook and, after checking again that my bugs were gas-free, lit it. A handful of my bugs carried it into the air. Or I light you up, I said. Could I? I believed I could. Maybe it was fatigue speaking. Maybe it was the grim recognition of the fact that Mannequin had spoiled any hopes I'd had of winning Coil's respect and saving Dinah when he'd murdered the people in my territory. He'd single-handedly destroyed my reputation and dealt a grave blow to the thing that had been driving me forward. Maybe a teeny tiny part of it was hopelessness, knowing that I couldn't beat him otherwise. So yeah, if he was going to snatch my hopes of saving Dinah from me, if Bitch and Gru were about to die anyways, I could turn the tables and blow us all up. I might not save Dinah, but I could save all the people Mannequin would murder otherwise in the course of his career. No bluffing. He stepped back, and I realized his foot had been on Gru's chest. I watched as Gru stood and then began limping toward me. Bastard growled and tugged on the chain I held. I was in the process of reaching out for Gru to help steady him when I saw Mannequin move. He closed his mouth, raised one hand, and I could see a hole appear in the base of his palm. The barrel of a gun. No, the word was as much a grunt as anything else as it came from my throat, too choked for me to say anything normal. I grabbed for Gru as I'd planned and I shoved him to the ground. In a movie, that might have been the heroic sequence that occurred in slow motion, where the lunatic villain missed the pivotal shot by a hair and blew himself up in the process. We'd be left bloody but victorious. But Mannequin didn't fire. He was too collected to do any of that. He adjusted his aim, directing his handgun to where I'd pushed Gru to the ground. No. I said, and the sound wasn't a grunt this time. I stepped in the way, putting myself between Mannequin and Gru, arms spread, half kneeling. Bastard tugged on the leash again as he stepped forward, and I almost fell on my face. I could let him go and sick him on Mannequin, but he'd almost certainly die like Lucy had. Bastard, back, I said, tugging him to one side. I wasn't about to let a dog take a bullet for me. Besides, a part of me suspected that Mannequin was going to let me live so he could make me watch while he killed my friends and followers. I stared at his blank, featureless face, praying my instincts were telling me the truth. Then he shrugged, and my heart fell. 3 things happened all at once. The first and most painfully obvious was that I got shot full in the chest. The second was that I realized Gru was using his power to shroud us in darkness. He'd probably started the second. Mannequin shrugged. The third was the explosion. Long, disorienting seconds passed in the aftermath. The pain hit me like a summer rain. There was a second of nothing at all, I realized it was starting, and then I was treated to buckets of it. I writhed, my ribs screaming in agony, trying to find some position where the pain would be less and failing. I felt like a hot poker was being shoved into the spot on my ribs where I'd taken the hit the previous night. Hey, Gru said, you're okay. You're in one piece. I shook my head, unable to catch my breath. Each time I inhaled, it seemed to double the pain. You gotta stand, T-Skitter. Stand up. More through Gru's efforts than my own, I was helped to my feet. Every movement exacerbated the pain in my chest. I gingerly touched the site of the gunshot. Flecks of what looked like glass fell as I ran my hand over the cloth. Still couldn't breathe. The explosion had ignited every piece of rubbish at this end of the road that stood taller than the inch-high water level. Gru and I weren't, thankfully, blazing. My hair hadn't been ignited either, and perhaps most importantly, we hadn't been pulverized by the shockwave. It hadn't been a huge explosion, but it had been substantial enough. I looked for our opponent, and I saw Mannequin virtually unscathed, lying in the shallow water. The blast had knocked him sprawling, but he'd disconnected his parts so only lengths of chain attached each. An application, perhaps, of that martial arts principle. How did it go? An oak is broken by the hurricane's winds, but the supple willow only bends? He was already pulling himself together. There was barely a mark on him. Run, Gru said. I was about to voice an agreement when I saw Bastard lurch to his feet. The chain leading to his muzzle wasn't in my hand. Bastard pounced on Mannequin, taking one of the villain's arms in his jaws. Clenching, he began whipping Mannequin around like a rag doll. Twice, Mannequin's lower body was bludgeoned against the nearby wall. Yeah, didn't expect us to be that tough, did you? Mannequin turned the tables in a second. Between one of Bastard's shakes and the next, the villain stopped flopping around. I realized he'd ejected the knives from his toes and staked them in Bastard's neck and snout for leverage. His one free hand dangled at his side. Moving was agony, but I was lurching towards them in a half-run before I fully realized why. Mannequin raised his free hand and pointed it at Bastard's left eye. I caught his arm and hauled it back in the same moment he fired. Bastard repaid my kindness by whipping Mannequin to one side, striking me. Both Mannequin and I fell sprawling to the ground. No sooner had I fallen than Gru was there to help me up. He was slower than I was with that granular buckshot in his leg, so he'd only just caught up. Mannequin on the ground, Bastard off to one side, largely untrained with no master and nobody holding his chain, Gru and I both helping one another stand. That vibrating mouth of Mannequin's was going again, puffing gas into the air, maybe to buy himself some breathing room from the dog. Bastard, stay, I said. What commands had I heard bitch give her dogs? Off. Couldn't say whether Bastard obeyed or if he just didn't want to attack anyways. I had to check twice to see that there wasn't anything burning in Mannequin's immediate vicinity. No stray garbage to ignite the gas, sadly enough. I looked behind me, and saw that the flames were raging. Even the water's surface was on fire. How? Had there been some chemical nearby, or something in the gas that transferred to the water's surface? Our avenue of retreat was shrinking. Whatever. I reached behind my back and retrieved 2 items. The change purse was the first. I popped it open. A variety of quarters, dimes, and nickels, all kept in place with wadded tissue, and a few small paper packets of smelling salts. It was stupid to be carrying change around, really, but I'd wanted to have some on hand since it had crossed my mind during my first night out in costume. I grabbed a tissue and tore it, once, then twice, until I had a series of strips. Then I ignited them with the lighter, the item I'd grabbed with my other hand. Dragonflies gripped the burning tissues in the instant I let them fall from my fingers. Mannequin shut his mouth, stepping back. Half of the tissues went out or were dropped by the burned dragonflies before they got close enough. Which meant that the other half made it. The gas ignited for a second time, but I didn't get to see it. Gru shielded us with his darkness once more. Whether it was to dampen the shockwave or keep us from being blinded by the light or something else, I didn't know. I could only trust that it worked. The darkness dissipated, we were standing, Mannequin wasn't. A whistle from Bitch's direction and a signal that was too brief for me to catch sent Bastard forward. With Bitch's condition, I couldn't imagine how she handled it, but she managed to pump Bastard up. He grew to half again the size he'd been, roughly as large as a small car, and when he bit down on Mannequin's arm this time, he broke the material. He adjusted his grip until he had Mannequin's lower body and legs in a hold, but the material there proved sturdier. 2 arms in 2 fights, I thought, with a grim satisfaction. The flames at our back were getting a touch too close for comfort, so I stepped forward, supporting Gru. His arm around my shoulder, we approached as close as we dared to Bastard's mayhem. Sirius was hauling himself out of the rubble, with Bitch in the arch that formed with his front legs, chest, and the ground. She stood, shaky, still breathing funny, making rhythmic facial motions like she was swallowing convulsively or gagging. Gru limped over to Bitch's side. She couldn't stand without Sirius's support, but Sirius was shoring up the rubble with his body. Gru gave her the support she needed and the pair of them made their way towards us. Sirius stepped away from the wall and the rubble he'd been holding up tumbled to the ground, and he returned to his master's side. Bastard, Gru said. Monster. Freak. Gru took Bitch's hand and placed it on my shoulder. She didn't pull away. Once he was sure we were both standing, he stepped away. Bending down with an excruciating slowness, Gru picked up a piece of rubble that had to have weighed 50 or 60 pounds, roughly cone-shaped. Bitch seemed to follow his line of thinking. Sirius, hold. The dog lurched forward and placed both front paws on Mannequin's body, pinning his arm and chest. Bastard growled at the one who was intruding on his quarry, and Sirius growled back. Bastard quieted. It seemed he didn't fully realize that he was bigger, more dangerous, and less injured. He was too used to being the puppy, with Sirius as the full-grown one. Gru limped around the scene until he stood over Mannequin's body. Ignore the head, I said, quiet. Nothing important in there. I'm not joking. It's a decoy. Get him in the chest. Gru nodded and hefted the chunk of rubble until it was over his head, point facing forward. Would it puncture? Hard to say. Worth a try. Do it, Bitch growled, beside me. Killed Lucy. Bentley too, maybe, I said, quiet. I'm sorry. I don't know if he made it. There was no way to save him. Do it, she repeated herself. Gru didn't get a chance. An eruption of fire tore through our surroundings. Not an explosion. There was no shockwave, and barely any noise. It was more like a push, intensely hot and brief. We were knocked sprawling, dog and human alike. The agony in my ribs hit me worse than ever as I was knocked flat onto my back in the water and a huff of air was struck from my lungs. No, Gru said. You can't interfere. The Protectorate? It would be disastrous if the Protectorate. No. I fixed my eyes on the scene. Much worse than the Protectorate. Burnscar tapped her finger to one side of her nose. I won't tell if you don't. You can't assist him. They're your rules. Jack's rules, not mine. But fine, Burnscar said. Something about the tone in her voice, it sounded casual, but there was something in it that reminded me of Shadowstalker and Sophia. It wasn't angry like Shadowstalker was, but it had the same emptiness. I just hadn't really picked up on it in the past. Burnscar gave Mannequin a hand in getting to his feet. Cracks marred his lower body, and his left arm was a mess of cracked ceramic and pale grey organic pulp. I heard her murmur something. Mannequin shook his head. Burnscar said something else. He raised one hand, and Burnscar slapped it in a lazy high five. She turned towards us. There. He just tagged me in. Forfeited his turn. She cracked her knuckles, and every flaming piece of debris on the street became a pillar of fire, stretching vertically for the sky. The fire snaked over the surface of the water to cut off our avenues of retreat. My go. I'm taking round 2. Snare 13.4. Bad, 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 bad. Burnscar stood with Mannequin just behind her, sporting a red shirt and black jeans, cigarette burns running down her cheeks, and a dead look in her eyes. Bitch, Gru, Sirius, Bastard, and I stood a dozen feet away, walls of flame like bonfires barring our escape routes to the rear or sides. Droplets of rain fell all around us, making ripples on the inch-high water that flooded the street. The air was thick with the smell of smoke. We'd at least had time to mentally prepare for the idea of facing Mannequin. My strategy had been last minute, but I'd been in the right frame of mind to fight a tinker, to anticipate ambush and tackle someone with decent offensive abilities, strong defenses, and a crapton of tricks up his sleeve. Burnscar had flipped things on us, she was in a totally different ballpark from Mannequin. If I had to guess, her offensive capabilities were top-notch, even if they didn't break the scales like some other members of the Nine. I couldn't even guess where she fit on the spectrum of defensive ability, but she'd been with the Nine for a little while and she was still alive, so that was some indication. And utility? She had every trick a pyrokinetic like Lung had at his disposal and she could teleport through flames as well, opening up a mess of tricks and avenues of attack. Happy now? She asked Gru. Not so much. Bernskar's voice was flat, without humor, like an actor reading the lines from a script without actually emoting them. I am following the rules, now. Let's see. Trying to remember how this is supposed to go. Test you, you pass or fail, and then I kill you. You only kill bitch if she fails, I said. Opening my mouth was more automatic than intentional. The majority of my focus was on our current situation. Options. What avenues of attack did we have? What about self-defense or escape? I had my pepper spray. My knife and baton were available too, though I doubted my ability to dish out more hurt than I suffered in an exchange of hits with Bernskar. Gru had his darkness, and both of the remaining dogs were in okay shape. I had my bugs, but neither my costume nor my bugs would do well against the flame. I can still kill Tall, Dark, and Eerie and the alien girl, Bernskar said. Bug girl, I corrected. Don't really care. Bitch, the test is an old one, but it's good. We don't get to do it often enough, because it requires research. Got to do it with Cherish because she gave us the necessary info. Wasn't very bright, but she did. Now that she's on the team, she can give us all the info we need. You talk too much, bitch snarled. Get to the point or go the fuck away. You're going to have to face your greatest fear. Destroy any hold it has on you with violence, blood, and death. I don't want you to just conquer your fears. I want you to murder them, before anyone else can use your feelings for them against you. She put a special inflection on the word murder, making it clear she was being quite literal. I expected bitch to say something along the lines of I'm not afraid of anything. She didn't. Her eyes narrowed. I'm not going to fucking hurt my dogs. Not asking you to. Dogs are easy. Replaceable. Sure, you might cry when they bite the dust, you love them. The lack of inflection or emotion in Bernskar's voice made the words sound almost mocking. It's sweet. But that hole in your heart mends, time heals the wound, you get more dogs and you bounce back. I think you're underestimating how much she loves her dogs, I said, a wound like that never heals. Bitch turned her head just enough to give me a hard look. I'm not saying she doesn't, Bernskar shrugged. I'm saying the idea of losing them isn't what scares her the most. So forget the dogs. I'm not asking you to hurt them, maim them, murder them, or anything like that. Bitch glanced at Bastard. He was growling, barely audible, low and steady, and his hackles were raised. Were they still hackles if they were mostly fragments of calcified muscle and bone spikes? Kill them, Bernskar said. She pointed at Gru and I. Bitch laughed, if you could call it that. It was more of a snort, with zero humor to it. That's supposed to be my biggest fear? I don't give two shits about them. You do. They're the closest thing to a human connection you've had your entire life. Maybe you haven't thought it out loud to yourself, but you're terrified at the idea of losing them. You know as well as anyone else that this relationship with your team, it's like winning the lottery for you. Bitch scoffed. Sure, it's shitty as relationships go, Bernskar continued, anyone else would find it depressingly lame. But they're the best you'll get. The best you can hope for, because you're fucked up. Believe me, I know when someone's fucked up. Like I said, you talk too much. They're the best you'll ever get, and according to Cherish, you're losing them. Whatever bond you made with them, it's fucked up now. Maybe you did it, maybe them. Maybe both. But it's dying a slow death, dog girl. Rip off the band-aid and finish off these losers who aren't going to be your friends in a few weeks anyways. Do it, and I let you and your dogs walk away. Why the fuck should I listen to you? Because if you say no, if you try to run or walk away, if you attack me, I'll consider your test a fail. So. I'll have no reason to hold back. Your team dies, your dogs die, and you'll wish you were dead. Fuck you, bitch retorted, but she glanced at Gru and I could have sworn I saw doubt. Was it indecision? The way Bernskar had framed this, bitch either had to admit she cared about us and fight for our sake, or bitch could attack us to secure her safety and her dogs. I couldn't say which road she'd take, not with any kind of certainty. My gut told me it wouldn't be the answer I wanted. She's considering it. Which meant I had to take matters in my own hands. Bernskar held the advantage, and bitch was leaning her way. I needed to flip things and take that certainty away from her. I drew from the capsaicin-treated bugs in my armor compartment. There hadn't been any point in using them against Mannequin, but they might incapacitate Bernskar. The trick was catching her off guard. You're doing it wrong, Gru said. What? Did you even read the rules Jack gave us? Yes, Bernskar frowned. I did. Then why are you doing it differently than he did? Gru pointed at Mannequin. He was buying us time, using Mannequin's inability to talk and Bernskar's less than firm grasp to throw her off her stride. He didn't know it, but he'd also provided me with a distraction. My capsaicin-laced bugs made their way down my back and the backs of my legs. Near the surface of the shallow water, they spread out, sticking to shadows, the cover of burning rubbish and the darkness that swirled around Gru. Doing it differently? This isn't that complicated, Bernskar said. How's it going to look if you do it wrong? I imagine Mannequin's going to get punished for fucking up, Gru said, but he at least tried. If you screw up here, right at the beginning, you really think your team is going to be impressed? No, they're going to be embarrassed. And I bet they'll take it out on the person who embarrassed them. Mannequin tapped on Burnscar's shoulder. She turned, and he parted his mouth slightly before drawing an X over it with one finger. Mannequin says you're lying. Crap. My bugs weren't in position to attack yet. You really going to gamble on that? Gru asked. Yeah, Burnscar said. The flames around us swelled in size. I had no time left for subtlety. I gave the order for my bugs to attack directly, closing the distance by the fastest and most obvious routes available. They rose from every corner and shadow in the area, approaching Burnscar from every direction. I directed them towards the exposed skin of her hands, ankles, face, and neck. The second they landed, they bit, stung and clawed at her. I even felt a few touch her face. Then I felt her move. For an instant, I thought she had some kind of enhanced strength or speed that let her throw herself to one side like she did. Except it wasn't her. It was Mannequin that moved, throwing her to one side, so she landed in the midst of a flaming pile of trash. The bugs on her were burnt to a crisp and she promptly disappeared. Run! Gru shouted. Bitch hauled on Bastard's chain, shouting, go. She climbed halfway onto Sirius' back, unable to climb up higher with her injured leg. Gru and I followed as Bastard crashed into one of the walls of flame, sending burning trash flying and spreading out the flaming water. Bitch rode Sirius through the break and Gru and I hurried after. Hot. I stumbled as the heat built. I was supporting Gru as best as I was able with the pain in my ribs protesting even the slightest movements of my arm, let alone trying to support a nearly grown teenage boy. The heat of the flames increased. I think we could have made it if it was just 1 or 2 steps, but it wasn't. 5 paces failed to carry us out of the flames. We were too slow to keep up with Bastard and make use of the way he was scattering the flames for us. I fell in the same moment we finally got free of the flames, and Gru fell with me. There wasn't fire underneath us, but I could still feel the heat, intense, accompanied by a blinding pain. I was on fire. The water was too shallow to extinguish the fires as they licked around us, and even rolling in it failed to do anything substantial. Gru smothered us in darkness. I'd fought alongside him before, I'd been under the effects of his power countless times, but this was different. I was hurting, I wanted to find solutions, and now I couldn't see. I couldn't even use my swarm sense to assess the situation, because the flames Burnscar had spread around the area were limiting my bugs' movements. Our enemies, Mannequin and Burnscar, were similarly out of my reach. I felt a swelling panic as I thrashed, trying to immerse myself. I felt something heavy on top of me, then 3 quick taps on my shoulder. A signal? Gru. I didn't fight him as he used what must have been his jacket to pat me down and splash water onto me. I felt the water touch bare skin. The pain and the heat continued as Gru hauled me to my feet, but the rational part of me knew he wouldn't do that if I was still on fire. I was burned. It hurt, but I wasn't in imminent danger from anything or anyone except Burnscar and Mannequin. Using my power, I found difficulty at every turn. Everywhere I sent my bugs, I encountered fire. I felt like a blind person tapping their cane around himself to get a sense of the surroundings, encountering only danger, destruction. A picture was gradually unfolding, and it was an ugly one. We ran, Gru leading the way. We fell 4 times. My legs and back were burned, Gru had his injured leg, and we were running slightly downhill. He was clutching my shoulders hard enough that it hurt, and leaning heavily on me with every other step, while my legs had none of the strength needed to support him. When we moved past the darkness, we were standing in the midst of the shattered boardwalk. We half slid and half climbed down the ruined area to the beach, and walked over to the water's edge. From our new vantage point, we could see what Burnscar had done. My territory was on fire. Gru's shadows still covered the ground levels of the area, but I could make out the tops of the taller buildings. Not every building burned, but there were enough. Rain fell around us, but it wouldn't matter against a blaze like that. In the gloom, the plumes of smoke that were as thick around as any building appeared black against the light grey backdrop of grey rain clouds. Come on, Taylor, Gru said. He tried to pull me to my feet, and I didn't move. We can deal with all that later. Right now, we've just got to get away. We survive. Survive, I muttered. I'd been prepared to die against Mannequin if it meant removing one monster from the world. It was a pretty good indication of how much I valued my life at these days. I'd cut ties with my dad, dropped out of school, helped get Lung arrested and started chain of events that had led to the ABB terrorizing tens of thousands of people. I'd served as a distraction so a power-hungry supervillain could kidnap a girl and keep her drugged up in some underground cell for months. I'd stood by to let a man die. I'd become a full-fledged villain. Pledged to protect people and then let them die horribly. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. What the hell had I been thinking, wanting to become a superhero? Come on, Gru urged me. I stood, leaning against the concrete wall that divided the beach from the street above. Genesis is going to be there, I said. We need to go find her and help her. We're too hurt to do anything, Gru answered. Genesis can handle herself. She can always make a new body with her powers. And her real body? She had it sent to my lair. Gru paused. Your lair could be on fire. Exactly. He considered for a few moments. All right. Just let me call bitch. Don't. I stopped him as he got his phone in hand. What? A call at the wrong time, her ringer going off, it could mean alerting the enemy about her position or distracting her. Wait. He nodded, and we ran. Gru was letting his darkness dissipate, for the most part, as we were under cover and out of the way. We made our way to the storm drain, using the wall for support. We headed through the secured doors and into my cellar, then up the stairs to the main floor. My lair wasn't burning down, but I could see the faint flicker of flame on nearby buildings through the slits on the shutters. A quick investigation with my power showed that it wasn't anything serious. I set bugs in place as an early warning system. We headed straight for the bedrooms. I wasn't expecting to see what I did. There must have been 15 of them. Kids, none of them older than 10, some as young as 4. There were 3 to a bunk, sitting up or lying down. Charlotte was with them, the eldest. Don't be mad, she said, in a small voice. Mad. She spoke quietly, as if the kids wouldn't hear. I didn't know where else to take them. Sierra said we had to hide, that mannequin was coming. I saw him killing people without even moving. He went after families, but he was focused on the parents, not the kids. He killed them and let the kids run. Stop. My voice was harder than I meant it to be. I don't want to hear it. This is my failure. I didn't know where else to take them. You did good, I said. I sounded like Bernscar did. No emotion behind the words. Someone else should have come here. A girl or a woman, probably with an escort. Charlotte didn't answer, but moved aside. Genesis. Genesis slept on one of the bunks I'd set aside for my employees. Her face was contorted in an expression of concern. Average looks, if a little round-faced, she had long eyelashes, and her auburn hair was a mop. She had to sleep to use her power. Could we afford to disturb her? If we tried to move her and she woke up, would it mean taking her out of the middle of a fight where she could do something to Bernscar or Mannequin? Where are the rest of my people? I asked. Sierra divided us into teams and sent each of us in a different direction, telling us to get people to evacuate. I almost ran right into Mannequin. I hit and saw him attack. I felt out with my power, sticking exclusively to the building interiors, to avoid inadvertently barbecuing my bugs and frittering away my resources. I used the bugs in the area to try to get a head count. The geography and the spread of people in this area was becoming familiar to me. Very few were still alive and in this area. Too many had died. How many bodies were there? 30? 40? I didn't want to think about it. Charlotte, did you come in through the front door or the other entrance? I asked. Front door. I was thinking about taking these kids and running for it, but I didn't know if you'd want. Secrecy is not that important right now. Take them down to the storm drain and stay there. It's more or less fireproof, it's not going to collapse on their heads, and it's a better hiding spot than this. It seemed like getting orders invigorated her. Okay. Come on, guys. Get ready, shoes on, this way. The kids began to get sorted and follow Charlotte's instructions as she herded them out of the room, staying by the door to ensure nobody was left behind. There were no complaints and there was nothing like chatter or crying from the kids. How many of them had watched their parents die for them? They were so stoic, or shocked. Gru looked at me, what are you thinking? They take cover, we stay. I'm going to try to use my swarm to get a sense of where Genesis is and how the fight's going. The second things go south or this area gets too dangerous, we get her out of here. You'll need this, Charlotte said. I hadn't noticed it with all the people in the room. At the foot of the bunk, in the corner of the room, there was a folded-up wheelchair. Can't ever be easy. That might complicate things if we have to run for it, Gru said. I didn't have a response to that. Charlotte left with the kids, and we took the time to manage our wounds. I headed into the ground floor bathroom to run cold water over the burns on my legs and back. Gru sat on the toilet lid and began gathering the necessary things from the first aid kit. My power found Genesis, but only briefly. She was big, some sort of flying puffer fish with a hard exterior and tentacles. It was a hard image to piece together. She floated slowly over the streets, and the bugs that I had on her died as Bernscar pelted her. I tried to send some bugs after her, but she disappeared into the side of a burning building as they approached. I tried and failed to find where she'd teleport to. Frustrating. Whatever her destination, it was a place my bugs couldn't touch, so I had to wait for her to move away or start attacking from another vantage point. Nearly half a year ago, I'd gotten my powers when I was trapped in a locker, wanting to be anywhere but where I was then. I'd reached out, my mind extending out for something, anything to distract me and draw my focus away. I wasn't trapped in a locker, but I felt very close to how I had then. Except it wasn't the feeling that I was trapped. My powers range hadn't increased. It felt like that in a different way. We can't do this, I said. Gru had torn open his pants leg and was suturing one of the cuts. We can't endure this. We won't last. We got unlucky and took the brunt of it. We'll get a breather. Will we? These guys are experts in preying on weakness. They're going to target us and come after us until we can't defend ourselves, they'll kill us, then they'll go after Panacea or Arms Master or Hook Wolf, or Noel, and they'll do the same thing. Taylor. I pushed myself to a standing position. They're going to do the same thing they're doing to us, and they're not just going to win. They're going to ruin everything while they do it. Stop. I hobbled past him, and he grabbed my wrist. Between anger and the fact that my sleeve was wet with the water of the shower, I managed to rip my hand from his grip. Don't do that. What do you think you're going to do? I'm going out there. They're just bullies. They're powerful, they've got every advantage, but that's all the more reason we can't let them get away with this. I'll bait them out, or find where they're hiding. I can take Burnscar down if I can get the right bugs to bite her, or sting her enough times. I just have to do something. I can't just stay here and let them get away with this. You're so hurt you can barely walk. If they find you, you won't be able to run. Sick of running. He stood and followed me. He got ahead of me despite the fact that he was probably hurt worse than I was. I ducked around him, and he pushed me against a wall. Don't do this. If you want to get revenge on those guys, if you want to help your people, you need to stop, rest, recover and plan. I struggled briefly, but the pain in my ribs and the burn on my back made that far more trouble than it was worth, and it was already pretty futile. Hated this. Hated feeling weak, even if it was Gru I was comparing myself to. My bugs alerted me to movement from Genesis. I didn't say anything to Gru, and simply waited as she grabbed her wheelchair, unfolded it and transitioned into it, before wheeling out into the hallway. Did we wake you? Gru asked. No. I can't be woken by anyone except myself if I'm like that. It's more like a coma than sleep. You were watching me. Gru and I nodded. He must have felt self-conscious, because he backed off, letting go of me. I did note that he positioned himself between me and the end of the hallway. I wouldn't be able to run for the cellar or the front door without going past him. It didn't really matter. He was right. Maybe I would have gone on if he hadn't stopped me, using my anger and frustration to drive myself forward until I got myself killed. Gru and Genesis had, in their individual ways, interrupted that. I felt simultaneously angry at him and embarrassed that he'd had to stop me. What happened? I asked Genesis, trying not to look at Gru. She glanced between the two of us. Realized Mannequin was using a gas, got a form together to fight that and occupy him, like you recommended, but he wasn't there when I reformed. Burnscar was. Mannequin forfeited his turn. Burnscar went up next, I explained. Ah. You managed to stop her? Gru asked. No. I wasn't prepared to fight her, but she couldn't really hurt me either. She left. Can you get a body together to fight the fires? I asked, hugging my arms against my chest. I'll try. My reserves are low. Thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to stop them. Gru got his phone out while Genesis retreated back to her bunk. I made my way upstairs to curl up in the armchair. So many dead because I couldn't save them. I felt doubly guilty because my reasons for regretting their deaths were partially selfish. It was a death blow to my plans to seize my territory, earning Coil's respect and make inroads into saving Dinah, one way or another. I took off my mask and let it drop to the ground. My costume, I saw, was in tatters where it had burned. Our enemies were good, they were smart. Mannequin had been toying with us, and we'd taken that advantage and beat him to the ground with it. But every action was calculated. Cherish was informing them, Shatterbird was apparently smart in other ways, and Jack was the brains of the operation. Had Jack calculated things so everything would play out the way he wanted, like Mannequin was? Gru appeared at the top of the stairs. Bitch isn't replying. We should go look for her. Okay. You okay? Gru asked. Pissed. Me too. Though I get that you have more reason to be angry. I stopped, clenching my fists. I don't. I blinked back tears. Fucking contact lenses. He wrapped his arms around me in a hug. My face was mashed against his shoulder, his grip was too tight, my back was sore where his hand touched a spot near the burn. There was also that mess of awkwardness from when I'd confessed my feelings for him, that now seemed so minor and distant compared to everything that was going on. We'll get through this. No, I said, pulling away, not like this, we won't. We fight them every time they come, we're going to be worn out, exhausted from always being on our guard, and if these past fights have been any indication, we won't make it through 8 rounds of this. The way you phrase that, you don't sound like you did in the shower. I shook my head. No. Because I've realized Jack wants us to focus on each of his people, one by one, because he knows it's going to play out like it has so far, and that we won't make it through 8 rounds of this. Let's change that dynamic. We take out testers before they get their turn. We go on the offensive. Offensive? Dinah said that a direct attack would be suicide. So we go for the indirect attack. They want to play dirty? Let's play dirty back. Snare 13.5. Bentley had been turned on his back, and Sirius had one side of Bentley's ribs in his jaws, pulling. Bitch was holding the other side, tugging on it with her entire body in an effort to pull it apart. Bastard was chained to a streetlight, lying on the ground with his chin on his front paws. He had shrunk from the size he was before. She's alive. After Bitch had gone incommunicado, I'd worried Burnscar had gotten a hold of her. The flesh of the bulldog's monstrous form was decaying, sloughing off and putrefying into a liquid slop over the span of seconds. As the tissues connecting the bones disintegrated, they became loose, bending in place. Bitch was trying to get the ribcage apart before the remainder of the flesh collapsed in on the dog's real body. Found her, I spoke into my phone as I hurried towards her, my rain boots splashing. Yet. Contact the others about meeting. The pain in my legs made me gasp if I stretched my foot out the wrong way, and each gasp only triggered the pain in my ribs. The air was heated, though there were no fires in the immediate area. The hot, smoke-filled air combined with the pain in my ribs to punish even my shallower breaths. The fuck are you doing here? Bitch asked. I drew my knife and held it by the blade, extending the handle towards her. Helping. She didn't respond, but she took the knife and climbed partway into Bentley's body to start cutting him out of the protective sack. I stepped in and used my shoulder to help leverage the ribcage open. My legs screamed with the strain, but I could deal with the pain. It would be better to suffer some pain than let bitch get crushed inside Bentley's chest cavity. She climbed out with the bulldog draped over her arms, falling to her knees the second she was free. She laid Bentley down on the ground. Is he okay? She checked. He's breathing. Good. Her eyes narrowed. Don't act like you care. I do care. Fuck you. You heard what that psycho whore said and now you think I like you. I don't. I'm not thinking anything along those lines. You're probably already trying to figure out a way to use it against me. Fucking hate people like you. Manipulative, two-faced. Hey. I shouted, cutting her off. Sirius growled at me. Bitch brandished my own knife, pointing it at me. Do you know how much fucking simpler my life gets if I get rid of you? It doesn't. You might get the 9 off your case for a few days, but you'd be facing every test after that all on your own. Believe it or not, I'm on your side. I want to help you through this mess. Don't bother. Go, leave. The knife didn't waver. I'm not going anywhere unless you're coming with me. Getting cocky because you think I can't cut you. Don't forget that you can be chewed. I gave Sirius a glance, making sure to keep my head still so I didn't give off any sign of hesitation or doubt. If you were going to hurt me, you would have done it while Burnscar was threatening you. I don't like being told what to do, so no, I wouldn't have. I doubt that, I thought. You don't like being told what to do by a stranger, maybe, but I'd bet you could be happy if you had a stable environment and consistent leadership. If you carry out their tests and join them, they'll be telling you what to do for the rest of your life. I don't care about the test, she shouted. I could see Sirius tense, ready to attack. I just want to be left alone. I know the feeling. You don't know anything. Screw that. I jabbed a finger in her direction. Maybe my life hasn't sucked as much as yours did, but I've been there. I've been hounded every fucking day by people who only wanted to make me miserable. Every day, getting so tense that I'd feel like throwing up in the shower before leaving for school, and I'd have headaches before noon. I spent weeks hiding in the bathroom during lunch breaks because they wouldn't fucking ease up on me. Boo-hoo. I could tell you what I put up with. I shook my head, and took a deep breath. I forced myself to calm down before I spoke. I'm not interested in a pissing contest, Rachel. Because you'd lose. She poked the knife in my direction, as if to punctuate her statement. Because this isn't a competition, and yet, I'd lose. I'm trying to tell you that we're not that different. She scoffed. God, my legs and feet hurt. My ribs weren't exactly sunshine and rainbows either. I felt like I had to do something to distract myself. If it hadn't been my legs that hurt, I would have wanted to pace back and forth, or run, or something. I tried to focus on bitch. Fine. Don't believe me. Here's the nitty-gritty facts, then. You're a member of our team. We need you, and whether you like it or not, you need us. She scowled. Don't say you don't. Don't say you could manage on your own. You've seen these guys, and you're not stupid. She looked down at Bentley, putting one hand in front of his snout, as if to check he was still breathing. All you're spewing out of your mouth hole are words. You only want to help yourself. I wished there was something I could have hit, something I could have thrown. I settled for an enraged groan. What's it going to take to convince you? Why can't you understand that I can and have put myself in harm's way for you? That despite all the shit between us and everything we've gone through, you're my friend. You are not my friend. She didn't look up at me as she uttered the words. Fine. I've accepted that. But you're my friend, even if I don't like you half the time. You're my teammate. We're similar. The only difference is that you went through your shit years ago, and I just got through dealing with mine a few weeks after I joined this team. We've traveled down the same paths. Whether you like it or not, we're kindred spirits. We both struggle with the social I trailed off. Bitch had reacted to something I'd said towards the end there, flinched, almost. I sighed. This isn't accomplishing anything. I looked at my territory. The plumes of smoke had turned the sky a grey-black in color, some of which glowed faintly orange with the reflected light of the fires. The occasional spark floated through the air from one of the fires that burned around a nearby corner. She broke the lingering silence. Coyle told me that people would leave me alone if I got powerful enough. If I had allies, if I had money, if I scared my enemies enough. When was this? Before I joined the Undersiders. He didn't tell me who he was. Left me a phone with some cash, then called me a while later. Fucking words that sounded good. Learned my lesson. She'd spent years on her own, on the streets with only the company of her dogs, running any time a cop or cape came after her. I itched to ask her if she'd suddenly had an increase in the amount of trouble she faced before she came to Brockton Bay. Trouble that could be precipitated by a certain ambitious supervillain? No, it wasn't the time. You know that joining the 9 would get you the opposite of that. It wouldn't be the kind of power that gets you left alone. It would be a life of being constantly chased, always in the company of people who are 10 times as manipulative and two-faced as you think I am. I know, she spat. She picked up Bentley, then adjusted her grip to touch his nose with one hand. Whatever. Down to brass tacks. I gave her a second to cool down, then spoke. They killed your dog, hurt Bentley, killed my people and torched my territory. I want to take these fuckers down, no holds barred, and we're going to need your help if we want to pull it off. Screw going on the defensive, You had me at no holds barred, she growled, rising from her crouch. I didn't dare to open my mouth, not with the risk of angering her and changing her mind. I nodded instead. Together, we limped back to my lair. Every step I took was a chore. Where Gru and I had supported each other, Bitch didn't offer me anything. It bothered me a little. We could have ridden Sirius if we'd cooperated to help each other onto his back, but that wasn't apparently in the cards. My bugs found Genesis a few blocks away. Or, rather, they found something that approximated a blend between a slug and a rabbit. My bugs identified 2 bulbous eyes, 2 tentacles or floppy ears and a body that hugged the ground. The insects I had resting on the surface of the water could feel it flowing up into the sides of the slug. A small mouth jetted streams of it at the fires of a building near her. I assumed it was Genesis. Educated guess. One of these days, I was going to run up against something strange and assume it was her, only to be unpleasantly surprised. I drew words and symbols with the bugs. Shortly after, the flow of the water stopped and the consistency of her body began to break down. She was on her way back. Charlotte had taken the kids away, so my lair was empty as we made our way inside. Bitch assessed the area and then headed into the bathroom, going for the first aid kit. Want help? She glared at me. Answer enough. I headed upstairs and stripped my mannequin of the costume I'd largely completed. Then I removed my rain boots and began the torturous process of peeling out of the costume I was wearing. I'd put off investigating the damage in favor of finding Bitch sooner. Removing my mask wasn't a problem, but unstrapping my armor and getting my arms out of the sleeves made my ribs ache. A fresh bruise had layered on top of the old one, black and purple over a purple-green. I had to pause for a minute to catch my breath before I began on the legs. I'd been wearing waterproof tights under my costume, and I cringed to think of the fact that I'd been wading in filthy water with the injuries exposed. I got the first aid kit I'd brought down from my room and found a pair of tweezers. Tatters of melted plastic from the leggings clung to the creases and edges of the burn. Slowly, carefully, I worked my way down, removing the black fragments, digging in where necessary. Every area I cleaned, I disinfected. The largest burn covered my right heel, the top of my foot, and half of my calf, but the toes were okay. The other marked the left ankle, heel, and a patch small enough to cover with my hand on the shin. There was less damage, but there was more melted spandex crusting it. If I had second-degree burns, it would be there. The disinfectant virtually hissed as it touched my burns. I applied it liberally, then got out the gauze and antibiotic cream. It hurt as much as the lingering effects of Bakuda's pain grenade, but there was also the knowledge that it would take forever to heal. I wouldn't be able to wear skin-tight leggings over the injured area. Bastards. This pain was nothing compared to what they'd subjected my people to. How many people had lost parents, loved ones, friends? Homes? I couldn't even complain to myself about the burn without feeling guilty. Genesis was the first one to arrive upstairs, carried by one of her remotely controlled images, a crude rendering of a man who draped her in a chair and then faded as she woke. I couldn't put out any of the major fires, she said. For someone who had just spent 4/5 of the day sleeping, she looked exhausted. Thank you for trying. I took the wire cutters to the inside of my burned costume's leggings. Each squeeze got me only half an inch of cut material. What next? I've outlined a basic plan with Gru. He contacted the others. They should be arriving shortly, and we'll all discuss it together. Tattletale doesn't think burn scar's going to come back anytime soon, but I've laid out spider silk tripwires over the area, just in case. A plan of attack. It's easier if we wait until everyone's arrived before I get into it, so I'm not repeating it too many times. Might even be smarter, if Cherish is looking in and trying to read my emotions to figure out what we're doing. Attack. Being careful and being on the defensive isn't getting us anywhere. It's keeping us alive. I shook out my costume and examined it. Progress was too slow. I put down the wire cutters and got the plastic lighter from my utility compartment. I proceeded to burn through the material on the inside of the leggings, from the cut I'd made all the way to the crotch, then back down the other side, putting out any flame that lingered. I was nearly done when I finally responded, I don't think it is. We're still dying. It's just, slower. Can you honestly tell me we're going to survive another 2 confrontations like this? So you want to be aggressive instead? Suffer a fast death? Yes to the first part, no to the second. Look, they're good because they're experienced. Jack has been doing this for years. He knows the exact balance he needs to strike, to be unpredictable enough that we can't plan against them, but clever enough that we can't catch them off guard. But you want to try. To catch them off guard, I mean. Yet. It's suicide. Like, what are the odds you're going to make it through a 3rd round? If we have a 50-50 chance of dying in a given confrontation, that's, what, a 1 in 8 chance. You're better at math than I am. Sure. Except we're not going to fight them head-on. Tell me, what are the limits on your abilities? There really aren't any. If it makes sense, if it's self-sustaining, with organs and an energy supply, it's easier on me. I don't need to take up as much of the load with personal effort. Bigger and denser forms are more taxing, too. What about materials? What can you use to put a body together? I don't know. I can control it, sorta, but my power chooses for me. I visualize it as I use my power, I drift off, and I go into that sort of twilight state when you're just barely almost asleep, and your mind wanders. Anything I haven't firmly put together in my head gets filled in with the stray thoughts and imagination. I never put too much effort into the material, unless I wanted something like armor or stone skin. So ridiculously powerful. If I had her power, damn it. And special abilities? You can give them to your forms. I have to visualize the mechanism, the organs, or whatever that make it work. I only have a limited time before I'm knocked out, so time I spend on that is time I'm not working on other stuff. Like the form I was just using, you didn't see it, but I saw it. Right. The bugs, right. Well, I visualized the water suction system and the water gun, but because I didn't focus on the body, it didn't have arms or legs, and it was slow, and because it didn't have vital organs, it drained me. Okay. I held up my costume with the legs and feet reduced to tatters. I turned my attention to a box behind my chair, tucked beneath a shelf of terrariums. A small tide of roaches lifted it and carted it to me. Inside were the scraps of fabric and mask left behind after Mannequin's first retreat. I hadn't wanted to spare any material. Why are you asking? Trying to assess the resources we have at our disposal. I heard a car door slam outside. That would be either Gru or a collection of the others. Genesis used her hands to shift her position in her seat. I glanced at her legs. They were thin. Atrophy. She'd been in a wheelchair for a while. When I looked up, I saw she'd caught me looking. If you have a question, I'd rather you ask than keep wondering. I felt my face heat up, and quickly turned my attention to the fabric of my old costume. I used the roaches to arrange a patchwork on the floor, using the tattered scraps. My spiders crawled from the terrariums to begin connecting the pieces. It didn't have to be pretty. Really? Ask. Were you disabled because of your power? A side effect, or something that happened in costume? She shook her head. I've been in a chair since I was 4. No, if anything, it's the other way around. Other way around? My first thought was trigger event. The second was, maybe that idea about people being stronger if they get their powers at a younger age is true after all. As I mentally categorized my musings, I felt them connect with a bunch of other thoughts. Of the 6 travelers, 3 were among the more powerful capes in Brockton Bay that I'd met. In terms of sheer destructive effect, Sundancer and Ballistic were top-notch. Genesis was top of the line in sheer utility and versatility, a combatant that could endlessly return to the battlefield with whatever form she wanted, provided that her real body was left unmolested. Topping it off, Noelle was apparently so powerful she had to be kept in quarantine. Trickster was impressive, if not quite in the same class as his teammates, and I had no idea what Oliver was all about, since he didn't have powers, as far as I knew. How had they come together? If I ran with the theory that Genesis somehow had her trigger event at 4 and was more powerful as a result, did that mean the other powerful members of the group had done something similar? If so, how were they connected? Or was I thinking along the wrong lines? My bugs counted the people who'd exited the car and were heading through the storm drain. A group. The others are coming in. Your team and Regent. She smiled a little, but it was almost a sad expression. Resigned. Back when I'd first talked with Sundancer, I could remember asking her about her experience with the travelers. What was it she'd said? Intense, violent, lonely. Lonely despite the fact that they were constantly in each other's company. I couldn't exactly remember what Sundancer's explanation for that loneliness had been. It had been vague, hadn't it? Seeing Genesis's expression, I suspected Sundancer wasn't the only one who felt that way. The others made their way upstairs, followed by Bitch. They gathered around my room, all standing. I moved to stand, myself, but Trickster gestured for me to stay seated. You okay? Regent asked. Alive. Hurts like hell. Through my swarm sense, I felt a truck park outside. Gru let himself in through the front door. Before long, all were present. Gru dialed Tattletale and put the phone on speaker. Yo, her voice came through. Me and Coil here. Skitter wants to attack the 9, remove a tester before they get their turn. Trickster whistled. Risky. Look at it this way, I said. How many police forces and super teams have tried to beat the 9? How many divisions of the Protectorate or alliances of Cape teams have tried to beat them? Lots, Trickster said. Too many to count. The 9 play things like my team does on good days. They pick their fights, avoiding confrontations or disappearing when they aren't certain they can win. When they do fight, they hit where it hurts. We do that. Look at what Regent did to Shadow Stalker, what I did to Lung on both occasions. And they terrorize their victims. We do the same thing, unintentionally or not. Gru is scary with the darkness, Bitch's dogs make people shit themselves. Me? Everyone's at least a little creeped out by bugs. Tattletale and Regent are unnerving in a whole different way. The 9 are us on steroids. That's not a very flattering comparison. Gru folded his arms. No. But I think it's on target, and I don't think it's a total coincidence that they wound up considering 2 members of our group for the 9, cherished motivations aside. So let's avoid playing things like Jack wants us to, let's not do things the way better heroes have tried and failed. We play this like they play this. Unpredictable, calculated recklessness, we don't get caught up in a fight, and we think through every part of the plan. Gru shook his head a little, as if in response to some thought that crossed his mind. You will have my assistance, Coil said, Jack needs to die, and you'll have access to all of my resources should you move forward. All right. Thanks. Bitch is on board, I think. Bitch nodded. Everyone needs to be willing to do this if we're going to move forward. I'm not just talking about attacking these guys. Sundancer, Ballistic, you guys have been holding back for a long time. I know it's asking a hell of a lot, but, are you guys prepared to kill? Silence hung in the air for a few long seconds. Yeah, Ballistic said. If it's monsters like that? I think I could. Sundancer hesitated. She hugged her arms against her body, lips pursed. Mars, Trickster said, his voice quiet, you've killed before. Accidentally. I thought back to her hesitation to use her power, back when we'd fought Oni Lee and Lung together. These guys aren't bystanders, they're not people, Ballistic said. They don't even resemble people. They're freaks, monsters. The worst this planet has to offer. It's not that simple. By killing them, you're saving dozens, even hundreds of people, I said. It's not that simple. It really is, I replied. I don't think we need an answer now, but you need to let us know before we begin. What else do you need? Lisa asked, through the phone. We can't do anything until you find them. I know the local technology is down, but the local police and Capes brought in emergency communications, just like Coil did for us. I've been listening in on the radio transmissions. Narrowing it down. I could pull an all-nighter, listen in, and figure it out. That's as good an excuse as any, Gru said. If I'm going to help with this, I need to know that you're on the ball. I don't do this unless everyone that's going to be on the battlefield gets 6 hours of sleep before we begin. By that time, Tattletale will have a location. He faced me square on as he said it. I don't have normal sleep patterns, Genesis replied, in fact, I need to be awake to recharge. Exceptions allowed, of course, Gru said, without turning away from me. 6 hours of sleep, with everything I had on my conscience? Sure, I lied. But we attack first thing in the morning, or as soon as Tattletale pins them down. First chance, he agreed. Is there any possibility that we could deploy Noelle? I asked Trickster. No, Trickster said. If she's as powerful as you say. If Noelle used her power in this battle you're talking about, everyone loses. The travelers were way too fond of that line. Then, Coil, what kind of munitions do you have? Most. I can provide virtually anything, given time, but for tomorrow morning? Well, tell me what you need. I'm thinking explosives. How much can you provide? Hold on, Lisa cut in. You're talking about Ballistic and Sundancer using their powers without limits, you want to use Noelle, now explosives. And I'm talking about me using Black Widows, brown recluses and every nasty bug I have at my disposal. I'm talking about us packing guns and grenades. All of us. No holds barred. Trickster rubbed his chin. Okay. They broke the unspoken rules between Capes, so there's no reason to actually follow those rules. Sure. But do you actually have a plan? Yes, I replied. Keep in mind that this could change pretty dramatically depending on where we find them and what they're up to when we run into them. There were some nods from the others around the room. My bugs had finished connecting the tattered pieces of fabric. It wasn't pretty, but a few tugs to test it showed it was as sturdy as anything I'd made. I draped it over my lap. Until my legs healed, I'd be wearing my new costume for my upper body, with the tattered cloth as a skirt to protect my burned legs. Then I told them what we'd be trying to do. Snare 13.6. We set up and act the second they stop moving, Gru's voice sounded through the walkie-talkie. Be ready to move the instant Cherish alerts them. We maintain unbroken line of sight over the 9 and between our squads. Notify us and change position if you lose sight of M. Everyone knows what they're doing. Various assents could be heard through the walkie-talkies. Maybe I should ask if anyone's unsure about what they're doing, he asked. There was no response. Good. Hold positions. The strategy was mine, but Gru was more comfortable than I was as a battlefield commander. I was okay with him taking charge here. Preferred it. I raised my binoculars. 7 members of the 9 were strolling down the street. Jack, Bonesaw and Siberian were at the head of the group, and Jack was using his knife to try to cut down anyone he saw who didn't get under cover fast enough. It was almost an idle amusement, rather than some mission or task he'd undertaken. Most escaped, and he didn't go to any particular effort to chase them down, as though he were conserving his strength. Cherish, Mannequin and Shatterbird were in the middle of the group, Crawler behind them, trailing behind with languid, casually effective movements that resembled those of a cat. At the very back of the group, trailing even behind Crawler, was a hulk of a man who I took to be Hatchet Face. He looked like he was rotting alive, and there were grafts of flesh and mechanical replacement parts filling in the gaps. The majority of my attention was on Cherish. Through the lenses of the binoculars, I focused on her face. I watched the movements of her eyes, her facial expressions, and the tension in her hands. Nothing she'd done thus far had indicated she was aware of us. Her attention seemed more focused on the handful people Jack had cut down. As they walked, she looked down at each of the wounded and dying with the detached interest one might have for a car accident by the side of the highway. She hadn't opened her mouth since we'd caught up with their group. I so wanted to jump in and save those people. But it would be suicide. Our priority was stopping the 9. Part 1 of the plan was simple. Up until the point we engaged, we stayed as far away as we could while maintaining a visual and some ability to act. We knew Cherish's power was more effective as she was closer to her targets. If there was any element of surprise to be had, we'd have it by striking from a distance. I spared a glance at Mannequin, changing the focus of my binoculars to the man in white. Again, he'd replaced his parts. His form resembled what I'd seen the first time I'd encountered him. I turned my attention back to Cherish. Shatterbird was saying something to her, her lips moving in the rhythms of speech beneath the glass beak/visor that covered the upper half of her face. She was using her hands to punctuate her words. Cherish didn't respond. From the length of Shatterbird's speech, I took it to be some kind of monologue or lecture. "Hey," Sundancer said from beside me, 10 or so seconds until we lose them behind that building over there. A quick check confirmed she was right. The direction their group was traveling would take them out of sight. I picked up the walkie-talkie, moving forward. "You guys have eyes on them?" "Yeah," Gru reported. "That would be our second squad." "Yep," Trickster said, from the third. I was already sitting side saddle on Bentley, with Bitch ahead of me. My burned legs didn't afford me much grip with my calves, so we'd taken a loop of the chain that surrounded Bentley and wound it under and over my lap and around my waist to secure me in place, connecting it with a carabiner in case I needed to get off fast. I put one arm around Bitch for further support, and scooted forward to make room for Sundancer. "Go," Bitch hissed the words the second Sundancer was in position. Bentley lunged forward, leaping to the next rooftop and landing with enough force that I wasn't sure I could have stayed seated if I'd been riding normally. Bentley was more of a bruiser than the other two dogs, with his front half adding up to almost twice the mass of the rear. It made him weaker at the long-distance leaps than any of the dogs I'd ridden thus far, but his powerful upper body also made him a strong climber. It also meant he had the raw strength to carry 3 of us in the pair of heavy metal boxes that we'd strapped to his sides. Our progress wasn't fast, but we did make our way up the side of the next building, Bentley's claws digging into the windowsills as he slowly and methodically ascended. From that building it was one more leap and a short climb to the roof of the tallest building in the area. I released my death grip on the chains and got the binoculars and walkie-talkie out. In position on the domain's soft tower. Location of the 9. Lord and Tillman, Trickster answered me. I found the intersection. Once I had the right general area, it wasn't hard to spot them. Crawler was conspicuous. Found them, I informed the others. Our setup put Gru, Ballistic and Sirius directly behind the 9, along with the metal cases of supplies we'd strapped to Sirius' sides. Trickster and Regent were mounted on Genesis, who had taken a form not unlike the dogs. The trio were positioned to the 9's left. By contrast, my group, with Sundancer, Bitch, and Bentley, were positioned to their right. Each of us were a little over 1,000 feet away from the 9, 3 city blocks, give or take. It meant my allies were out of range of my powers. It was a drawback, but I hoped it would balance out. "They're moving with purpose," Tattletale sounded over the walkie-talkie. Trickster was sending her ongoing video with a camera and directional microphone. "I think they're heading to Dolltown." "Dolltown. Parian's territory," Ballistic said. "She controls these giant stuffed animals. Cordoned off an area in my district before I made my claim. I haven't gotten around to dealing with her yet, with the 9 and all. They're probably trying to bait the heroes out," Tattletale said, "killing in the streets, then attacking one of the safe territories that aren't controlled by us. ETA for them getting to their destination?" I asked. "1 minute," Tattletale spoke. "Moving up," Gru reported. "You guys maintain visual." Jack was still attacking everyone he spotted. How many lives would be lost in the meantime? Worse, would Cherish notice our presence, or would Jack look for civilians and spot one of us on a rooftop blocks away? Going into this with the element of surprise was almost too much to hope for. I put my walkie-talkie down, but I kept my eyes on Cherish. She hadn't spoken, and there was no change in her posture. "Gru," Trickster said, "get in position fast. I see the area where Parian marked off her territory. If they're going to stop, they're going to stop here." I used the binoculars and found the area in question. Yellow spray paint, raincoats and scarves had been used to form a line across a street. Gru didn't respond, but that could easily be because he was focusing on writing. "Just in case," I asked, "you have eyes on him, Trickster?" "Yeah. Gru and Ballistic are heading up to a spot where they can see everyone." "No danger." "No danger." It was a loaded statement. Burnscar wasn't here, but Tattletale was 90% certain that the pyrokinetic teleporter was off tracking down one of the hero candidates or Hookwolf to give them their tests. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I knew that between one of these heartbeats and the next, one of the 9 could spot us. If it was Jack or Shatterbird, we could be dead or bleeding out less than a second later. "Set up," Gru ordered. I unclipped the carabiner and hopped down. Working alongside Bitch and Sundancer, I helped bring the boxes we'd strapped to Bentley's side to the edge of the rooftop. We hurried back, Sundancer giving me a hand up. I almost didn't feel the pain of my legs with the tension and adrenaline that thrummed through me. Or maybe that was the industrial strength painkillers Coil had provided. I didn't want to think about the fact that the drugs I'd taken might be the same ones that he'd used to drug Dinah. A quick sweep verified that the area around Dolltown was largely empty of people. The flooding was bad here, and only Parian's place was really on high enough ground to be free of it. "Just to make sure," I asked, "Tattletale? How many bystanders? Going by the video feed? Guessing there's between 8 and 20 people in the buildings around you." "Then I'm set," I replied. I strapped the seatbelt chain around my waist and hips and reconnected the carabiner. Other voices echoed mine, confirming they were ready. Halfway across the roof, Sundancer began forming her miniature sun. I checked on the others with my binoculars. Trickster and Regent were crouched at the corner of one building, and Genesis was dissolving. "Good. Gru and Ballistic were arguing. I was pretty sure. I could see Gru grabbing Ballistic's shoulder with one hand and pointing at the 9 with the other. What's going on, Gru? I asked. He's chickening out. He's supposed to handle Cherish. I glanced at the 9. No sign of anything from her. She was standing apart from the rest of the group, her arms folded. She looks like someone I used to know, Ballistic said, as if that was some kind of answer. Who? Trickster asked. Sadie. From 7th grade. Nope, Trickster replied. Not in the slightest. Your head's fucking with you. Get the job done. But. Trickster's voice was as hard as I'd ever heard it. Now. Remember the deal we made. Our promise to each other and to Noelle. Don't fuck this up. Ballistic hesitated. Through the scope of my binoculars, I could see him holding the football-sized warhead in his hands. She's a human being, someone with feelings, and tastes and. Regent was the one who cut him off this time, and she's someone that has forced parents to mutilate and kill their kids and she made them enjoy it. Then she left them to live with the aftermath. Regent sounded remarkably calm given the situation. She's my sister. If anyone has a right to get sentimental, it's me, and I'm saying it's okay to off her, he finished. Ballistic broke off. I shifted my attention to the 9. Jack, Siberian, and Bonesaw were moving past the yellow lines. And Cherish. Cherish was turning to look in Gru and Ballistic's direction. I could see her almost bounce in place as she got her feet under her and started sprinting, her mouth opening. Cover blown. I shouted into the walkie-talkie. Taking my finger off the button, I called out, Trickster, Sundancer. Sundancer sent her son soaring around to the 9, taking the long route so it could cut them off. In that same moment, Trickster pointed a sniper rifle at a corpse on the street and swapped Cherish's position with it. Part 2 of the plan, after finding them and getting into our positions, was to remove Cherish as fast as humanly possible. If we accomplished nothing else, our goal was to do that and then make a run for it. It would pave the way for future attacks and it would slow them down. We'd left that task to Ballistic, with the idea that Trickster would take care of Jack. Ballistic decided he didn't have it in him at the worst possible moment, forcing us to shift roles. Damn him. Cherish was struck by Trickster's shot, blood spattering the pavement. Her teammates left her behind. Don't have line of sight to Jack. Trickster reported. Hit the others, I told Sundancer. You mean kill them? Her voice was quiet, her fists clenched at her sides. Kill them, then. I could see the sun growing as it flew. It was maybe 18 feet in diameter now. Just tell me there aren't any civilians there, no bystanders. I looked through my binoculars. The remainder of the 9 were making a break for it. Mannequin and Siberian stood still, watching Gru and Ballistic. Crawler was barreling towards them, and Shatterbird had taken to the air. Jack and Bonesaw were taking cover around a corner to stay out of Gru and Ballistic's line of fire. The thing that had once been Hatchet Face scooped up the wounded and anyone he could catch and deposited them with his group. Bonesaw had a scalpel out and was cutting the second the people were in her reach. A throat slashed here, a stomach cavity opened there. Intestines and muscle strung from one individual to another, connecting them together as their faces contorted in pain. Some struggled to stand, to strike Bonesaw or push themselves away, but deft slices with the scalpel severed tendons and ligaments. It was a kind of grim reversal, the adults utterly helpless and weak when faced with the child. We'll never have another shot like this. No, I said. I even managed to sound convincing. No civilians. Go. Then tell me where to move it. Sundancer's eyes were closed. I can't see that far. Out further, left, left, left. The miniature sun slid 20 or so feet with every order I gave as I tracked the enemy's position and the movements of the orb with the binoculars. Short bit left and then out. I couldn't look directly at the thing, but I saw Mannequin and Siberian wheel around as the blinding light of the orb caught their attention. Mannequin ran, and Siberian lunged forward. The orb slid out into position around the mouth of the alley and then rolled over Jack, Bonesaw, and Hatchet Face. Report. Tatatali's voice came from the walkie-talkie. I don't have visual. Sundancer just hit Jack, Hatchet Face, and Bonesaw. Where are the rest? Crawler heading for Gru and Ballistic, Mannequin running down Tillman and Regent and Trickster's general direction. Shatterbird's going for the bird's eye view. I don't think she's seen any of us except Gru and Ballistic. Siberian. Missing. Shit. Assume they're all alive, then. Sundancer's power still in that area. Alive? It is. Then keep it there. I glanced at Sundancer and she gave me a grim nod. Crawler had reached Gru and was scaling the side of the building with surprising speed. I'd taken him for a quadruped, but apparently his joints were modular. His proportions were more simian, now, and he was climbing up the side of the building twice as fast as I could have run it if it were laid out horizontally. Part 3 of the plan had been to hit them as hard as we could. Trickster was using his rifle to take shots at Mannequin, but I couldn't see if it was having any effect. Ballistic finally decided to contribute, and fired a warhead at Mannequin. Then he reached into the box he and Gru had unloaded from Sirius's harness and grabbed 2 more. He fired them into the smoke cloud that had expanded around Mannequin. I could see Crawler reaching the edge of the roof, not 20 feet from Gru and Ballistic. Part 4 of the plan? Avoid direct confrontation. Trickster, Gru said, the one word buzzing over the walkie-talkies. Crawler disappeared, and an empty pickup truck toppled from the edge of the roof to the ground. Crawler was back in the vicinity of the other 9, not far from Sundancer's burning orb. blocks away from Gru and Ballistic. The monster lunged after Gru and Ballistic again, and was supported this time by Shatterbird, who conjured up a storm of glass shards to pelt the pair. Ballistic retaliated by firing a warhead at Shatterbird, who prematurely detonated the explosive with a thick cluster of glass, shielding herself against the worst of the blast with another wall. She drew more walls around herself and maintained her assault. Bitch whistled, and Sirius started bounding across rooftops to head our way. I could see Shatterbird turn and notice us. That was fine. I sent a payload of bugs her way, wasps and bees each carrying several spiders, and more expendable caterpillars and the like that were smeared in capsaicin. I wanted to make absolutely sure she knew where we were and that she wouldn't ignore us. Crawler reached the base of the building only to be switched with yet another car, resetting his position a second time. He roared in frustration, then turned toward the miniature sun, breaking into an all-out run as he charged for it. Sundancer, switch off. I called out. The orb disappeared, and Crawler crashed through the alleyway, only barely avoiding Jack, Siberian, and Bonesaw. The edges of the alley were unrecognizable, and the walls were on fire, but the trio were untouched. Siberian had Jack draped over one shoulder and another hand clasping Bonesaw by the back of her shirt, holding her high. The pavement was a molten liquid beneath them. I clicked the button on the walkie-talkie and informed the others, Siberians granting her invulnerability to Jack and Bonesaw. Tattletale said something, but I missed it over the roar of noise that came with Sundancer using her power. She was forming another orb. Everyone else was busy with their own things. Siberian was protecting Jack and Bonesaw. That was both good and bad. We'd planned this strategy under the assumption that Siberian would come for us and we'd use the dogs, Gru's darkness, my bug decoys, and Trickster's teleportation to keep our distance from her until we decided we needed to make a run for it. All of that was in line with part 4 of the plan, maintaining our distance and avoiding a toe-to-toe fight. In the meantime, we'd intended to use our ranged abilities to take out Jack, Cherish, Bonesaw and Burnscar. She was protecting them, which we hadn't anticipated, but she couldn't do that and come after us. Or maybe she can. I saw Siberian virtually toss Bonesaw in the air, the girl wrapping her arms around the woman's neck as she landed. Holding her two teammates, Siberian sprinted for Trickster and Regent. She was fast, but it was a speed born of her peculiar powers, more enhanced strength than augmented acceleration. Not so different from Battery on that count. Air resistance and inertia didn't hamper her in the same ways. More than that, whatever it was that made her invincible and untouchable to any outside force, she had the ability to snap it out to affect any surface she touched. Her strength was virtually limitless, and the pavement didn't shatter with her footfalls because she made it as untouchable as she was. Shatterbird, meanwhile, was drawing closer, using the glass storm to bar Ballistic's access to the crate of explosives. Gru's power was serving to counter hers, and any glass that entered the darkness seemed to drop straight down like rain, bereft of her abilities. Momentum still carried, however, and any glass shards that entered at a high enough velocity seemed to exit at roughly the same speed. I wasn't sure about Ballistic, his costume was among the best money could buy, but I wasn't sure what that entailed. Gru, at least, should be able to endure a beating. Beneath his motorcycle leathers, he was wearing the costume I'd made for him and nearly finished. It wouldn't protect his head, but his helmet would serve in a pinch. Even if they wouldn't be cut to shreds, I wasn't sure they would survive if Shatterbird detonated that case of rocket launcher rounds with a shard in the right place or a large enough impact. Bitch, I spoke. The boxes. Bitch was sliding off of Bentley's back, opening the first metal box and stretching out the contents. The case was a piece of camping gear I'd noticed ages ago, when I'd first been buying things for my costume. A watertight case for luggage with a metal frame inside that campers could stretch out to use as a drying rack for clothes and towels. We didn't have luggage inside. No, the box held parts of the mannequins I'd been using for costume design. Strung together with silk, 2 mannequins dangled from the frame. Bitch adjusted the way one mannequin hung and headed over to set up the other case. My bugs had reached Shatterbird and started attacking her. Brown recluses, capsaicin, wasps, hornets, and bees. I'd never attacked someone like this. Not someone who couldn't heal. I could see her thrashing, trying to stay aloft even as her concentration faltered. The brown recluses were insurance of a sort. If we happened to take out Bonesaw, it could mean Shatterbird was out of the equation as well. The darkness Gru had generated around the rooftop disappeared all at once. Gru and Ballistic crouched at the far corner. Canceling the darkness was a signal. The mannequins hanging from the first rack disappeared, replaced by the 2 boys. Gru and Ballistic disentangled themselves from the metal frames and hurried to our side. Trickster and Regent appeared soon after the other frame was up. I could see Siberian on the rooftop. They'd escaped just in time to avoid being caught in a melee with her. Trickster rolled his shoulders, stretched his neck and adjusted his hat. Don't waste time, Gru growled. Do it. Times like this call for a certain flourish, Trickster said. Trickster withdrew a small remote from his pocket and depressed the button. The rooftops the other 2 teams had been situated on virtually shattered with the explosions. The bazooka rounds had also carried a small collection of plastic explosives. Since Trickster's team had only needed the sniper rifle, their case held a hell of a lot more. Part 5 done. Baiting the hook, reeling them in, then hitting them as hard as we could. It wouldn't stop them, of course. The only ones that explosion might have hurt were Shatterbird and maybe Mannequin, if he'd survived Ballistic's attack and slipped around through some other angle. Ideal world, it would also slow down Siberian. More realistically, I was hoping that they'd get pissed, and they'd get sloppy. I chanced a quick look through the binoculars. Crawler was stampeding towards the site of the explosion, Cherish was still prone on the ground, bleeding out from Trickster's sniper fire, and I couldn't make out the others. Wait, no. I could see rubble shifting as Siberian shrugged it aside. It was enough debris that Crawler would have been hampered, but even with her hands tied up and holding her teammates, she cast the chunks of concrete and brick aside with the same sort of ease that I might walk through a pile of balloons. She shook her head, and her hair fanned out behind her, draping partially over Bonesaw, who was riding her piggyback. Jack wasn't folded over her shoulder anymore. He was standing, holding her hand, a wide smile spread across his face. He said something, some exclamation, without dropping his grin for a second. And Shatterbird? I looked through the rubble that had been cast over the street around the building. She was lying on the ground, struggling to her feet. The glints of glass shards sparkled for 100 feet around her. I quickly tossed my binoculars aside. They'd be a liability if she attacked us, now. Here was the gamble. We'd hurt them, injured their pride, we'd maybe killed Mannequin and we'd incapacitated Cherish. If Ballistic had been on the ball, he would have blown Cherish to smithereens. As it was, a stray bullet wouldn't cut it. Bonesaw's known talents included the ability to raise the dead. Gru used his darkness to form a dozen false images of shadow-shrouded silhouettes on nearby rooftops. I did the same with my bugs, but mine were animated, moving. We'd have to run pretty damn soon. There were 7 of us, but only 2 dogs. It was less than ideal. I'd tried to get Bitch to bring another dog, but she didn't feel any of the others were trained well enough to bear riders. The remaining members of the 9 charged, Shatterbird rising from her position to fly straight for us, barriers of glass surrounding her. Siberian carried Jack and Bonesaw with leaping bounds, while Crawler headed for us. I crossed my fingers, watching intently. 2 ways this could go for the final phase of our plan. Well, 3 ways. But I was hoping the third possibility, my team getting caught and slaughtered, wouldn't happen. The first way this could play out was that Shatterbird's flight over the buildings would make her faster than Crawler or Siberian, who had to climb or circumvent the obstacles. When I'd brought this up during the meeting, assuming it would happen, it had been Tattletale who pointed out that I was maybe underestimating how fast Crawler and Siberian could be. She was right. Despite her ability to fly, Shatterbird was falling behind. Which meant we went with Plan B. You up for this, Gru? I asked. I could do it. My plan, and I was first to volunteer. No, you can't run fast enough with those burns. Gru replied, as he hurried to the side of the rooftop furthest from the 9. He glanced down. Trickster, I'm ready. Just need an opportunity, Trickster said, watching the incoming members of the Slaughterhouse 9. They were closing a little too fast for comfort. Sirius had arrived, and we were all getting saddled. Bitch, Sundancer, and I on Bentley, and Regent, Trickster and Ballistic on Sirius. At Regent's orders, Sirius moved to Gru's side. Sooner than later. Gru said. Do you want to die? Trickster asked. No, but I'm willing to break something. Your call, Trickster said. 3, 2, 1. Gru leaped from the edge of the roof. In that same instant, Trickster swapped him with Shatterbird. She tumbled for a second, got a grip with her flight, and then steadied. Then Regent hit her with his power. Shatterbird flew into the corner of the roof, was thrown off balance and tipped into the gap between buildings. And Gru? I cast a glance backward. He'd dropped out of the air where Shatterbird had been flying, landing on a rooftop a distance below. I could see him struggling to his feet. Go, go. Trickster screamed the words. Our mounts leaped down into the same gap where Shatterbird had fallen. We made the usual zigzagging descent down, leaping from wall to wall, and landed on either side of Shatterbird and Genesis. Genesis looked like a cartoon caricature of a sumo wrestler, grotesquely obese and yellow-skinned with eyes like black buttons. She was hairless, unclothed and sexless, and her skin was translucent and oily. Through the skin, I could make out the vague figure of Shatterbird, pounding on the walls of the stomach, her mouth opening in a scream that didn't reach us. Glass shards were stirring around her, a blender were cutting at the insides of Genesis's belly. She's going to cut through, I said. Bitch, Regent, get the chains. I'll try to stop her. Using my bugs, I formed words against the surface of Genesis's belly. Stop. Shatterbird only intensified her attempts. I gathered some black widow spiders and pressed them gently against the shiny, translucent skin. They were absorbed, drifting inside, and were soon crawling around the inside surface. Genesis obliged me by opening her mouth, giving me a direct route for the bugs to travel. Hurry, Regent said. He was winding the chain around the jello-like yellow hand. Fingerless hands gripped the chain for further traction. Shatterbird noticed the spiders. Her eyes widened as the volume of deadly spiders trapped in the bubble with her increased. I raked my finger beneath the message I'd drawn with the bugs, as if to underline it. Stop. She did. Glass shards fell into a pool around her feet. Go. I shouted. We ran, the 2 dogs side by side, pulling Genesis behind us like a chariot. Drawing my bugs together, I covered us as best as I was able, creating other decoys, vague chariot-shaped lumps here and there, huddles of figures. It would all be for nothing if they returned to Cherish, revived the girl and tracked us down. Left. I ordered. Bitch steered left. Regent hadn't heard, but as the tension on the chains pulled Sirius to one side, he caught on and turned as well. My bugs served as a navigation system, feeling out the shapes of our surroundings so I could work out a suitable path. We charged onward, with me giving occasional directions, until we found Cherish lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Get her. Bitch rode just to Cherish's left, Regent rode just to the right, and Genesis rolled right over the girl. Cherish caught like glue, suffered an unfortunate few seconds of being dragged over the road's surface, and was then drawn into Genesis' bubble of a body. My bugs gave me a sense of the nine's locations, and my decoys gave them pause once or twice. We could track them more easily than they could do the reverse, and we were soon far enough away that I couldn't sense them. We only slowed when we got to Coil's underground base. We parked the dogs and then headed for the series of barred and locked doors. I glanced at Shatterbird and Cherish where they knelt in Genesis' rotund body. We weren't really giving away information here. Crawler had apparently come this way, not so long ago. It was a 50-50 chance whether Siberian and the other 9 would come this way. Cherish wasn't around to give them information, but she might have provided details at an earlier point that Jack or one of the others could use to connect the dots. We'd cross that bridge when we got to it. Coil was there to greet us with a tattletale and a contingent of armed soldiers. We waited patiently as one of the soldiers scanned Shatterbird with a plastic wand. He looked at Coil and shook his head. This way, Coil ordered. How did he set this up so fast? Shatterbird's cell was large, 20 feet by 20 feet across, and the walls had the same textured black rubber soundproofing as the sound recording booths I'd seen in movies and on TV. I couldn't see the speakers, but there was a noise similar to radio static filling the room, so loud I wouldn't be able to hear if someone spoke. With our weapons trained on Shatterbird, we stood by while one of Coil's soldiers reached into Genesis's stomach and hauled her out. She was chained to the ceiling with her arms stretched out to her sides, then divested of her costume, left only with a silk camisole and slip. Coil's people wheeled in an X-ray machine and a tank of containment foam. Shatterbird glared wordlessly at us until we'd exited the room and the heavy vault door blocked our view of her. She will be cavity searched and X-rayed to identify any hidden weapon or any devices Bonesaw or Mannequin might have implanted in her, Coil spoke, after the doors were closed and the white noise was blocked out. Regent, we have a protective suit waiting for you. In the event that she does acquire something she can use her powers on, or if she has concealed anything on her person that is small enough to avoid radiographic detection, the suit will shield you until you've finished. Regent nodded. She was bitten by brown recluses, I said. I'd give her a full physical examination every 30 minutes, to be safe. I'm afraid I don't know standard treatment for bites of that kind, Coil said. Brooks stepped out of the crowd of nearby soldiers. Sir. Brooks. I'm familiar with the treatment for the more dangerous spider bites, he looked at me, it's a protein-based venom. So the jerk is useful sometimes. I hadn't liked Brooks since Lisa had introduced me to him, but I could respect someone who knew his job. Yet. Seems I can leave it to you, then, Coil said. Brooks nodded. Coil added, failing everything else, it might serve as incentive to cooperate. Or cause to get desperate, Tattletale said. She might do something stupid if she thinks she'll die or suffer lifelong effects if she doesn't get back to Bonesaw. Let's not give her the opportunity. Regent, how fast can you seize control? A few hours. Start now. Regent headed off to get changed. That leaves our unexpected guest, Coil said. Cherish. Regent hadn't yet escaped earshot. He turned back to us. She'll have a trap on her. Small explosive looped around her neck with a lock and a deadman's switch. Thank you, Coil said. Tattletale? See to it at the first opportunity. Not a problem. We approached Cherish and Genesis. Cherish knelt in the small pile of glass shards that sat at the very bottom of the bubble. Her hands were pressed against the inside of the stomach, causing it to bulge like a small child in a womb. She was awake, but bleeding severely. Coil gave the order, if anyone acts out of character, take them out of action as swiftly as possible and shoot the girl. There were nods all around. Cherish's mouth moved, but the sound didn't reach us. I did not expect her, and I did not take measures for containing her, Coil said. Keeping her on the premises may prove exceptionally dangerous. The alternative being? Trickster asked. Letting her go. In the euphemistic sense. Her value as a captive is minimal and we have no way to secure her until Regent can finish using his ability on her. He's resistant to her power, Tattletale said, but that goes both ways. Don't know how well he'd be able to control her. She might break free. Benefits of being family, I guess. Then I would suggest, as Trickster said earlier, letting her go. We execute her and remove her from the equation, Coil stated. I looked at Cherish, and her eyes narrowed. She knew exactly what we were saying. Killing someone in cold blood? A little different than killing someone on the battlefield. Not giving you the go-ahead, I said. But I'm not about to stop you. I'm washing my hands of this. The intent was to remove individuals from the 9 before they could conduct their round of tests, yes? This seems to be the most expedient route. Not disagreeing, I said. But I didn't sign up to be an executioner. I manage my district and I help defend your city from outsiders, right? Quite right. No, I think your service this morning has been exemplary. I only barely managed to avoid bringing up the deal about Dinah. No, it was premature, the wrong people were listening, and I was worried he would point out the fact that my territory had been torched by Burnscar. Best to keep quiet for now. Rebuild, re-establish myself as leader of my territory, then raise the topic. Whatever happened, I needed his respect. We turned our attention to our captive. She had raised her hands above her head in a surrender position, despite the hole in her shoulder. Do we risk it? Trickster asked. Letting her out. Nothing she can't do outside the bubble that she couldn't do inside, Tattletale replied. Coil nodded, and that seemed to be signal enough. Genesis began to dissolve, and in moments, Cherish spilled out, wincing as she cut her hands and knees on the glass that Shatterbird had detached from her costume and weaponized. Tattletale bent down and looked at the device that hung around Cherish's neck. Small explosive, combination lock. A bit paranoid. No such thing as too paranoid, Cherish said, glaring. Between my brother and the crap that Bonesaw and the rest of the team want to subject me to, knowing I'll die if I leave that thing alone long enough actually helps me sleep at night. Can't have that, Tattletale said. Changing the topic, she asked, you like computers? Computers? Cherish startled. She seemed to intuit what Tattletale was doing. Not saying. Clever girl, but even that's enough of a clue. Let's see, 4, 5, 4, 5. Tattletale tugged on the lock. Nope. 3, 7, 3, 7. The lock popped open. Cherish's eyes opened wide. There goes your bargaining chip. I've got more, Cherish said, her chin rising a fraction. Do tell, Coil said, dryly. Certain teammate of yours paid me a visit. Imp, I think her name was? So hard to remember. What did you do to Imp? I asked. Gru is going to freak out. Cherish smiled, she decided to help me get back at the 9. They're planning on inflicting a fate worse than death on me, you see. There was a reason I pretended not to notice you were all waiting in ambush. Thought maybe the brat passed on word somehow, until you used that sucker teleport on me and shot me. Suppose you'll have to give me medical attention and keep me alive if you want the rest of the story. And your other bargaining chip? Trickster asked. Gru. I can sense him with my power. I can also sense my team. They got their hands on Darkness Boy. I swear my heart stuttered mid-beat. Cherish smiled, but her glare didn't fade in intensity. My teammates and I already talked on the subject of Jean Paul, aka Hijack, aka Alec, aka Regent. You got Shatter, and you got me. We're compromised. No way they're going to accept us back with open arms. They'd kill us first. So no, don't get your hopes up. My teammates aren't going to agree to a hostage exchange. Snare 13.7. Where is he? I growled. As if I'm going to tell you. To think Jack called you the clever worm. Don't call me that. I felt a flare of irritation that bordered on anger. Was that me, or was it her power at work? Tattletale put a hand on my shoulder. I shut my mouth. She asked Cherish, what do you want in exchange for your help? You want us to let you go? Cherish laughed a little, and it reminded me of Alec's own dry chuckle. No. Definitely not. In exchange for the information about what the imp is up to, you're going to give me medical treatment, you're going to keep me here, and you're going to keep me safe. And for the info on Gru? Tattletale asked. I'm thinking $1 billion. Cherish winced as she moved mid-sentence and pulled at the wound. $1 billion so you can scamper off to the other side of the world and live the good life while you hide from those bastards, Tattletale finished. Right. Or are you going to tell me that's too much? Is your teammate's life worth a smaller amount? Where do you draw the line, Miss Frowny Face? Tattletale glanced at me. I looked, in turn, to Coil. He gave me a barely perceptible shake of his head. He wouldn't fork over the amount. You're not really in a position to be making demands, Trickster said. You're bleeding to death, and we do have the ability to hurry the process along. Cherish shrugged. Bonesaw gave me the works. Mesh sheets for every major artery and organ, wire reinforcement for my skeleton. It's not going to kill me anytime soon. I made a mental note of that. Chances were good that Jack, Bonesaw and the other more vulnerable members of the 9 had some similar protection. How differently would things have played out if Ballistic had used his power and blown them up? I could, Trickster threatened. Or we could wait and see which happens first, either you agree to share the information we want or you slowly bleed out. A game of chicken? I'm down. Cherish prodded her injury with a fingertip. It was clear it hurt, but she still stuck a finger into the hole and investigated some. The auto-injection pump is dosing me with painkillers and antibiotics now. First time feeling this stuff work. Letting that lunatic perform surgery like that? Sundancer asked, shivering a little. How? Why? Not much choice in the matter, but I was awake for the entire thing, and I read her emotions as she did it. No hint of any traps or dirty tricks. Tattletale glanced at the bullet hole in Cherish's chest. I'm suspicious it's so routine for her that there wouldn't even be a blip on the radar if she did try something. Cherish leaned forward. Are we going to do this? Test your perceptive abilities against mine? Some intellectual jesting. Tattletale shook her head. She's stalling. She knows time's on her side, because we need to rescue Gru sooner than later. Longer we wait, the worse our position. I admit I'm at something of a loss. Coil sounded pensive, as he looked at our captive. Where do we put her? Jack did research on you assholes, Cherish cut in, still trying to distract us. I know your shtick, Tattletale. Pick at people's weaknesses, tell them stuff they don't want to know. I can do the same thing. I'm better at it than you are. It's a bit of a crazy idea, I said, ignoring her. But what if we didn't stash her in this base? Or any of the others? We put her anywhere in the city, there's the risk that some unwitting John, Dick, or Harry will come by, and she'll get them to help her somehow. Can't station guards on her, so, why not the water? A boat? Ballistic asked. I could tell you a story, Cherish said. Little girl grows up with money. Daddy pulls in 6 figures, maybe 7. Massive house, I expect. Maybe horses, a Mercedes, indoor and outdoor pools. I was thinking about a buoy, I replied, speaking over her. Could even rig things so she's out of sight. Cuff her to it, we can be pretty damn sure she won't be getting free. But what about boats coming by? Sundancer asked. Almost no boats on the water, I replied. Coastline is a mess, thanks to Leviathan. Ships can't dock here. Good, Coyle said. Then as soon as she is given some basic medical care, I'll have my men take her out there. I'll need to work out measures to ensure she doesn't escape. So the little girl who wanted for nothing still found a reason to run away from home. Spent life homeless on the streets. Stealing and dealing for petty cash so she could eat. What would make someone leave home like that, tattletale? Coyle turned to the soldier next to him, can you go find Pitter and bring him here? I want her sedated sooner than later. The soldier nodded and headed off to find the medic. He winked at Tattletale as he jogged by. I'd met him. Not one of Tattletale's soldiers, but I'd crossed paths with him. Fish? Seemed like he and Tattletale were getting along. That's a mistake, Cherish smiled. Without my cooperation, you won't find them. You won't be able to contact him or know where to look for her brother. Tattletale. Coyle spoke. You already informed us on most of that, Tattletale told Cherish. She leaned against the wall. Your method of communication with Imp. You're planning on meeting her. Afternoon? Evening. As if I'm. Late afternoon. Thanks. What? Cherish frowned. What time in the afternoon? 4, 5, 6. 6 o'clock. There we go. Where? Upper end of town or downtown? I'm not saying anything. You're telling me everything. Tattletale must be reading Cherish's tells. Her body language, eye movements, her tone, and word choice. Let's see, you're meeting Imp downtown around 6. You would have made it a place where you could talk with her for a minute while you were out of sight of the others. Bathroom. Cherish didn't move a muscle. Maybe she realized what Tattletale was doing. Bathroom, then. Same building as the rest of the 9? Now we just need to dig up where they are, and you've got no cards left. Unless you want to share that information in good faith. There was no response from our prisoner. Tattletale said. She's cornered, and she's probably contemplating something like suicide by cop. Or whatever the term is when the other group aren't cops. She'd rather die than have us turn her over to her teammates, so she'll try a gambit like using her powers, knowing we'll probably gun her down. Got any ideas? Trickster asked her. She liked the dead man's switch for her suicide collar. Why don't we set up something similar? Put a soldier on guard somewhere nearby. We schedule it so he receives a note from us every 15 minutes. If he doesn't get it, he passes a message to the 9 telling them exactly where to find Cherish. I could see Cherish tense. How do we get a message to them without them killing the messenger? We can work it out. Tattletale shrugged. She looked at Trickster, you think Oliver could handle it? Trickster nodded. I'll get him on thinking up some way to arrange this. Tattletale. Coyle spoke, can you gather the rest of the details from her before we secure her offshore? So long as she doesn't get stupid and try to do something more than talk. Cherish decided to speak up. Who's next? Who should I dish the dirt on? Feeling homesick, Trickster? Scared little boy pretending to be a leader. It's your fault, you know. She blames you. Everyone does. They're even starting to hate you. Can we talk without her in earshot? I asked. Coyle nodded and gestured for us to leave. His soldiers moved to Cherish's side and gripped her arms. No point. Cherish grinned, I'll know what you're talking about. Can't keep secrets from me. But you won't be sidetracking us, I replied. You failed, you know, Cherish said, changing tacks. When someone has an obsession like you do, it's like a giant neon sign to an empathy like me. All it takes is for me to peek into Coyle's head, peek into the hearts of everyone else in this base, and I know you'll never get what you want. You won't save her. You can't. Window of opportunity is long gone. I jabbed her where the bullet hole was. The strength went out of her legs and she fell to her hands and knees. I stepped back, drew in a slow breath and then kicked her in the face. She fell to the ground. Skitter. Coyle's word was without inflection. There was no admonishment or warning to it. I took it as a reminder of where I was, which might have been his intent. We can talk about that later, I told him, my priority right now is Gru. Coyle nodded. I glanced down at Cherish. Hope Bonesaw reinforced your teeth while she was fixing you up. She did, Cherish muttered, one hand to her mouth. I kicked her in the head once more for good measure, and then turned away, my hands raised to assure the others I was done. That's enough, Coyle said. He signaled his men. Take the prisoner to the coastline and find a spot to depart. Cherish was dragged off to a point further down the catwalk. Her shouts reached us well after she was out of sight, your boss is screwing you. All of you. You have no idea how badly. You're cogs in his machine, and he's only steps away from pulling it all together. Get rid of the 9, stage the final play with everyone in their proper spots, but then he doesn't need you anymore. Sowing dissension in the ranks, Coyle said. He sounded remarkably calm given what Cherish had been saying. Nothing more. Right. She could be lying, Trickster ventured. She is. Mostly, Tattletale said. I doubted anyone believed what the three were saying. At the same time, nobody here was in a position to walk away in response to this unconfirmed information. Tattletale, see to the interrogation, Coil ordered. Okay. That leaves the remainder of us to decide on a way of rescuing the others. I fidgeted. The idea of Brian in the hands of the 9 was daunting. Was Siberian eating him alive, literally? Was he at the mercies of Mannequin? Jack could be torturing him for details on us. Or he could be in Bonesaw's clutches. Chances were good that they were pissed. Jack accepted, maybe. He'd seemed to like our ambush. In any event, any anger or sadistic tendencies were likely to be taken out on Brian. Fuck. I kept imagining uglier and uglier possibilities. They're going to be waiting and ready. We'll need help, I think, I said. Help. Trickster turned my way. You're forgetting that the rest of the factions in the city have made a pact against us. Not everybody there agreed, I said. There was one group at the meeting that didn't agree to the pact. Am I remembering wrong? Trickster asked. Coil, Merchants, Chosen, Fault Lines Group. That's right, I said. What are you thinking, then? Sundancer asked. Coil, I said, you got some surveillance gear for Tattletale, right? Can I see it? Trickster accompanied me. We didn't get the benefit of bitch's dogs. She'd wanted to check on her territory and take care of her dogs. I'd grudgingly agreed that she should take care of that, and Trickster and I had set off alone. I gave him a sidelong glance as we ascended the stairs of the empty apartment building. What had Cherish said? Scared little boy? She blames you. They all do. I could remember Sundancer's remarks on the drama in the group and how lonely it was to be around them. I recalled Genesis seeming less than thrilled when her team arrived last night. Was Trickster at the center of it? He was more ruthless than his comrades, which was interesting because his power was the least lethal. It might have been a point of contention. But what would he have done that the others would blame him for? Could I comment on that? Should I? I remained silent. We exited the stairwell at the 5th floor and entered a dark hallway. I clicked on a flashlight, and we made our way down the hall. Trash was piled everywhere, and I was all too aware of the maggots that were crawling on the floor, barely visible in the dim light. Which way? He asked. I pointed. A side benefit of my power was that it made it pretty damn easy to maintain my sense of direction. We tried the doors for the 2 apartments that led in the right direction. Both were locked. Trickster touched the doorknob, then looked across the floor at the trash in the hallway. The doorknob disappeared, and a chunk of wood fell to the ground. He repeated the process with the internal mechanisms, and the lock was effectively transported away. He opened the door and walked inside, going straight for the windows. Done this before? He asked. I shook my head. I was gathering my bugs, the stronger flyers, and drawing outlines of silk. Trickster handed me the individual components. A small spy camera, no larger than a tube of lipstick, and a similar microphone. My bugs bound them together with silk and then stretched out more to distribute the lifting among the dragonflies, bumblebees, and wasps. Okay, let's see, I muttered. Testing, 1, 2, 3, my swarm managed some semblance of the words I wanted, a mix of buzzing, chirps and clicks to form the right pitch. Some sounds were hard or impossible to make. The p, br, and m sounds didn't form, and I struggled to form something that sounded like a t in the middle of a word. It was intelligible, but only barely. It would have to do. I ensured the rigging around the camera was more or less steady and then sent the swarm out the window. I relied on my power to keep track of it while I opened the laptop Coil had provided and turned on the video feed. When it had arrived outside the PHQ headquarters, I drew it together into a densely packed human form. It took 6.5 minutes for the Protectorate to react to the figure. That bothered me, on a level. Were they disorganized? Or was it difficulty in communicating and marshalling their forces when they didn't have phones or other means of passing on alerts? They gathered in the lobby. I adjusted the camera the insects were carrying and made out Weld, Kidwin, Clock Blocker, Miss Militia, Battery and Legend. There were 3 more capes I didn't recognize. Members of Legend's team? Seeing them gave me pause. As Miss Militia stepped outside, I pulled on the headphones, and Trickster did the same. Skitter? Miss Militia asked. Something like that, I replied using my swarm. I wanted to talk. Given what happened the last time you were here, I'm not sure we're on speaking terms. We have 2 of the Slaughterhouse 9 in custody. We are prepared to turn one over into your custody. What? I didn't hear that. Damn. It sounded natural in my head, as I got them to make the noise, but I wasn't quite there yet. Maybe it would have been better to just pass a phone to her. I'd gone this route for the dramatic touch, and because I hadn't wanted them to trace us. I rephrased, Shatterbird and Cherish have been captured. We will deliver Cherish to you if you wish. We are done interrogating her. Interrogation? You mean torture, don't you? Legend asked from where he stood in the doorway. No. Why? Miss Militia asked. Why the offer? You can put her in secure custody, and we need your help. 4. The 9 have captured Gru. We mounted one successful attack this morning, we got 2 of theirs for 1 of ours. They will be ready for a rescue attempt. They know our powers. Help us attack. Help us catch them off guard a second time and stop them for good. You're not only asking us to fight the 9, but you want us to fight alongside notorious villains. So I was notorious now? Hey. Couldn't let that distract me. I'm offering you cherish. I could make out Miss Militia shaking her head. I'll be blunt, Skitter. I'm not arms master. I don't have a stake in personal glory or renown. I'm not going to pussyfoot around, either. Put a bullet in her skull and be done with it. There's a kill order on them, nobody's going to charge you for murder. Then work with us because it's the best way to stop the 9. I refused Hookwolf when he made the same offer, and I'm going to refuse you. The capes on my teams are good people. I won't throw away their lives with a reckless attack. We're going to develop our own strategies, plan, and find a safe way to target them. And civilians die in the meantime. I retorted. Gru dies in the meantime, if he wasn't dead already. We've tried the same strategies we use against Endbringers. Multiple teams, allying with locals. Sometimes we get one of them. Sometimes we get 3 or 4. But we lose people, lots of people, in the process. The remaining members of their group always find some way of escaping. The fact that we tried and failed in going all out gives them notoriety. They bounce back after an attack like that, and they bounce back hard, with creeps, lunatics and killers flocking to them for the chance at that same sort of glory. The difference between us and Hookwolf is that we've succeeded. We have 2 of them in our custody. You can't bide your time, organize, and wait for an opportune moment. They have years of experience fighting people who do that. Anything you try, they've probably dealt with. We win by catching them off guard with powers they don't know about, powers they can't expect and interactions between powers. Calculated recklessness. We can handle that on our own, with more calculation and less recklessness. He's studied you. For any member of your team with more than 3 months of experience, he already knows everything they can do, their tricks and individual talents. You have powers we need. We have knowledge on their location, firepower of our own and 2 captives. We'll only pull this off if we work together. Putting our lives in your hands, Miss Militia replied. Only as far as we'd be relying on you, I answered her. Who are you, Skitter? Legend asked. He floated closer to my swarm decoy. I can't get a read on your personality or motivations, and that's without touching on what came up at the close of the Endbringer event. My teammate is in the hands of the 9, they could be murdering more people right this second, and you're talking about me, of all people. If we're going to offer you help, we should know who we're interacting with, he said. I glanced at Trickster, then back at the image on the screen. What do you want to know? We've talked with the people in your territory. Between what they say and what came out at the hospital, I can't help but wonder at your motives. There's someone specific I want to help. If I can improve the lives of others at the same time, then all the better. So where do you stand, then? Where do you see yourself in terms of the sliding scale of good and evil, heroes and villains? I almost laughed, and some of my humor must have translated in a mental direction to my bugs, because they started making a noise that wasn't speech. I stopped them. It wouldn't have sounded much like laughter anyways. All of the above? None of the above? Does it matter? Some of us wear the villain label with pride, because they want to rebel against the norms, because it's a harder, more rewarding road to travel, or because being a hero often means so very little. But few people really want to see themselves as being bad or evil, whatever label they wear. I've done things I regret, I've done things I'm proud of, and I've walked the roads in between. The sliding scale is a fantasy. There's no simple answers. There can be. You could do what's right. I was getting an inkling of what bitch referred to as words. Prattle that meant so very little in the face of what was happening in the present. Was this the kind of irritation, impatience, and anger she felt with so many social interactions? I clenched my fist. Speak for yourself. You want to hide here while my group and Hookwolf deal with the brunt of the 9's attention. Just like you did with the ABB. That happened under Armsmaster's leadership. You can't blame us for being intelligent about how we go about this. I was disappointed my swarm couldn't convey my anger. I can blame you for being cowards. I'm going. If you want to talk about morality, start by talking to Armsmaster. Can't. He's gone. I paused. Did the 9 get him? Dead. Escaped from his hospital room. With our attention on the 9, we don't have the resources to track him down. Does he know about the 9's threat to hit the city with a plague if he leaves? I hope so. Fuck. Not only was that one more uncertainty stacked onto everything, but Armsmaster was the closest thing I had to a nemesis. Having him running around the city was not a good thing. For a brief moment, I contemplated having Trickster teleport me to ground level, so it was me talking to the local heroes, and not just my swarm. I could tell them that I was putting my well-being in their hands, risking them arresting me, as a gesture of good faith. Except I couldn't help but see myself from their perspective. Warlord of the Boardwalk. I'd rotted off Lung's manhood and carved out his eyes. I'd played an undefined role in Armsmaster's downward slide. I'd robbed a bank, terrorized hostages with poisonous spiders, attacked their headquarters and used insects dipped in capsaicin to cripple their junior heroes with incapacitating pain. All the while, I'd acted with a seemingly ambiguous morality. Was I a good guy doing all the wrong things? Or did they see me as dangerous and unhinged? There was no way I could put myself in their hands without knowing what they thought about me, and frankly, I wasn't sure how to think about myself. How the hell were they supposed to make a call? So. You in? I tried, instead. I could see him look back at Miss Militia, who shook her head. Miss Militia runs the local team, so it's ultimately her call, but, we've talked about it, and I agree with her. No. The risks outweigh the potential benefits. My heart sank. Then one final tip. You should know that Bonesaw's done some surgery on all of her people. Implanted protection for the more vulnerable parts of their bodies. They're tougher than they look. Thank you, Legend said. You might not believe me, but I wish you the best of luck. I snarled as I shut the laptop and turned away from the scene, calling my swarm back to me. That didn't work, Trickster said. No. And we just wasted a lot of time. We'll have Shatterbird working with us, thanks to Regent, and we've got Imp as our man on the inside, maybe. We're going to outnumber the remaining 5 or 6 of them, right? It's not hopeless. They'll be ready for us. They're entrenched, they have a hostage, and we're totally unable to fight 2 of them. How long is it going to take to extricate Gru from whatever cage they have him in? It's not hopeless, he repeated. Whatever they're doing to keep Gru prisoner, if I can see him, I can free him. I wouldn't be so sure. Would it reassure you to know that your conversation with the local heroes gave me an idea of my own? My head snapped in Trickster's direction. Come on. We should hurry, he said. Snare 13.8. I was a lot more comfortable with the risky plan when it was something I thought of, I said. You said calculated recklessness, right? Trickster asked. Part of that calculated bit is control. Keeping the chaos to a minimum, so we can anticipate and plan. Trickster leaned against the door of the vehicle. That may be a bit of a problem. You think? The truck passed over a pothole. Our teams were out in force, our members divided across 3 trucks. I rode with Trickster, Sundancer, and Tattletale. Regent and Ballistic were in the second vehicle. Bitch and her dogs rode in the third. This was Tattletale's first time venturing out of Coil's base in a little while. Her power was limited when she could only get information by what we communicated to her, and this was the kind of situation where we needed her at full strength. If nothing else, it felt better to have another teammate on the field with us, with Gru's absence. Sorry, I said, I don't mean to sound ungrateful. I know Gru isn't your teammate. You didn't have to come to help. We're all in this together, right? Trickster said. You mind if I smoke? I shrugged and Tattletale shook her head. He rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, placing it through the mouth hole of his hard mask. That would be his way of dealing with stress. We were all tense, and we all had our ways of coping. Trickster smoked and stared off into the distance. Sundancer fidgeted. She frequently realized what she was doing and forced herself to stop, only to pick up something else. Her leg would bounce in place, then she would stop doing that and start drumming her fingers on her knee pad in some complicated pattern. It made me think of a pianist or a guitarist fingering the strings. Tattletale watched people, her eyes roving over the rest of us. Her cheek bulged slightly where she touched the tip of her tongue against the backside of the wound Jack had left her. And me? I retreated into my headspace, I supposed. I was maybe similar to Tattletale in that I took note of each of the others, but my thoughts were less about simply observing than about cataloging and mentally preparing. What options did we have? What tools, weapons, and techniques did we have at our disposal? Who was going to be backing me up during this operation, and how reliable were those people? It was constructive, maybe, but exhausting. There were so many angles to consider, and the stakes were high. Brian's life, Brian's quality of life. The rest of us weren't in the Nine's clutches, but it would take only one mistake before any one of us could be in the same boat, wondering just how horrible things were going to get for us. Maybe fatigue factored in, but the more I thought on our allies, the less secure I felt. The information Cherish had volunteered about Coil, true or not, had left me with lingering doubts. I was also acutely aware of the distinct lack of chemistry and camaraderie among the travelers. They were keeping secrets, with no promises of divulging the information in question. The last time we'd all been in a car with Trickster, he'd noted that there were 2 major problems that Coil was helping them with. Noelle was obviously one. A part of me could buy that there was something serious going on with her, something that necessitated the help of someone like Coil. Another nagging part of me was thinking that there were still too many unanswered questions. What was holding them together as a group? How fragile was that tie? Was this really what I needed to be dwelling on? I thought over my arsenal and the options I had with my power. I'd developed enough techniques that I was starting to have trouble keeping track of them all. Should I name them? It seemed like something out of a kid's show, shouting out the names of the abilities as I used them. Firebug attack, go. Silk wrap strike. I shook my head a little. I was tired. My mind was wandering. I couldn't remember the last time I had more than 5 hours of sleep, and I'd barely slept at all last night. Fear and adrenaline usually clarified things, so it probably said something that I was feeling a little dazed despite what we were going into. Some of that was the constant aggression. Since the 9 had made their presence known, I'd barely been able to relax and let my guard down. After Mannequin had started killing people in my territory, taking even a moment to myself made me feel like I was insulting their memories, that I was failing the next batch of people who would become victims of my enemies. We should stop here, Tattletale said. That was apparently order enough, because the driver pulled over. The long seconds of stillness after the truck had stopped said volumes. We didn't want to get out of the car, we didn't want to face the 9, deal with their traps as we tried to catch them in our own. 2 or 3 seconds passed with tension thrumming in the air, every one of our nerves on edge, ready to act, react, even now. The sound of a slamming door from one of the other trucks was the little push we needed to move. We climbed out of the truck and joined the others. Bitch had been the first one out. She had Sirius, Bastard, and Bentley with her. We ventured over to a fallen section of wall, peering over it to get a better glimpse of what would be the battlefield. The final 2 members of our group arrived a moment later. Shatterbird landed, stumbling, and Genesis began to materialize in a massive form. We were close to the site of our last fight. The 9 had been on their way to Dolltown, and we'd ambushed them, divided them, and then provoked them into extending out of position. Having done that, we'd kidnapped Shatterbird as she lagged behind and then looped around to capture the wounded Cherish. Now the 9 were inside Dolltown. I could only hope the noise and fighting of our last encounter would have given most of the residents the time and the motivation to run. How's she handling? Tattletale asked Regent. Not the easiest power to use, he muttered. It's not a physical power, so I'm learning to use it from scratch. Doesn't help that she's really pissed off. I think she's a serious control freak. My control's slipping a bit. How much is it slipping? I asked. Is there a chance you'll lose control of her? Always a chance. But I think I'm okay, so long as she and I remain pretty close to each other. Tattletale, where are they? I asked. Tattletale pointed at a squat building a few blocks away. It had the look of a small library, maybe, or a hardware store. A place meant to accommodate a lot of people for one job. Somewhere in there. Then we wait, Trickster said. And we cross our fingers. Waiting. The last thing I wanted to do. Using my bugs, I tried to scope out the area. Please don't let there be people here. There were. I had to be subtle, not giving the 9 any reason to suspect I was around, but even if I counted only the people who had bugs on them already, there were far too many people in and around Dolltown. Regent, can you stop Shatterbird from listening in? I asked. Sure, he said. Shatterbird shut her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. I asked, Tattletale, do you know where the 9 are, specifically? She shook her head. There are people here. I'm counting 30 or so, but there could be twice that many. I haven't even taken a serious look at the building the 9 are in, because I don't want to alert them. Ignore them, Trickster said. This is risky enough without splitting our focus. If I know where the 9 are, I can tell these people where to run, give them a chance. It's not worth the risk, Trickster stressed. He glanced at his teammates. There's still 5 or 6 of the enemy in the area. If they see what you're up to and get any advance warning we're here, this all goes balls up, and we suffer for it. Gru dies for it. Regent nodded in agreement. I looked at the others for help. Tattletale remained quiet, and Sundancer, the one other person I'd hoped would be sympathetic, looked away. Those are people, I said. Real people. So's Gru, and so are we. We look out for ourselves first. If we can take out members of the 9, we'll save more people in the long run. The ends justify the means? You realize that when this all goes down, they're going to die? Almost guaranteed. I'd directed Sundancer to attack a group of people who included bystanders, but they'd been goners already, dead for all intents and purposes. This was something else. 30 people for the sake of hundreds. It balances out, Trickster said. If we stick to the plan and if we're successful. I can't agree with that. Then make your call. If you're absolutely certain you're not going to fuck us over and give away the plan, if you're positive that the lives you might save are worth risking our lives and Gru's, you can go ahead. You don't have anyone's support here, and it's all on you if you fail. Tattletale spoke, if you're going to do something, you better do it fast. She pointed, and every pair of eyes in our group turned to look. Purity streaked across the sky, followed by Crusader and a floating rock carrying a whole contingent of their group. The rest would be moving along the ground. Shatterbird, Genesis, go. Shatterbird took flight, calling up a storm of glass shards to accompany her. She flew low to the ground, relying on the surrounding buildings and ruins to keep out of sight. Genesis had finished pulling herself together. Her form resembled Crawler, but with some additions. Growths on her back resembled Bonesaw and Jack. She tested her limbs, then looked at us. At me? I couldn't tell. She had too many eyes to tell. Then she ran, stampeding off. Not quite as graceful as the real Crawler, but that was one more area where we just had to cross our fingers and hope she could sell the ruse. There was the dull rumble of a distant impact as Purity opened fire on Genesis. Genesis dodged into a nearby alleyway, leading Purity and the rest of her group off to one side. Shatterbird fired on Purity and her allies, guiding a torrent of glass shards toward the incoming enemies. Not enough to kill, or even to maim. It was enough to hurt and to piss them off. Coyle had informed Hukulf's contingent about the general location of the 9. Sure enough, they'd gathered, girded themselves for battle and marched on, hoping to overwhelm through sheer firepower and force of numbers. Odds were good that it wouldn't work. It hadn't in the past. But, we were hoping, it would put the 9 in a position where they had to decide whether to hold their position or respond to the immediate proximity of this many enemies. Shatterbird and Genesis were tasked with distracting Hukulf's forces and preventing them from mounting a direct attack on the 9's real position. We couldn't save Gru if Purity leveled the building. So much hinged on how the next few moments played out. The 9 are distracted. I'm going to help the people run. The lack of response was as damning as anything they could have said. I waited until Purity fired again, then used the rumble as an excuse to stir various bugs into action. I did a body count, placing bugs on people's right feet, trying to calculate how many there were and how they were distributed. There was a crowd inside the building with the 9. People huddled in a room with Crawler, who lay on the ground with his chin resting on his forelimbs, facing them. I couldn't find Gru. Was he in that group? No. On the other side of the building, 4 people were gathered at one window. A grown man, 2 grown women, one of whom was nude, and a child. A man clad in hard armor crouched in one corner, working with tools. There were enough cool bodies around them that I would have known who they were even if the body types hadn't fit. Found them, I said, pointing. They're watching. They're not stepping outside? Trickster asked. I shook my head. Damn. I could see Menja leap from ruins floating rock and grow as she fell. She was nearly 30 feet tall when she landed, the road cracking under her weight. Rune leaped off the rock and landed on the husk of a building that hadn't survived Leviathan's attack. A few seconds later, a large section broke off and lifted into the air. She didn't stay on top of it for long, choosing instead to gather more ammunition, moving on to other ruined walls and sections of building. This would be a balancing act. Unless the 9 didn't plan on defending themselves or running, there would be something of a sweet spot. A point where the enemy forces got close enough that the 9 were forced to act, yet not so close that anyone else was endangered. Now that I knew where the 9 were, I could focus on the civilians. I drew out messages for everyone who was hiding in their homes, along with arrows pointing them away from the 9 and Hukulf's army. If someone decided they didn't want to move, I nipped them with a biting insect or 2 to prod them. Dozens of people made their way to safety, following my instructions and running for their lives as they headed out back doors or out of windows to avoid being seen. There were still way too many people in the room with Crawler. And I still had no idea where Gru was. Slowly and carefully, I navigated my bugs through the rooms of the building the 9 had occupied, a makeshift dining hall with a kitchen, a room solely for storing garbage, then a small open shower with 3 stalls. It had been some sort of office building with no computers, desks, or cubicles. Something big, firm, and formed of cloth, one of Parian's stuffed animals. It lay prone on the ground, on the other end of the building from where the 9 were poised, so large and fat that it wouldn't be able to fit through any of the doors. I found another cluster of people on the top floor. 3 adult women and 2 children that ranged from toddler age to 5 feet or so of height. Damn it, why did there always have to be kids? I can't find Gru. He's in there, Tattletale said. How sure are you? Pretty darn sure. Then how long before we can move on to the next phase? I asked. I found some people, which solves one problem. As soon as the 9 act, Trickster said. Tattletale. They're not wanting to move. Something about the hostages. Hookwolf doesn't care about hostages, I told her. I know. But the 9 are still holding back. Regent, I started. Don't distract me, he said, rushing through the words. I can barely dodge all this shit they're throwing at me. I followed his line of sight to Shatterbird. Purity opened fire, and Shatterbird used a cone of glass to block the worst of the kinetic energy and refract the light. Or something. It didn't work that well. Shatterbird was knocked to the ground. She managed to take flight just in time to avoid neuter, trapped the boy in a cage of glass shards, and then flung a barrage of tiny glass shards at Purity and her group. I could see the glints of the shards catching the light as it flew through the air. Draw some fire towards the 9's location, if you can, I said. I said don't distract me. But he listened. Shatterbird interposed herself between Hukulf's advancing group and the building holding the 9 and their hostages. Purity fired, and again, Shatterbird's glass couldn't absorb the full brunt of the hit. She was hammered down into the ground again, and what didn't hit her struck the building, not far from where the 9 were peering through the window. Come on, I whispered. The 9 reacted. It just wasn't what we'd hoped for. Crawler stood and rumbled some words my bugs couldn't make out, and the hostages fled. The 9 made no move to try to stop them. Just the opposite. They revealed why they'd kept them on hand. The hostages made their way out the doors and into the streets surrounding the building. Purity was so distracted by Genesis and Shatterbird that she didn't seem to notice what was happening at first. Tattletale watched with her binoculars. Oh no. Oh no. Trickster asked. Tattletale looked at me, tracked their movements. The 9. Don't lose sight of the 9. The hostages scattered in every direction, and some invariably headed towards us. I saw what had concerned Tattletale. Even though I knew where the 9 were, I was still caught off guard. Bonesaw's talents apparently included crude plastic surgery. If crude was even the right word. Every hostage wore the appearance of one of the 9. The group that headed towards us had 3 jacks, a Siberian and a bonesaw. Their expressions were frozen, their eyes wide with terror. None of them were perfect, one was too heavy in physique to be Jack, and the bonesaw had apparently been a short-statured woman who'd had her shins and forearms sawed to a shorter length and reattached. The resemblance was close enough that someone could mistake them for the wrong person at a glance, and that was all the 9 needed. Decoys, the word was hollow as it left my lips. And the 9 are moving out, Tattletale reported. Leaving the front of the building. Get ready. I used my bugs to draw a message for the people still hiding in another part of the building. Crawler was the first to leave the building, charging out the front door, plowing through 1 or 2 of the 9, and barreling towards Hukulf's army. The other members of the 9 headed out. A real burn scar, Jack, Siberian, and mannequin at the tail end of their mass of fleeing decoys. Bonesaw's not leaving, I said. Doesn't matter. Now. Tattletale shouted. Trickster hurried to my side, binoculars in hand. I pointed, and I could feel a pressure building around me. It was slower than his other teleports, more jarring. It didn't matter. Our group was soon indoors. Me, Tattletale, Trickster, Sundancer and Ballistic. The interior was rank. They were smells I'd gotten to know since Leviathan's attack. Blood, death, and the dank smell of sweat. Trickster had replaced all of the kids and the 3 adults that had been accompanying them. He hadn't brought Regent, because Regent was focused on Shatterbird. That was part of the plan. Leaving Bitch behind wasn't. I could understand it if it was because of a lack of mass to swap with, but my doubts about the travelers and about Trickster specifically led me to ask, you figure Bitch will cover our retreat? And if one of the 9 is here, Trickster said, his voice low, we don't need her dogs making noise. Right. Okay. Made sense. I led the way, as I had the best sense of the layout. Bonesaw was excitedly pacing back and forth. The rest of the place was quiet. There's only a few places Gru could be. Confined spaces my bugs couldn't get to. Makes sense that they'd improvise a cell to contain him, Tattletale said. I nodded, swallowing. Worn and damaged posters and flyers referred to yoga and Pilates classes. Makeshift signs and notices had been raised since this building had been used for the rich person exercise classes. These were more pragmatic, detailing chore schedules, contact information, and watch rotations. These people had been getting by, maybe in the same way I'd been trying to get my own people organized. I felt a growing outrage at what had happened here, what had happened to my people. Why? What purpose did this chaos serve? We checked a small sauna. No luck. No less than 3 storage rooms, sealed tight to keep vermin out, turned up empty. The place I'd mentally labeled the dining hall turned out to be something of a restaurant. More notices about food rationing covered menus and signs advertising healthy eating. I headed around the long counter and into the kitchen. Crates of supplies had been opened, the contents sorted into piles. There were also other supplies that didn't look regulation. Several 5-gallon jugs of water that were designed to fit into water coolers were stacked in one corner, and neither I nor my bugs had seen any water coolers in here. I stopped outside the walk-in freezer and stared at the handle. Skitter? Tattletale asked. There's only 3 places left where Gru could be. The other 2 places are the regular fridge over there and a closet in the basement that I think is too small to hold him and still let him breathe. So if he's not in here. Right, I said. Trap free. As far as I can tell, she replied. No, if they were going to trap it, they'd lock it first, chain it shut. Swallowing, I gripped the handle and hauled the door open. It took me a second to process what I was seeing. Brian was in there. And he was alive. I couldn't have been unhappier at that realization. There was no power to the walk-in freezer, so it was warm. The interior was maybe 10 by 12 feet across, the walls were metal, with racks on either side. Brian was hanging by the wall at the far end, propped up enough that his shoulders were pressing against the corner bordering the wall and the ceiling, his arms outstretched to either side like a bird hung up for display, his head hanging forward. It was some sort of collaboration between Bonesaw and Mannequin. He'd been partially flayed, the skin stripped from his arms and legs and stretched over the walls around him. His ribcage had been opened, splayed apart. An improvised metal frame held each of his internal organs in place, some several feet from their intended position, as if they were held out for display, others placed on the shelves of the freezer. Cases covered in a ceramic shell seemed to be pumping him full of water, nutrients, and other fluids that must have been helping keep him alive. His head was untouched. He looked up at us, and he looked harrowed. The look in his eyes was more animal than person, his pupils mere pinpoints in his brown eyes. Tiny beads of sweat dotted the skin of his face, no doubt due to the warmth of the room, but he was shivering. Oh. My voice was a croak. Brian. I took a step forward, and he seized up, his entire body twisting, his hands clenching, eyes wrenching shut. Get back. Tattletale gripped me by the shoulder and forced me out of the freezer. What? I was having trouble processing. Trap. Tattletale had a dark look in her eyes. No. Look closer at the walls and floor. Numbly, I did as she'd asked. They looked like hairline cracks, spiderwebbing across everything from the walls to the shelving and even the ceramic cases that Mannequin had set up. Except they were raised, over the surfaces. Veins. Exposed nerves. Artificially grown, connecting from him to the rest of the room. I stared up at Brian, and he stared back at me. There was no way to help him. I couldn't even get inside the room to try to comfort him in the smallest ways, not without causing him unbearable pain in the process. Brian moved his lips, but no sound came out. He tried to raise his head, as much as the ceiling allowed, his eyes raised towards the sky. There was a cauterized scar just above his collarbone. I could make it quick, Ballistic said. No, I told him. It'd be a mercy. No, I shook my head. No. We have options. Panacea is nowhere to be found, Tattletale told me, and given what happened with Mannequin, she's going to be as far as she can get from downtown. Then Bonesaw, I said, clenching my fists. Bonesaw can fix him. She's not going to fix him. I doubt she'd do it on pain of death, Tattletale told me. Skitter. We'll try, I told her. At least try. I looked at the others. Sundancer was on the other side of the kitchen, hands on the edge of the sink. Ballistic had his arms folded. Trickster leaned against one counter, silent, not looking at the scene. Every second you make him go on like this is cruel, she said, her voice hard. So is every second you spend arguing with me. I'm not negotiating, here. I'm willing for him to suffer if it means there's a chance we can help him. She met my eyes, looking like she wanted to slap me, yell at me, or both. Fine. Then let's hurry. I gave Brian one last look over my shoulder before I hurried off, leaving him behind. The others followed. I was using my bugs to track the positions of the 9, where Siberian and Crawler were in the thick of the enemy. Mannequin apparently wasn't aware of my presence, so I had my first real opportunity of tracking his movements as he scaled walls and disappeared into manholes to emerge half a street away. Burn Scar used her fire to bombard the enemy and divide them. Jack was more pragmatic, striking from hiding, threatening his decoys to get them to run out of cover and draw enemy fire, and using every hiding space that was available. He was quick, smart, and devastating in how he operated. No movement was wasted, and every time he emerged from cover and swiped his knife, someone suffered for it. As far as I could tell, he was evading night and fog. My bugs could detect some noise from him that I was parsing as a mocking laughter. Maybe my imagination. Probably my imagination. I was getting a sense of what Brian had described, once upon a time, that anger and outrage that didn't even come close to connecting with a fire inside, with burning rage or anything like that. It was cold, dark, and numb. We found her in one of the exercise rooms. Yoga mats had been stacked together to serve as mattresses, forming a kind of sleeping area. Most of the Dolltown residents who had been living in this facility were dead now, their cold bodies lying in pools of blood. One of the culprits was at the window, clutching the frame. Bones saw. I gathered my bugs, directing them her way. Wait! Tattletale cried out. I turned to see her stagger. I whipped around to see Bonesaw. She was whirling around in response to Tattletale's shout, her eyes wide. There was a chain stretching from her wrist to the base of the window. Not Bonesaw. Decoy. Tattletale crashed to the ground, followed soon after by Trickster. Sundancer and Ballistic crashed to the ground a second later. Why won't you go down? The voice was petulant. I followed the voice and saw one of the corpses move, rising to its feet. Bonesaw unzipped the covering of dead flesh she'd covered herself in and shucked it off. She was wearing a yellow sundress and yellow rubber boots with a short blue jacket, but her hair and each article of her clothing were stained dark brown with the blood that had been on the corpse. A small tube was in one of her hands. I shot you with 3 darts. It's rude. I glanced down. 3 pea-sized darts with flesh-toned feathering were stuck in the fabric of my costume. One in my dress, one in a panel of armor on my chest, and another in the side of my stomach. Bonesaw, I growled. Skitter, was it? Bug girl. I really want to find out how your power works. I'll take your brain apart and find the mechanism so I can copy it. Is your costume spider silk? That's awesome. You know the right materials to work with. No wonder my darts didn't work. What did you do to them? Paralyzed them, obviously. Living flesh is so much easier to work with. Paralyzed. I glanced at my teammates. Why couldn't I have finished their costumes? Stupid. I'd spread myself too thin. I should have finished one costume, then moved on to the next. Maybe then I would have saved someone. Oh, and I dosed them with a little something extra. Because Jack said there's no point in doing anything halfway. She gave me a sage nod, as if sharing some universal truism. You're going to give them an antidote to whatever you injected into them, then you're going to go to Brian and you're going to fix him. Brian? Oh. You mean the boy we put in the freezer? I'm still trying to figure out where his power comes from. The darkness comes from inside him, but what's the source? Besides the usual, I mean. So I took everything apart to see, but he wasn't cooperating. I told him I'd make the pain stop forever if he would just show me, but he was so stubborn. She stamped one foot. I'd let Brian's name slip. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I wasn't thinking straight. But no, I'm not going to do that, she said. I don't censor my art because it offends people. I could convince you, I told her. My swarm flowed forward, and she backed away. Her eyes, one green and one blue, flashed as she took in the breadth of the swarm, the composition of it. She was probably already brainstorming some solution. I wasn't going to give her a chance. I drew my weapons, one in each hand, and charged through the swarm, straight for her. My bugs served to give me a half-second of early warning as they felt her jam one hand into the side pocket of her dress. I turned on my heel, the burn on my leg screaming in pain as I did it, and threw myself to the right as she brought one hand to her mouth and blew a billowing cloud of powder into the space I'd been occupying. I got my feet under me and lunged forward again. I didn't get 2 steps before I was tackled to the ground. It was a mechanical spider the size of a large dog. It had been folded up inside one of the bodies. Its legs latched around me. There wasn't much strength in them, and even with my less than fantastic upper body strength, I managed to pry the first 2 legs apart. I had almost got the spider off me when another caught me from behind. A third and fourth caught me an instant later, seizing my head and shoulders and my legs, respectively. Bonesaw exhaled a second cloud of dust into my face. I held my breath for as long as I could, but there was a limit. When I did breathe, my chest seized up, and my ears immediately started ringing violently, a headache settling into place. The muscles in my arms and legs locked up. She sprayed an aerosol around herself, killing my bugs. Not that it mattered. My facility with my power was getting clumsier and clumsier as the headache increased in intensity. No, 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 no. Bring them, she said. The mechanical spiders leapt to obey. Within moments, me, Tattletale, Trickster, Sundancer and Ballistic were being dragged inch by inch towards the dining hall. Towards Gru. No, no, no. It took long minutes for us to get there. I could hear faint rumbles of the ongoing battle and Bonesaw's humming. It was all I could do to keep breathing. It was like my body had forgotten how, and it demanded my constant attention to maintain that simple rhythm. With the aid of her spiders, she stacked us like logs. Ballistic and Trickster went on the bottom. I couldn't even grunt as the spiders leveraged me onto the pile alongside Tattletale. I stared down at the mask of the third person below us. Imp. She'd got imp. Bonesaw crouched so her face was level with mine. This is going to be fun. Snare 13.9. With the shoulder bone connected to the, she paused, hip bone. Bonesaw sang to herself as she drew a scalpel from her sleeve, investigated it, then laid it on the counter. And the hip bone connected to the, backbone. She drew a pair of forceps from beneath her dress, another 2 pairs of forceps were retrieved, joining the first. And the backbone connected to the, knee bone. And the knee bone connected to the, hand bone. I was scared. I could admit that. I could barely think straight, I couldn't move, and whatever she'd dosed me with was rendering me unable to use my power. It was there, it wasn't like what Panacea had done, it hadn't shut it down entirely. I could sense what my bugs did, and I could maybe give them crude instructions, but I couldn't do anything even remotely complicated or delicate. And the neck bone connected to the, she rocked her head to either side as she finished, head bone. I could see the open door of the refrigerator out of the corner of my eye, but couldn't turn my head to get a better look. Brian could see us from where he hung. I didn't want to go down without a fight. I couldn't give specific directions to my bugs, but if I tried, maybe I could give one. Maybe, just maybe, I could rely on my subconscious to guide them, even if my conscious mind wasn't up to it. I controlled my breathing, in then out, and gave the order. Attack. If the commands could be analogous to words in my head, this was a shout. There was no control, no guidance, or direction. I didn't have the facility. Still, every bug in reach, within a range of 5 or so city blocks in every direction, began to converge on our location, veering towards Bonesaw. She noticed almost immediately, drawing the can of aerosol spray she'd used to wipe out the first swarm I'd set on her. One hornet managed to sting her, and with my power as limited as it was, I couldn't stop it from contracting its body in such a way as to inject its venom into her. I wouldn't have if I could. The rest of the bugs died on contact with the spray, their bodies shutting down. Except my order was a continuous directive, much as my calling my bugs to me had been when I'd passed out while fighting Bakuda. It worked on its own, without my direction. It was eerie to track their movements, to see just how much initiative they took without my conscious mind guiding them. They spread out, navigated past obstacles, they organized into ranks and tried to attack her from behind, while she was spraying the ones in front of her. Some of the flying insects were even dropping spiders onto Bonesaw. This is annoying, I heard Bonesaw comment. I couldn't see her in my field of view, which was primarily limited to the floor, Imp's mask, and if I looked as far to my left as I could manage, the fridge that held Brian. Few of the bugs were getting past that spray, and even the droplets of the spray that had settled lingered on Bonesaw's skin, hair, and clothing were enough to kill or incapacitate them on contact. I was unable to respond to her statement. I focused on breathing, and taking in every detail I could. My eyes could still move, my fingertips could twitch, but nothing else. Just so you know, I've rendered myself immune to all those pesky little venoms and allergens, she said. And I can turn pain off like I'm flicking a switch. Don't want to do that on a permanent basis, but it does make this easier to deal with. So I wasn't even hurting her. Damn it. It's still annoying. I could feel my bugs congregating on her as she put the aerosol down and fumbled around inside her pockets. Test tubes, I could feel the long, smooth glass. She dropped something into each, then stabbed the aerosol can. The smoke that plumed out killed most of the bugs in the area. I couldn't follow what she did with the can and the test tubes. It's interesting, she said. I felt small hands on me, and she heaved me over so I was staring at the ceiling, and at her. Clouds of what looked like steam were rising around her. From the test tubes? It was having the same effect on my bugs that the aerosol had. She directed some kind of gaseous barrier. See, there's this part of the brain that people who study parahumans call the corona pollentia, not to be confused with the corona radiata. It's a part of the brain that's different in parahumans, and it's the part that's used to manage powers, when the powers can be managed. More specifically, there's this part of the corona they call the gemma, that controls the active use of the power, the same way there are parts of the brain that allow us to coordinate and move our hands. She ran her fingers over my exposed scalp, massaging it, as if she were feeling the shape of my head. The size, shape, and location of the corona and the gemma changes from parahuman to parahuman, but it tends to sit between the frontal and the parietal lobe. Beneath the crown of the head, if you will. They can't really lobotomize the corona in criminals. Some of that's because the location and shape of the corona depends on the powers and how they work, and trial and error doesn't work with the scary bad guys who can melt flesh or breathe lasers. She tilted my head back and felt around the edges of my mask, trying to find the part where she could pull it off. I'm really good at figuring out where the corona and the gemma are. I can even guess most of the time, if I know what powers the person has. And I can pry it wide open, make it so the powers can't be turned off, or I can temporarily disable it, or modify it. The powder I blew into your face? It has the same prions I put in the darts I shot your friends with. Cripples the gemma, but it leaves your powers intact. Can't experiment with your abilities if I fried your whole corona pollentia, right? Right. She angled my head and stared into my goggles with her mismatched eyes. Dealio is, the corona's way too small to be doing what it's doing. As para-humans, our brains are doing these amazing things. The framework, all the details our minds are using to decide what works and what doesn't, the sheer potential, even the energy we're using, it's too much for our brains to process, and it's why AI too much for a growth that's no bigger than a kiwi. All of that? It's got to come from somewhere. And the other reason you can't just carve out the corona? If you do, the powers still work on their own. The person just can't control them. It becomes instinctive, instead. She began feeling around my mask for a seam, buckle or zipper, searching. She talked as she grabbed the part of my mask that bordered my scalp and tried to peel my mask down towards my chin. So you can see why I find it very interesting that you still have the ability to control bugs, even when your gemma is out of order. She gave up on pulling my mask down. The armor panels made it too difficult, and the fabric wouldn't tear. She snapped her fingers, and one of her mechanical spiders stepped close. She removed one of the tools at the tip of the spider's leg, a small mechanical circular saw. It buzzed like a dentist's drill as she turned it on. She began taking my mask apart, thread by thread. I'm 10 times as excited to take your brain apart, now. You might give me a clue about the passenger. See, I think it's something that's hooked into your brain. It was alive up until your powers kicked in, it helped form the corona, then it broke down. I've seen it at work when I've provoked and recorded trigger events, seen it die after. But I'm pretty sure some kind of trace is still there, linked in, cooperating with us and tapping into all those outside forces you and I can't even comprehend, to make our power work. Breathe in, breathe out. I was having to consciously maintain my breathing. Whatever her dust had done to me, it had also jammed up the part that handled the more automatic things. My pounding heart wasn't in sync with the speed of my breathing, and I was beginning to feel dizzy and disoriented. Or maybe that was the powder. Or fear. But I haven't been able to find it. It's not physically there, or it's so small that I haven't been able to track it down. If your passenger is strong enough to let you work around a disabled gemma, if your powers work without your say-so, maybe it'll be easier to spot. Her progress through the fabric of my mask was slow. She stopped to clear loose material from around the tool. Don't worry. I'll put your skull's contents back when I'm done looking. Then we can get to the real fun. She peeled my mask off. Breathe in, breathe out. Don't want to pass out. Or maybe I should. Maybe I didn't want to be conscious for what came next. Her scalpel slid across my forehead, so fast and precise that it barely hurt. I caught a glimpse of her untangling her fingers in her scalpel from my long hair before the first dribbles of blood flooded down into my eyes. It stung, and I was momentarily blind before I managed to blink the worst of it away. I wanted to blink more, faster, but the response was sluggish at best. I couldn't tell if my contacts were helping or hurting matters. I was put in mind of the incident just days before I'd gone out in costume. The bathroom stall, the showering and juice. It had started with cranberry juice in my eyes and hair. How had I gotten from there to here? I can't tell you how excited I am. It's like Christmas, opening a present. Thank you. She bent down and kissed me squarely in the center of the forehead. When she sat up, there was crimson all over her lips and chin. She wiped most of it away with the back of her hand, uncaring. She glanced at the circular saw, and it started up with that high-pitched whine. Then it stopped. Clogged up with teensy-weensy bits of silk and whatever that armor's made of, too slow. But don't worry. I have a bigger saw somewhere else. I was using it for one of the other surgeries I did earlier. Let me see if I can find it. She stood, then stepped out of my field of vision. My bugs couldn't feel her, but I could tell that she was carrying one of the steaming, smoking vials with her, as bugs died on the other side of the room, then the hallway, then a nearby room. I tried to move and failed. My fingertips twitched, I could blink if I focused on it to the exclusion of everything else. My eyes, at least, moved readily enough. I couldn't do anything. Even an instruction as basic as find bitch was beyond my abilities at present. Bonesaw had talked about this passenger. My ally, my partner, after a fashion. Was there some way to use it? To put more power in its hands? Help. I tried, putting every iota of willpower into the command that I could. Nothing. Too vague. Whatever aid my passenger provided, it wouldn't think of something I couldn't. My bugs didn't respond. It was the perfect time for a rescuer to show up. My bugs had stopped going after Bonesaw because we weren't aware about her current location, so they hovered in place, clinging to walls and feeling around for people who might be their target. There was a chance that they would bump into someone else. If a rescuer was coming, my bugs would see them. There was nobody. No people on their way. None of my teammates were moving, either. If I had the ability to use my power properly, I might have done something with the smoking vials that Bonesaw had left behind. Used loops of silk to drag them away, perhaps. I didn't. My power was clumsy, now, a brute force weapon at best. And hell, I was just so tired. Physically, mentally, emotionally. So many burdens on my shoulders, so many failures that had cost so much. We had fucked up here, had underestimated Bonesaw. I'd gone with Trickster's plan to set Hukulf's contingent against the 9 and buy us the chance to infiltrate and rescue Brian, even though I'd known the strategy had too many holes, too many unpredictable variables. I'd been too tired to think of something else, too preoccupied and impatient because Brian was in enemy hands. I would have resigned myself to a fate worse than death, but how did one do that? How was I supposed to convince myself to give up? It would be so easy, on a level. It was alluring, the idea that I could stop worrying, stop caring, after so much pressure for so many weeks and months. After so many years, if I counted the bullying. I wanted to give up, but a bigger, more stubborn, stupider part of my brain refused to let me. Bonesaw returned all too soon. Threads, Skitter? These yours, or leftovers from before? Threads? I hadn't set any tripwires. I should have, but I'd been more focused on a quick rescue mission than preparations for a potential fight. My bugs felt movement. Except nobody had entered the building, to the best of my knowledge. It was in one of the hallways. Big. The huge stuffed animal I'd noted in the hallway. Of course. Perian's creations had deflated without her power to sustain them, hadn't they? The stuffed thing was inflated, heavy, so she was here. My bugs couldn't detect her, but she was here. Outlet, need an outlet. You'd think there'd be more in a kitchen, but no, Bonesaw muttered. She passed through my field of view, holding a saw twice the size of the one she'd held before. The stuffed animal moved forward clumsily. My swarm's contact with it was intermittent as it made its way towards us, then past us, venturing into a hallway. Gonna have to cut a hole in your skull, Skitter. Unavoidable. I'd go up through your nose, but I couldn't reach the top of your brain with the equipment I have. Going to make a little window. Just big enough to get my hand through. She turned on the saw, and it screamed, a shrill whine on par with nails on a blackboard, but unending, ceaseless. The stuffed animal was turning around, coming back down the hallway, towards us. Have to stall her. I looked up at her, then deliberately blinked 3 times in a row. The saw stopped. Trying to say something. I blinked once, hard. Is that 1 blink for yes, 2 for no? I blinked twice. Just to confuse matters. That's confusing. You're not just trying to delay the part where I carve up your brain, are you? I blinked twice. Not getting what you're trying to say. 1 blink for yes, 2 for no, okay? Now, do you actually have something meaningful to communicate? I blinked once, hard. Are you going to tell me to stop? I blinked twice. She wouldn't listen if I did, and then it would be right back to the surgery. I trembled, but I didn't take my eyes off her. Tell me when to stop. Last requests, threats, your friends, science, art. I blinked once. Art? Yours? Mine. Another blink. If anything would get her talking, it was her art. What do you want to know? About your friend there? It's more research than anything else. Or maybe about you. I blinked. The stuffed animal was close. Art and you, hey. You want to know what I'm gonna do when we're done with my investigation? Why not? Knowing had to be better than wondering. 1 blink. I'm going to go all out. Way I figure it, I set your gemolobe to attract bugs around you, then remove it, so you've got no conscious control over it. But there's a point to it. I make some physical modifications to you, see? Implant some of Mannequin's equipment so you've got enough sustenance to keep you going, and sustenance to keep the bugs you bring to you alive. You become a living hive, see? We could even make it so they crawl inside you and build nests there. The stuffed animal pushed the door open and walked into the cafeteria. The room darkened as it passed in front of a window. Please don't notice it. I've got a regular mod for your amygdala, to make sure you behave, and a frame I implant to your skeleton and heart to help control you, make you stronger, more durable. I figure we'll try to go for a cosmetic shift. I have to say I admire this armor, so why not take that to the logical conclusion? We'll give you an exoskeleton. It'd be awesome. Compound eyes, claws. We'll see how far we can go. Won't that be fun? The stuffed animal had stopped in the middle of the cafeteria. Either it didn't hear Bonesaw or something else had its attention. I could feel that not unfamiliar sensation of darkness creeping in around the edges of my vision. Was I passing out? How much blood was I losing? I blinked 3 times. Stall. No, no. She stroked my hair, and my forehead lit up with a burning pain where she'd cut. We should get this done before you drop dead. Don't think I can't see the changes in your breathing and pupil dilation. She started up the saw and pressed it against my skull. The horror of what she was doing was compounded by the most god-awful noise, and a grinding vibration of my skull. If it hurt, I didn't register it, because the noise of the tool had drawn the stuffed animal's attention. It charged for us, slamming through the glass sneeze guard of the dining hall serving counter. It struck Bonesaw, hard, and the saw slid across my head, cutting through my hairline. I didn't care. My rescuer was some kind of cartoonish dinosaur made of black and blue fabric. I could see the logo of this health club repeated several times over the stuffed animal's exterior. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Bonesaw slowly stand. The 2 combatants were at opposite points in my peripheral vision. Bonesaw stood to the far left, Perian's creation to the far right. That's really rude, Bonesaw said, putting inflection on each word. I was having a nice conversation with Skitter, and you interrupt. She snapped her fingers, and mechanical spiders leaped from a spot I couldn't see to latch onto the stuffed dinosaur, much as they'd done with me. Needles, saws, scalpels and drills attacked the dinosaur, and it, in turn, smashed the spiders to the best of its ability. Though it clubbed the spiders into pieces with its hands, feet, and tail, it still continued to march steadily towards Bonesaw, moving over me and the others. Bonesaw, for her part, was retreating, holding a pair of test tubes in one hand, dropping what looked like color-coded sugar cubes into them with the other. She glanced around quickly, then lunged for a nearby counter, grabbing a bottle of water. She upended it over the test tubes, going for haste over precision. More than half of the water splashed around her feet. Perian's creation struck the villainess a second time. Bonesaw was thrown into a metal shelf unit with enough force that she dented it. One test tube slipped from her fingers. The other, she whipped at the stuffed dinosaur. It hit with enough force that it shattered on impact. The dinosaur struck Bonesaw a third time. Heavy as the impact was, Bonesaw was cornered and she couldn't go flying as she'd done before. My view of the scene was limited to the back of the dinosaur's head, and the occasional view of an stubby-fingered arm as it was drawn back for a haymaker punch. It pounded her, one hit after another. My heart sank as I saw the stuffed dinosaur begin to deflate. It backed away from Bonesaw, and I saw a spreading area on its side where the fabric was thinning out, bleaching. Once the first holes appeared in the fabric, the rest of the process was swift. It crumbled almost explosively, revealing a figure inside. Perian threw off the cloth that had covered her and used her power to rip away her sleeve and part of her dress where it was disintegrating. Whatever had eaten at the fabric of her dinosaur armor was continuing the process with her clothing. I could see Bonesaw too. Her face was bloodied, her nose gushing blood, and her cheek was a ruined, abraded mess. Whatever had eaten at Perian's dinosaur had gotten on her too, devouring the edges of her dress, one sock and part of the shoe on the same foot. Rude. You killed my mom, Perian's voice sounded hollow. My teammates did most of the actual killing, so I don't think I did, if that makes you feel any better. My aunt, my best friend, my cousin, they were all here. Wrong place, wrong time. Bonesaw shrugged. She slapped at a wasp that had managed to get in position to sting her. She wasn't in the area of her anti-bug smoke anymore. They told me to run, to protect the kids. But they were supposed to escape while I handled that. Perian sounded lost, dazed. I thought they'd get away, so I played dead. I didn't know. She wasn't a fighter, I remembered. She had held her own against Leviathan, but she didn't have experience. I wanted to scream at her, to make her stop talking, to do something to Bonesaw. If it makes you feel any better, some of them might still be alive. We didn't kill them all. Perian snapped her attention to Bonesaw. What? Some we left alive, so I could give them 5-minute plastic surgery. My spiders handled most of it. Implants under the skin, some chemical dyes for hair. Plastic surgery. Perian shook her head. What? Why? To make them look like us. They're all running around out there, drawing enemy fire and freaking out. It's funny. And of course, it'll take a dozen visits with doctors less talented than I to get something even resembling their old faces back. Can you imagine how many people are going to double take when they look at them, before they've all been fixed? Like, oh no, it's Siberian, except it isn't. Perian flung one hand in Bonesaw's direction. I didn't see what happened next, but the bugs that were still drifting in Bonesaw's direction to attack her were telling me that there were threads stretching between the two of them. A bug settled on the point of a needle where it had impaled the side of Bonesaw's neck. 20 or 30 needles with attached threads extending between them and Perian's sleeve. Bonesaw crunched something in her mouth. You're playing so rough. Ow. I think you broke one of my teeth, with your dinosaur. Perian ignored her. A twist of her hands, and Bonesaw was lifted into the air, spread-eagled. Bonesaw's skin stretched where the needles pulled at it. Perian advanced towards the villain. Broken tooth? No. When I'd kicked Cherish earlier, hadn't she said that Bonesaw had reinforced her teeth? Surely the psycho would have done the same for herself. She was lying. And there was nothing I could do to alert Perian. Perian picked up one of the scalpels Bonesaw had placed near me. Her hand was trembling even after she had it in a white-knuckled grip. I don't want to do this. I never wanted to fight. But I can't let you walk away. That's the most important thing. I'm willing to compromise what I believe in, compromise myself, to do that. Bonesaw rolled her eyes. Wall. Barrier. My bugs left Bonesaw's presence to form a barrier between her and Perian, but they were too few. Too many had died against Bonesaw's bug-killing smoke. Perian ignored them. In one motion, Perian stepped close and stabbed the scalpel into Bonesaw's throat. Then she did it again and again, stabbing over and over, hysterical. It wasn't enough blood. I knew it, and Perian had to know it. Bonesaw spat into Perian's face. Her own flesh burned as whatever chemical she had been holding in her mouth spilled down her lip. Perian, for her part, dropped the scalpel, tore her mask off and staggered blindly in the general direction of the sink, her hands over her eyes. No. What I wouldn't give for the chance to change this, to act, to offer even one word of assistance. Bonesaw turned her head and spat again, some residual chemical directed at the threads. When that didn't achieve the desired result, she repeated the process. The thread snapped and she dropped to the ground. Burned my tongue, Bonesaw said, to nobody in particular. Or to me. She stuck it out to demonstrate. It was scalded, blistered and covered with dead white flesh in much the same way her lip was. She spat again. Perian reached the sink, cranked on the tap. There was no water. She threw herself to one side, feeling along the counter for something, anything to wash out her eyes. You're lucky I'm so nice, Bonesaw said. She lifted up the tattered bottom of her dress to dab at her lip and tongue. I could make out test tubes, equipment, and pouches, all belted to her thighs and stomach. If I was a less forgiving person, I'd make you regret that. Perian sagged to her knees, hands still on the counter, heaving for breath. But instead, I'll leave you alone to think about what you've done, Bonesaw said. She plucked some of the needles out of her skin. I'll finish with these guys, and later, I can show you what I can do with a needle and thread. It'll be fun. Common interests. Making friends, Bonesaw. No. Any vestige of hope had disappeared. Jack leaned over the counter. Burnscar stood beside him, looking troubled. Jack. Yes. I'm having lots of fun. These people are so interesting, Bonesaw smiled. You hurt yourself, Jack frowned. Your mouth. The doll girl ambushed me. But I'm okay. I can fix myself after I'm done here. You'll have to finish fast. We're going. No. Yes. The enemy's recouping from the first few hits, and they're stalling Siberian and Crawler. Only a matter of time before they engage in one good flank and blindside one of us three. We leave now, and all they remember is how hard we hit them and how little they could do. But I have research. Bring 3. We won't be able to bring them all along, and you know they get messy if you leave them like that for too long. Only 3. Bonesaw pouted. Only 3. Then, skitter. I felt hands seize my feet and pull me away from my teammates. Burnscar. She held me under one arm, my head and arms dangling. Beads of blood dripped down to the floor. Tattletale. I want to see what her brain looks like, too. Tattletale it is. And Trickster. Because Ball of Fire Girl killed Hackjob. I want another. Hackjob? Trickster it is. Finish off the rest. Can I leave Brian there? I have to show my art to people to get known. Brian, is it? I think that's a very good idea. Yes. Then we'll go from first to last. The girl with the horns. Imp? The small circular saw started up with its high-pitched whine. Then it stopped. I could hear a strangled noise. Ah. Look at his heart beating. So fast. Burnscar turned, and I could tell they were looking at Brian. Another strangled noise, trying and failing to form words. It was so forced and ragged that it made my own throat seize up in sympathy. You don't want to see your sister die, hey? That's sweet, Bonesaw said. Maybe you should have taught her the basics. Don't have to see her if she's going to walk straight into a modified wolf trap. Did you know? She turned off her power just so she could beg for help. From us. She's not very bright. He made a sound that might have been a growl or a howl of rage, but there was no volume to it, and it was more high-pitched than anything else. Don't worry. Bonesaw said, I'll take good care of your friends. I felt a hand pat my cheek. Come now, Bonesaw, Jack said. It's just so funny, watching him react. His heart beat faster when I touched her. It did. But we should go. Burnscar? Torch the ones we're not bringing. I wanted to. You had your chance, little bee. You got distracted. I could feel the heat of nearby flame as Burnscar manifested a fireball in one hand. Darkness rolled over Burnscar's feet, a carpet. There was no direction to it, and very little volume. It pooled on the ground and spread. Yes. He's doing it. Can I look? I just want to get the hard drive. No. But. I could feel my heart pounding, then stop. The pain was gone. I was gone too. I had no body, only perception. The scene was familiar. At the same time, I couldn't have said what happened next. It was like a book I'd read years ago and promptly forgotten, too strange to commit to memory. 2 beings spiraled through an airless void, past suns, stars and moons. They rode the ebbs and flows of gravity, ate ambient radiation and light and drew on other things I couldn't perceive. They slipped portions of themselves in and out of reality to reshape themselves. Push further into this reality to ride the pull of one planet, shift into another to ride that slingshot momentum, or to find some other source of momentum elsewhere. 10,000 thousandths of each of the 2 entities existed simultaneously, complemented each other, drew each other forward. They shrugged off even the physical laws that limited the movement of light, moving faster with every instant. The only thing that slowed them was their own desire to stay close, to keep each other in sight and match their speeds. Yet somehow this movement was graceful, fluid, beautiful even. 2 impossible creatures moving in absolute harmony with the universe, leaving a trail of essence in their wakes. I focused on one of them, and I got the sensation that this wasn't a scene I'd seen before. I could see what it saw. It was looking forward, but not in distance. 10,000 pictures at once. Seeing situations where it arrived at its final destination. Earth. The farther forward it looked, the broader the possibilities. It was looking for something. Paring away the branches where the possibilities were few. An Earth in a perpetual winter. An Earth with a population of hundreds. An Earth with a population of more than 12 billion, that had stalled culturally, a modern dark age with a singular religion. And it communicated with its partner. Signals transmitted not through noise, but wavelengths transmitted across the most fundamental forces of the universe. In the same way, it received information, it worked with its partner to decide the destination. It viewed a world, one point in time in the present, and in a heartbeat, it took in trillions of images. Billions of individuals, viewed separately and as a tableau. Innumerable scenes, landscapes, fragments of text, even ideas. In that one heartbeat, I saw people who were somehow familiar. A young man, a teenager, out of place among his peers, men who were burly with muscle. They were drinking. He was tan, with narrow hips, his forehead creased in worry above thick glasses, but his mouth was curled in the smallest of wry smiles over something one of the men was saying. A snapshot, an image of a moment. It was my world, my Earth it was looking at. Coming to a consensus, it transmitted a decision. Destination. The reply was almost immediate. Agreement. More signals passed between them, blatant and subtle. A melding of minds, a sharing of ideas, as intimate as anything I'd seen. They continued to communicate, focusing on that one world, on the possible futures that could unfold, committing to none, but explored the possibilities that lay before them. They broke apart, the two massive beings that spiraled together, and I gradually lost my glimpse into what they were thinking, what they were communicating. Whatever view they'd had of the future, they were losing it. It was too much to pick through on their own. Where have I seen this before? I thought. But somewhere in the course of forming and finishing the thought, I'd broken away from whatever it was I'd seen. It was slipping from my mind. The void I was in was not the world of the entities, but Brian's world. Brian's power. The darkness coiled around me, through me. It was different, slithering past my skin to brush against my heart, tracing the edges of my wounds, the gouge in my skull that Bonesaw had made with her saw, slithering over and through my brain. I could feel my power slip just a little out of my reach, my range dropping, my control over the bugs just a touch weaker. But I could still see through my bugs. I could still feel what they felt. They'd gathered for the barrier I'd tried to erect between Parian and Bonesaw, and they'd dispersed in the time since, touching everyone present. Burnscar had put out her flame, was cradling her hand to her chest. I could feel Bonesaw and Jack, standing a short distance away. I could feel Trickster, Sundancer, Tattletale, Parian, Ballistic and Imp. I could feel Gru, hanging from the wall of the walk-in freezer. I could feel another person, someone who hadn't been there a moment ago. A man standing in the darkness. The man strode forward, uncaring about the darkness. He caught Burnscar around the face with one broad hand, and he brought it down hard against the counter. I was dropped to the ground. Burnscar fell across me, limp and unmoving, and the man flickered out of existence. The darkness slipped away, retracing its steps through my body, undoing its passage between my organs and joints, through and inside my blood vessels. A clearing formed. An expanse of dim light, lit only by one shaft of light that managed to come in through the corner of a window. Burnscar's head was pulverized, unrecognizable. She lay limp, unmoving, dead. Interesting, Jack said, looking down at his fallen teammate. Yes. I'm almost positive I got this on record. Bonesaw squealed. Which you'll have to leave behind. We'll retreat. I just need the hard drive. I've been trying to get data like this for ages, and it's a new system. Bonesaw started to head for the walk-in fridge where Brian was, but Jack grabbed her by the back of the neck. No. It's K. 2 seconds. I'll be right back. She slipped out of his grip, running into the freezer, opening one of the cases that looked mannequin-made. The darkness continued to dissipate around Brian, and I was aware as a masculine figure flickered into existence in the midst of the cloud, in one corner of the walk-in freezer. It was Brian, but it wasn't. It was colored in monochrome, with one eye open, the other half formed. Markings in white covered his flesh, spiraling out from one pectoral, covering his chest and stomach. His hands were white to the elbow, and he was sexless. A Ken doll with only more white patterns between his legs. Or maybe he was white and the markings were in black. Almost casually, he reached out and seized Bonesaw's hands, which gripped the drive. He raised her off of the ground, her feet kicking, and she grunted as his grip tightened. The things I put up with, Jack said, seemingly unconcerned. He whipped out his knife, slashing at the pseudo-Brian. There was no effect. Grabbing a meat cleaver from the kitchen counter, he hacked at Bonesaw instead. It took 3 swings to sever her arms at the wrists. She hit the ground running, her stumps jammed into her armpits. They disappeared over the counter of the dining hall, Jack helping Bonesaw up. Monochrome Brian lunged after them, but the floor of the freezer shattered beneath one foot. He lost his orientation, then flickered out of existence once more. I could see Brian from where I lay, as I struggled to breathe with the 100 and whatever pounds that were piled on top of me. He hung there, haggard, glaring at nothing in particular. The man didn't reappear, but the stream of incongruent events continued. I could see one of Brian's ribs twitch like the limb of a dying insect. With a glacial slowness, his body parts began retracting back into place. The metal frames holding his intestines and organs into place bent, then gave way in the face of the inexorable pull. It took a long time. 5 minutes, maybe 10. But his skin crept back, tearing where it had been pinned to the wall, joining back together, then healing. Even the scratches that had crisscrossed his chest since he'd fought cricket began to mend. The healing stopped before it was entirely finished. I saw the figure appear again. The monochrome, half-formed Brian. Mercilessly, it tore out the metal studs that had impaled Brian's limbs to the wall. It caught Brian, then laid him carefully on the ground. He couldn't walk, so he dragged himself towards us. He had another trigger event. 2 new powers. 3, if I counted the way his power was diminishing my own. He touched my hand, held it between his own. I could feel something thrumming through me, willing me to take hold of it. It took me a minute to figure out how. The exposed bone of my forehead itched, then sang in an exquisite agony as it mended. My skin was next. My seized-up muscles were last. My power was last to mend, and I regained my control, though the diminished effect continued. I clenched my fist, struggled into a standing position. Brian hurried to Aisha's side, grabbing her. 4 new powers? I hadn't heard about anything like this. Come on, he said, his voice hoarse, don't have long. Damn it. His darkness flowed out from his skin, heavier than I'd ever seen it, slow to expand, but it seemed to generate itself. It slithered through me yet again. Slithered through my bugs. It was minutes before the darkness dissipated. When it did, Tattletale was standing. Perian was standing on the other side of the room, eyes wide. The 3 travelers were huddled together. What the hell was that? I asked. Brian, hey. I stopped. He was on all fours, his head hung, his cheeks wet with tears. I reached out for him, but a hand seized my wrist. Tattletale. She shook her head at me. While I backed off, Tattletale reached for Imp, whispered something in her ear. Imp bent down and took off her mask. In a voice far gentler than any I'd heard from her before, she said, Hey. Big brother? Let's get out of here. Brian nodded, mute. Aisha could approach him, but I couldn't. He stood, refusing Imp's offer for help in standing. He clutched one elbow with one hand, the arm dangling. It wasn't an injury, I was pretty sure. He'd healed the worst of it. It was something else, some kind of security in the posture or something like that. Darkness boiled out of his skin, a thin layer. It moved slower than it had before, thicker, more like tendrils sliding against one another than smoke. Just like the arm he had across his chest, gripping his elbow for stability, it was a kind of barrier, armor, or a wall erected against the world. He walked slowly. Nobody complained, despite the proximity of our enemies and the fact that the darkness he'd spread out had to have alerted Hukulf's contingent about our existence. I watched Brian as I walked behind him. I'd just been paralyzed, about to receive involuntary brain surgery. Now, in a much different way and for different reasons than before, I was again unable to offer him a hand. I couldn't even talk to him without being afraid I'd say the wrong thing. Even compared to being in Bonesaw's clutches, I felt more helpless as ever. Snare 13.10. I slept, but it was less like parking a car and more like running one into a ditch. I'd fallen asleep not by any choice on my part, but because I'd ceased to function. Over the past few days, I'd hit my limits of endurance, only to push past them over and over. We'd made our escape without incident. When we'd gotten Brian settled, I'd planned on staying awake and keeping an eye on him, only to drop off to sleep within a minute of sitting down. I'd tried to push my limits once more and I'd discovered them. When I woke up again, it was dusk. I was curled up in a chair with my head on the armrest. My eyes were sore and itchy, and I wasn't sure why. We'd settled at Brian's headquarters, because it was close, and there had been the unspoken agreement that it would be better for him to be somewhere he'd be comfortable. I was still tired, and I kept my head on the chair's arm, clutching the blanket that someone I suspected Tattletale had draped over me. I could see her in the bed in the other corner of the room, lying beside Aisha. When I'd dozed off, it had been Brian and his sister sitting on the bed. The blanket's presence unsettled me, and I couldn't put my finger on why. It was thoughtful, nice, and the fact that I didn't know who'd done it or that I'd been unconscious and helpless when they'd done it, it shook me from the twilight of near sleep. Which meant I was now wide awake when I desperately wanted to get back to sleep, to stop thinking for just a few minutes. The second I started worrying about things, my shot at a good rest would be gone. Worrying about things like Dinah, and Cherish's hints that Coil wasn't on the up and up about our deal. Worries about what that could mean in the long run. The newest were my anxieties overgrew. No, I wouldn't be getting to sleep anytime soon. I turned my attention to checking my surroundings, rousing my swarm to check the surrounding streets and rooftops, count the nearby civilians, and get a sense of who was around. Sundancer was out cold in the bunk beds in another room, and Bitch was sleeping in another bunk, in a heap with Sirius, Bastard, and Bentley occupying the open spaces. Trickster and Ballistic were walking outside, maybe keeping an eye out for trouble. Genesis was off-site. She had to be awake for a while to recharge her power, so she'd told us she was going to report to Coil and check on Noelle. If my bugs were any indication, she wasn't back yet. Perian had gone her separate way. She'd had stuff to deal with, her family was dead or surgically altered, their faces changed to make them near identical to some of the most hated individuals in the Western Hemisphere. I felt bad about leaving her with the aftermath of that scene, but we'd been prioritizing Brian. Seems Brian's commentary to me on the morning we'd found out about Dinah, the morning Leviathan came, was ultimately on target. When the cards were down, we protected and helped the people we care about, and we ignored the greater suffering of the world beyond that. I shifted restlessly. My bugs ran into a wall of Brian's darkness in the living room, on the couch. I could feel it seep through them, tracing their internal organs. I didn't move them further. I didn't want to wake him if he was sleeping. He wasn't. A hand settled over my bug and covered it. I felt him scoop up the cockroach and lift it into the air, holding it on the flat of his palm. The darkness dissipated, and the cockroach heard the bass rumble of his voice. I made myself rise from the bed. My ribs didn't hurt anymore, and my burns were gone, but my muscles had kinked up from my sleeping in the fetal position on a piece of furniture meant for sitting. I stretched as I made my way to the living room. He was sitting on the couch with his feet firmly on the ground. You say something? I asked. I said you can check on me in person, if you want. The words were kind, but the look in his eyes wasn't. His stare reminded me of Bitch. Okay, I replied, feeling dumb. I'd come to do that anyways, hadn't I? And now I didn't know what to do with myself. I hadn't mentally prepared or planned for this conversation. I stood there, feeling an impending panic as I tried to think of what to say. I couldn't ask if he was all right. That might be the last reminder he wanted, in much the same way that I'd been trying to avoid dwelling on my own anxieties and worries. Could I approach closer, or would that bother him? If I left, would I be abandoning him? Keep me company, he asked. Gratefully, I approached the couch and sat. I could see him tense as I jostled the couch. Are you hurt? I asked, stupidly. He shook his head, but he didn't offer another explanation. Can I ask about the new power, or? Yeah, he interrupted. There was a pause. I saw him raise his hand and create a slithering mass of darkness around it. Feels different, he said, and I can tell where it is, more. Slower to create, spreads faster. But the other powers? I counted at least 4. One new ability. I nodded. Didn't want to argue, so I waited. From the other end of the couch, he raised one hand and pointed it towards my head. I stayed utterly still as a tendril of darkness snaked through the air, taking its time as it approached. I stood up, abruptly, and he jumped to his feet in alarm. I could see his hands clenched, lines standing out in his neck. An awkward, tense silence reigned, as we stood facing each other. I waited until he'd relaxed before I spoke. Had a bad time with someone else trying to get into my head, not so long ago. Can we just skip the demonstration? Or make it more blunt? Right. It was like a shadow had passed over his face. He stared hard at the shuttered window at the end of the room. I sat down, pulling my knees up in front of me so I could wrap my arms around my legs, and I waited for him to rejoin me. He'd healed himself, but he hadn't exactly bounced back. It wouldn't be right to expect him to. Was this the kind of interaction Tattletale had wanted to avoid, when she'd urged Aisha to go to Brian, instead of me? I've talked to Tattletale about this. My powers always had some effect on capes like Shadow Stalker. Her powers didn't work as effectively in my darkness. Velocity struggled, too. He was slower, but I wasn't sure if it was because of the increased air resistance or something else. Yet. So we think I always had some effect in that department. That's stronger now. Affects more powers, according to Tattletale. She's making an educated guess that this aspect of my power is going to be more effective on capes with a physical power. Right. And when it works, I feel a circuit. It's like the darkness comes alive, a cord or wire between me and the people in my darkness, and I can actually see it. If I focus on it, it gets bright and hot, and I have access to whatever my power's sapping from them. A fraction of a power, one power at a time. So the healing. Athala. I was so worried she'd escape my darkness before I finished giving you guys regeneration. I couldn't just use her power on each of you, because it was only lasting a few seconds after I touched you. And the regeneration was... Crawler. He nodded. I could see that dark look pass over his face. And then the duplicate you created would have been Genesis. He shook his head. No. No. She wasn't in my darkness, I'm almost positive. And my power's weaker than whatever I'm stealing. It doesn't make sense that I was able to form myself as fast as I did. It wasn't like she's described it, either. Remember, I worked with her when we were dismantling the ABB. I nodded. It was more like a force field. Except not. A hole in reality, and it took something out of me to feed and shape itself. I blinked a little in surprise. If Brian was stealing a share of other people's powers, then... I blinked again. My eyes were itchy. Damn it, I groaned. He gave me a curious look. Or at least, that's what I took it for, I was having a hard time reading his expressions. Forgot to take my contacts out. My eyes are going to be sore for a while, and I don't have a spare pair of glasses to wear. He nodded. Sorry. So small a problem in the grand scheme of things. You need to be able to see. I reached into my utility compartment and got a small case with the spaces for the individual contacts and contact lens solution, then pried my right eye open to pinch the thing out. A few seconds later, my other contact was out, and I was half blind. The way the shadows fell over Brian's face, the shadows of his eye sockets made him look like he was wearing sunglasses. I couldn't see the lines of tension, anger, or anxiety. Whatever it was that had him awake, sitting up and staring into space at 10 or 11 in the evening. Maybe I should have left them in. Risking an eye infection was small potatoes compared to fucking up this interaction. Except I couldn't put them back in without having to explain why. Why was this so hard? You get any sleep? He shook his head. None at all. Didn't need to. Didn't want to. Felt better about keeping an eye out for trouble than about sleeping. Trickster and Ballistic are out there. I know. I saw them step outside after Rachel came back. I smiled a little. Wasn't so long ago that you were getting on my case for not sleeping enough, mandating that I get a certain number of hours before we moved on the 9. He didn't respond, and he didn't move. I couldn't read his expression. Had I said the wrong thing? Should I not have mentioned the 9? Yet. His reply was delayed, almost begrudging. It didn't sound gentle, or kind, or anything like that. It was more like I'd expect someone to sound if they were giving up the password to a safe at gunpoint. Sorry, I said. I wasn't sure exactly what for, but the apology was genuine. The smile on my face was gone. For a minute or two, neither of us said anything. What had we ever talked about that wasn't about our costumed life? At first, it had seemed like common sense. I was new to the Cape scene, it was exciting, he was experienced, and he'd wanted to share his knowledge. We'd talked about our recent jobs, the implications, even jobs we were considering. I could count on one hand, maybe two, the times we'd done stuff that hadn't been centered around powers and fighting and violence. Now that I couldn't raise those subjects without reminding him of what had happened earlier, I was lost. You shouldn't have come for me. What? Should have left me there. I was as good as dead. Throwing away your life and the rest of the team, to try to rescue me. You're not thinking straight. There's no way I'd leave you behind. Right. Because you're supposedly in love with me, so you go rushing off to rescue me. That stung, more than it should have, and it would have hit me hard anyways. I couldn't read his expression, so I went by his tone of voice, by the anger, the bite in his tone. The fact that he'd brought it up so casually. Emma jumped to mind. She'd been my best friend once, as I was friends with Gru. She'd also flipped on me, turned hostile, and used private thoughts and feelings I'd shared with her to attack me. I took a deep breath. That wasn't why we came to help you. And it wasn't just me making the call. Really? Because I remember you were the one who stopped Ballistic from putting me out of my misery. I clenched my fists. Any resolve I'd had to remain calm was gone. I would have done the same thing for Bitch. Or Lisa, or Alec, even. Are you seriously telling me you wish I'd let you die? You're alive now. It worked out. Because we got lucky. Christ, you always do this. Using my power, I checked on the others. One of the dogs had perked its head up at the shouting, but nobody else had roused. I didn't take my eyes off Brian, though. The look in his eyes was scary. Angrier than I'd seen him. I'd unconsciously defaulted to the same defenses I'd used against Bitch, eye contact, pushing back when pushed. I deliberately lowered my voice. Always do what? You're smarter than average, so you count on your ability to think up solutions on the fly. You throw yourself into these reckless situations, push and vote for the risky plans because you know that's a situation where you thrive, where you offer the most to the group. Every step of the way, you do it. Pushing the all-out assault on the wards at the bank, charging in to fight Lung after taking on Oni Lee, the fundraiser, confronting Purity, attacking Leviathan with zero backup, the attack on the ward's HQ. Stop, I said. I was getting flashbacks to my conversations with Arms Master, now. You say you're not manipulative, that your undercover operation was pure in motive, but you are. You throw yourself into those situations solo, or you join in on whatever fucked up plan the others come up with, and you do it because it makes you useful, because you know we'd struggle without you, you're making us dependent on you. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. That's not what I'm doing. Every step of the way, I had other reasons. Strategies, or there were people I needed to help. Maybe Bitch was right about you all along. That's not fair. This isn't him. He's still reeling from what Bonesaw did to him. That excuse did little to shake my worries that this was what he really thought. Was this the stuff he was holding back, every day he was with me? What's not fair is that I'm the one who's tried to keep things sensible, to keep this group sane, and when push comes to shove, when I go with the majority because things won't go smoothly if I don't, I'm the one who gets captured and tortured. Your plan. Don't. Are you going to tell me I'm wrong? It wasn't fair. You're right. But I don't deserve all of the blame here. I volunteered to be the person Trickster swapped out. Knowing there was no way you could, with your injury. So you let me. He stared at me with an intensity that I couldn't meet. I broke eye contact, looking down at my gloved hands, which were clutched together in my lap, fingers tangled. Tell me, Taylor. If you don't deserve blame, who does? The 9. Bonesaw. But I could hardly say that. Not after seeing his reaction when I'd casually brought up the 9 before. However intent he seemed to be on hurting me, I wasn't going to retaliate in kind. That's what I thought, he said, to my silence. I looked up at the ceiling, blinking to get the tears out of my eyes. Okay. What? I'll own up to it. My fault. The blame is at least partially mine. Maybe mostly mine. I've been reckless, and others have suffered for it. Dinah, my dad, Bitch, the people in my territory. You. Maybe I am toxic. Maybe me and my motivations, my issues, are causing everyone misery. I can leave the team if you want. Give me the word, and I'll leave. There was a long pause. Christ, he said. I'm not telling you to leave. I'm just. You're making it clear I should. And you're probably right. I'm frustrated, and I went too far. That's not what I'm trying to say. Sure sounds like it. I stood up and turned away. I didn't want to see that look in his eyes. I tugged my armor into position and made sure I had everything I needed. It wouldn't do to get ambushed and killed as I left. My modified costume was heavier than my old one had been, and between that and the blanket, and this place's lack of air conditioning, I was sweating. My hair was stuck to the back of my neck. He wasn't saying anything. I'm going to go. Half my territory burned to the ground, my people need some attention. If you decide everyone's better off with me gone, just pass on the word. I won't make a fuss, I won't say you wanted me gone. I'll just make an excuse and leave. I drew some bugs around my lower face and eyes as a makeshift mask. My real mask was still in tatters. I noted that the modifications I'd made were no longer necessary. I wondered if I would go back to skin-tight leggings. It'd be good to get back to my people. To check on them, and ensure they were okay. Maybe they'd be better off without me. If Tattletale or Regent took over they... Stop, he said, cutting off my train of thought. Didn't need to hear more of his accusations, his condemnations. I ignored him and headed for the front door. Please. His tone had changed. I stopped walking. I've never really said anything like this to anyone, he said. But I'm scared. I'm more powerful now, but I feel more insecure than ever. How was I supposed to respond to that? A part of me wanted to sympathize, to hug him and tell him it was okay. Another part of me was angry, wanted to slap him, scream at him, because he was still focused on himself, after he'd just attacked me. I understood why he'd done it, but that didn't make his barbs hurt any less. I'm sorry, he said. I'm on edge. I'm spooked. I can't calm down. I shouldn't have said what I did. And you can't stop thinking? I feel like that, all the time, and I have for a while. They had Aisha. So much of what I've done because I wanted to support her. Make up for the fact that I wasn't there when she needed it, before. Only we're putting her in more danger, and she doesn't respect me enough to let me keep her out of danger. I turned around. And as long as I'm being honest and upfront, he said, I was thinking about you when I had my trigger event. I swallowed. I won't lie and say I've suddenly realized I'm in love with you. I don't really know what I feel, so I can only comment on what I think. I can say I respect you on a lot of levels, even if I can't figure you out. Sure as hell didn't sound like you respected me 30 seconds ago. I worry about you. You throw yourself into these situations like you don't care if you die, like you've got nothing to stick around for except for those people you insist on protecting. Dinah, the people from your territory. People you barely know, if at all. And then you actually make it out okay, so you do it again, only more so. Riskier stuff. I folded my arms. This was uncomfortably close to what he'd been saying before. I start thinking about how I'm supposed to protect you, get you to stop, get you to focus on a goal that's actually attainable, because you're so capable that you could be amazing if you stopped acting suicidal. Then I get pissed at myself and I get pissed at you, because I can't figure you out, and you move forward so fast that I can't keep up. I let my guard drop for one evening to focus on other things, and then I find out you'd gotten in a fight with Mannequin. It's not your job to look after me. If you want to get on my case because I'm putting you and the others at risk, that's fine. It's your right to yell at me for that. But don't make me feel bad because you can't be the macho guy, protecting me. That's not. He stopped. No. I'm trying to say I think about you more than I should. I looked away. I might have asked whether he thought about me more than he should because he cared, or because I was a fuck up. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer, either way. Stay? When I asked you to keep me company, I was being genuine. Rather not be alone with my thoughts. I sighed. I could do with some tea. I could make you some coffee if you wanted. He shook his head. Jumpy enough already. I'll be right back. I headed into the kitchen, put a kettle on and began digging around for tea bags. It wasn't easy, when I was half blind. Once I had the tea bags in a mug set, I got my cell phone out. Cranston here, the woman on the end of the line replied. What can I do for you, Skitter? Cranston was the woman Coyle had assigned to me, as he'd assigned employees to the others, so he wasn't personally dealing with each of us when he had other things to focus on. Need glasses? Coyle has the prescription on file from when he got me my contacts. I'll have them for you by morning. Anything else? No, wait. Yet. Can you pass on a message to the PHQ? Coyle has contact information. Hukulf's contingent exchanged contact details with the other teams, including the PHQ. No. I mean, without going through Coyle's channels. I need to give them a message from me. That can be arranged. I have a pen and paper, if you'd like me to take dictation. Tell them Burnscar's dead and Bonesaw's missing a pair of hands for at least a little while. 4.5 members left. If they were being honest about waiting for the right moment to strike, this is probably a good one. We can give them the location of the 9 if they're interested. Should I give them your contact information? They have enough tinkers that I'd be worried about them tracking me down. No. If they want to get in touch, I'll leave it to them to figure it out. Not going out of my way. All right. And one last thing. Tell them thanks for the help. I'll get the message to them promptly. I hung up. I returned to Brian with a mug of tea for myself and a glass of water for him. The television was on, and he sat in the middle of the couch. He patted at one cushion. With the way he was positioned, there was no way for me to sit a distance from him. At the same time, when I did sit, he didn't reach out to touch me, to put a hand on my shoulder, or any of that. We watched terrible late-night TV with the volume so low we could barely hear it, not talking, not making body contact, barely even looking at each other. He'd confessed feelings for me, after a fashion. I had a special place in his thoughts, even if he didn't know what that meant, exactly. We were sharing personal parts of ourselves we'd never let others see. We even cared about each other. I just hadn't wanted it like this. Interlude 13. It's like the world's gone mad, and I'm the only sane person left. Director Emily Piggott finished the last of her coffee and paused to survey the enormity of the task that lay ahead of her. The scale of it could be measured in paperwork. Piles of it. Sometimes 2 feet high, the stacks of paper were arranged in rows and columns on every available surface, including the top of her coffee maker and the floor around her desk. There were stacks of stapled pages, each topped with a weight to protect it from the gusts and breezes that flowed through the open window frames. She couldn't help but notice the way that the pages at the bottom of the pile were neatly organized, tidy, everything in line. The newer pages, the ones at the top, were the sloppy ones. Pages were slightly out of alignment, some dog-eared or stained. The same progression could be measured in the print. The older pages were typed, printed as forms with everything in its place. Abruptly, it all shifted to handwriting. Shatterbird's destruction of everything glass and everything with a silicon-based chip inside. Computer screens in computers. The handwriting, too, grew less tidy as the rise of the piles marked the passage of time. On occasion, it would improve for a day or two, when her captains and sergeants complained about illegible handwriting, but it inevitably slipped back into disarray. A strong metaphor, Emily Piggott thought. Every part of it said something about the current circumstances. The shift from uniform-typed words to countless styles of handwriting, it said something about the innumerable voices, the breakdown of the cohesive, ordered whole. What resulted were hundreds, thousands of self-interested voices. 1 in 5 condemned her, 2 in 5 pleaded with her for assistance in some form, and the remainder simply expected her to perform her duties as a cog in the machine. She looked over the sheer volumes of paper around her office. The PRT handled cases where para-humans were involved, and these days, it seemed like everything and everyone was touched in some way by the heroes, villains, and monsters of Brockton Bay. Every time the other precincts had the slightest excuse, they would claim that it was the PRT's responsibility. If they had no excuse at all, they would claim it a joint responsibility. Until she read over the cases in question and either signed off on them or refused them, the job was in her hands. As far as the ones passing the buck were concerned, it was out of their hands. The first real intrusion on the average citizen's life had been the bombings instigated by the ABB. Frightening, but it had been easy for the average person to believe they wouldn't be one of the victims, to shrug it off as the same background noise of heroes and villains that they'd experienced for much of their lives. Now, between Leviathan, Shatterbird, the fighting and the formation of territories, everyone had reason to worry and give serious thought to who they needed to support and how they were going to protect themselves. Just as the para-humans had invaded the lives of those in the city, the paperwork seemed to dominate Emily's life. It crept onto the walls, onto bulletin boards and whiteboards. Notes on the local players, timelines, messages, and maps. Insurmountable. Too much work for one woman to handle. She delegated where she could, but too much of the responsibility was hers and hers alone. The humans outnumbered para-humans by 8,000 to 1, give or take, in urban areas. Outside of the more densely populated areas, it dropped to a more manageable 1 to 26,000 ratio. But here in Brockton Bay, many had evacuated. Few places in the world, if any, sported the imbalanced proportion that Brockton Bay now featured. What was it now? 1 para-human to every 2,000 people? 1 para-human to every 500 people? Each para-human represented their respective interests. She represented everyone else's. The people without powers. The whole nation was watching. People across America ate their TV dinners while they watched the news, seeing footage of the slaughters in downtown Brockton Bay, white sheets draped over piles of bodies. The before and after shots of areas devastated by Shatterbird. Flooded streets. Fundraising efforts were launched, many succeeding, while yet others leveraged the situation to cheat the sympathetic out of money. The world waited to see if Brockton Bay would become another Switzerland, another Japan, another region that simply couldn't recover. Ground lost to the Endbringers in their relentless campaign of attrition against humanity. So very few of them knew it, but they were counting on her. She heaved herself out of her chair and made her way to the coffee machine to refill her mug. Director. She turned to see Kidwin standing in the doorway. He looked intimidated. Yes. He raised the laptop he carried in his hands. The guys in CS asked me to bring this to you. She shook her head, refusing the offer. For now, every computer that comes in is supposed to be used for setting up the consoles and communications. They're done. Or almost done, for communications. They expect to be up and running in 2 hours, but they have all the computers they need. Good. Access to the central database is up. Everything except the highest security feeds. Disappointing. I'll make do, I suppose. Thank you. Kidwin seemed almost relieved to hand her the laptop. It meant he could get out of her presence sooner. He was turning to leave the instant the laptop was out of his hands. Wait. She could see his shoulders drop, slightly, in the same way a dog's tail drooped when ashamed or expecting reprimand. Emily Piggott wasn't good with kids, or even young adults. She knew it. Outside of the time she had played with dolls as a small child, she'd never entertained the notion of being a mother. She didn't even like kids. It was the rare youth that she actually respected, now, and those few tended to be the ones who saw her firm leadership and respected her, first. Now she was in charge of some of the most powerful children in the city. The next patrol shift is in, she turned to find the clock, 20 minutes. 20 minutes, yet. Vista, with clock blocker babysitting. Weld and Flechette are out right now, patrolling separately. Postpone the next patrol, and tell Weld and Flechette to take it easy, but to be ready to report at a moment's notice. With the consoles up, we'll be ready to act. Pass on word to Miss Militia as well. I believe she's taking the next patrol shift. Yes ma'am. The laptop would do little to help in her war against the paperwork until she had access to a printer. PRT divisions and precincts in neighboring cities were all too willing to send along staff and officers to assist, but her firm requests for the fundamentals for computers, printers, satellite hookups, electricians, and IT teams were ignored all too often. She cleared space on her desk and started up the laptop. It would be good to have access to the files on the locals and guests alike. She would handle the paperwork better after a moment's break, while she focused on other things that needed doing. She was barely registering the words, at this point. This would be a battle won with preparation, and for that, she needed information. It took her a moment to adjust to the smaller keyboard. She entered her passwords, and answered the personal questions that Dragon's subsystem posed to her. Why is your nephew named Gavin? Your favorite color? Irritating, she didn't even know her favorite color, but the algorithms had figured it out before she did. All information divined from the countless pieces of data about her that were in official emails, photographs, and surveillance footage from the PRT buildings. It was with a moment of trepidation that she typed in for Gawain, Knight of the Round Table. Silver. The fact that Dragon's system could divine these details, as always, unnerved her. This time, in light of recent events, it unsettled her all the more. She typed in the words Slaughterhouse 9 and watched as information began appearing in lists. News items, sorted by relevance and date, profiles, records. Lists of names. Casualty reports. Emily clicked through the records. Sorting as a timeline, she found the entry muddled with Armsmaster's simulation records on the fighting abilities of the Nine. He'd been preparing to fight them. A double check of the modification dates showed he'd seen the entries recently. So when he'd escaped, he'd done it with the intent of fighting the Nine. She'd suspected as much. She refined the search to remove the simulations from the results and found video footage. A video of Winter, an ex-member of the Nine, engaging in a protracted siege against no less than 20 members of the Protectorate. She'd been killed by one of her teammates. A sighting of Crawler, shortly after he had joined the Nine. He'd been more humanoid, then. Still large. Another member of the Nine from yesteryear, Chuckles, attacking a police station. No use to her, beyond serving as a testament to what might happen if she consolidated too many forces in one place. She found a file listed as Case 01. She clicked it. We've got her cornered, the person in the video spoke. Hearing the voice, noting the camera image of an apartment was mounted on a helmet, Emily Piggott knew who it was. She knew the video well enough. Think so, a man replied. The camera focused on Legend, then swung over to Alexandria, and finally Eidolon. We've got teams covering the drainage and plumbing below the building, and the entire place is surrounded. She hasn't tried to leave, the face behind the camera asked. Why not? Legend couldn't maintain eye contact. She has a victim. Alexandria spoke up, you had better be fucking kidding me, or I swear. Stop, Alexandria. It was the only way to guarantee she'd stay put. If we moved too soon, she'd run, and it would be a matter of time before she racked up a body count elsewhere. Then let's move, she responded, the sooner the better. We're trying an experimental measure. It's meant to contain, not kill. Drive her towards Main Street. We have more trucks over there. Emily turned off the sound as the four charged into action. She didn't want to hear it, but she felt compelled to keep watching. A matter of respect. It was Siberian. One of the first direct confrontations, more than a decade ago. It hadn't gone well. The Protectorate had been smaller, then. The lead group had consisted of 4 members. Legend, Alexandria, Eidolon, and Hero. Hero had been the first Tinker to take the spotlight, so early to the game that he could get away with taking a name that basic and iconic. He'd sported golden armor, a jetpack, and a tool for every occasion. His career had been cut short when Siberian tore him limb from limb in a sudden frenzy of blood and savagery. He'd been scooped up by Eidolon, who tried to heal him, who continued to hold the man as he joined in the ensuing conflict. Director Piggott had seen the film before. Several times. It was the screams that haunted her. Even with the sound off, she could have put it all together from the sounds that were engraved in her memory, right down to the cadence, the pitch. Seeing a teammate die so unexpectedly, so suddenly. The noises of panic as some of the strongest capes in the United States realized there was nothing they could do, adjusting their tactics to try to save people, staying one step ahead of Siberian to minimize the damage she did as she waded through any defense they erected, tossing the PRT trucks modified fire trucks, then as though they were as light and aerodynamic as throwing knives. Invincible Alexandria was struck a glancing blow and had one eye socket shattered, the eye coming free in the midst of that bloody ruin. Eidolon had healed her, but the scar was still there. Alexandria now wore a helmet whenever she was out in costume. After that telling blow, Legend's voice would be ordering the containment foam. Not so much to bind Siberian as to hide the wounded Alexandria from the feral lunatic. With the sound muted, Piggott would not have to hear Legend crying out over what he had believed was the death of 2 teammates. It had always made her feel guilty to hear it, as if she were intruding, seeing someone mighty at a moment in their life when they were stripped emotionally bare. And of course, Siberian had escaped. Slipped past countless PRT officers and a dozen superheroes in the chaos. Nothing in the footage gave a clue as to how. A shadow passed over her desk. Turning, she saw a silhouette of a flying man against the light of the sun. Like so many para-humans, he lapsed into intrusiveness and a self-centered mindset. Well, she wouldn't blame him for being emotional in regards to this. She composed herself and spoke, if you'd like to enter my office through the front door, Legend, we can talk there. Silently, he disappeared around the side of the building. She couldn't see through the wall, but she heard the commotion as he flew in through the window. He stepped into her office with the fluid grace one had when they could use their ability to fly to carry their weight. Blue and white costume, boots, and gloves. Veteran member and leader of the Protectorate, his lasers carried as much firepower as a battalion of tanks. She had to remind herself that she technically outranked him. Siberian, he asked. I'm reading up on our opposition. She wouldn't apologize, but she couldn't keep the sympathy from her face. I flew up to check if you were in your office, and I saw the video. My fault for seeing what I did. It wasn't a good day. She nodded curtly. It hadn't been. One could even suggest it was when things started to go bad. The loss of Hero, the first time a truly dangerous villain made an appearance. What did you want to see me for? A note delivered for you at the front door. We gave it a high priority. You're taking the standard precautions. He nodded. It's already on its way to the lab. Join me. She lifted herself out of the chair, keenly aware of the differences in her and Legend, para-human and human, male and female, lean muscle and 80 pounds of extra weight, tall and average in height. Of course. They walked past the reams of public servants, government employees, and Pigot's own people. Emily knew she was not the only one overburdened with work, not the only one sweating, trying, and failing to keep cool. The rest of her people were staying awake with the benefits of coffee more than anything else. She couldn't turn away everyone that volunteered or was sent to Brockton Bay to assist her PRT division, but there were too many. Space was at a premium, and there were too few places where she could establish secure offices, where buildings didn't threaten to fall down and where assistance was actively needed. Still, she'd sent people away when she could. How's the family? She asked. You adopted, if I remember right. We did. Arthur was worried that a surrogate parent would give birth to a para-human, and if that happened, he'd be out of the loop. The odds are still high, even with an adopted child. It's likely more to do with exposure to para-humans at formative ages than genetics. I know. Arthur knows, but I don't think he believes it. Or he doesn't want to believe, Emily said. Legend nodded. He knew the price of admission, she said. Legend smiled. You're always straight to the point, Director. But the child is good? A boy or a girl? A boy. Keith. You've heard there are some third-generation para-humans on record. For a while now. We knew they were being born anyways, right? We did. But nothing's official until it's on record. But the point I was getting at was that there was apparently an incident. Oh. In Toronto. A 5-year-old manifested powers. A third-generation para-human. Legend nodded, but he didn't respond right away. He stepped forward to open a door for her. Everyone's all right, he asked, at last. No. But no casualties. The parents were outed in the chaos. Sobering. She nodded. The perils of being a superhero parent. Your child isn't a third-generation cape, I know, but there are always risks. Still, I envy you. How so? Family. I wonder if it is harder or easier to get through the day if you have people waiting for you at the end. Yes. She smiled a little at that. They entered the lab, and Emily Pigot very carefully measured the expressions of every person in the room when they noticed Legend. Awe, surprise, amazement. Sometimes ambivalence. What could she take away from that? If she were to promote one of them, should she promote one of the awestruck ones, or one of the taciturn? The starry-eyed might be in the PRT for the wrong reasons, but the ones who were unfazed by the presence of one of the most notable heroes in the United States could easily be plants, hiding their emotion or simply too used to the presence of capes to care. The note. No traces of toxins, radiation, powders or transfers. Why the priority? We get letters from cranks every day. The man who delivered the message reported a fairly convoluted series of safeguards to protect the identity of the sender. Apparently the man who gave him his instructions was given the note by a civilian, and ordered to find a random individual to deliver it to the PRT, all with compensation arranged. You've tailed him. Of course. We doubt anything will come of it. No. It wouldn't. Can you make out the contents without touching the envelope? Can't be too careful. We can and have. The technician handed Emily a paper. She read it over twice. Burnscar is dead, it seems, and Bonesaw won't be in the field for the interim. God knows how quickly she'll recover, but it's something. Good news, Legend said. Emily wasn't so sure. It's a change. Not a good one. The closing line reads, thanks for the help. I can't help but read it in a sarcastic tone. The bug girl? Skitter. Emily nodded. Exactly. As good as it is to have one more member of the 9 dealt with, this shifts the balance of power towards another group of villains. It also serves to move up our deadline. What do you want to do? Call a meeting. Protectorate and wards. All right. She looked at each of the capes in turn. Legend, Prism, Ursa Aurora, and Cash were the outsiders, heroes on loan. Miss Militia's group was more worn out. Where their costumes had been damaged, stained, or torn, pieces had been replaced from the generic costumes the PRT kept in stock. Miss Militia had doffed the jacket but left the scarf with the flag motif in place. She wore a black tank top and camouflage pants with a number of empty holsters and sheaths for her weapons. Battery was wearing a plain black costume and goggles, while Assault had replaced the top half of his costume with similar odds and ends. Triumph still wore his helmet and shoulder pads with the Roaring Lion style, but his gloves had been replaced with the same utilitarian, generic ones the PRT officers wore in the field. The wards, at least, were in better shape. Tired, to be sure, but they hadn't been directly in the fray. The patrol shifts were unending and they always had something to do. Fléchette, Clock Blocker, Vista, Kidwin and Chariot. She deliberately avoided looking at Chariot. The mole in their midst. Did Coil suspect she knew about the mole he'd planted? Could she afford to assume he didn't? Still, it would all be for nothing if she gave the game away. Back to the matter at hand. We have 3 priorities, she began. We take down the 9, we regain control of the city, and we don't die. She stressed the final 2 words, waiting to see their reactions. Were any of her people thinking of performing a heroic sacrifice? There's no point in winning now if any of you die or get converted to the enemy side by Regent or Bonesaw. Even if we were to defeat the 9 outright, through some stroke of fortune, I harbor concerns that we'd lose the city without the manpower to defend it. It's a dangerous situation. She picked up the remote that sat in front of her and clicked the button. The screen showed a map of the city with the spread of territories. The 9 have the advantage of power. Not necessarily in terms of the abilities at their disposal, but in terms of their ability to affect change and shape everything that occurs. They are our number 1 priority, obviously. With them gone, if nothing else, I can hope that more capes will be willing to venture into the city to help out. But we're operating with a deadline, and the Undersiders and Travelers have just moved it up dramatically. The 9 posed their challenge, and they're losing. There's now 4 rounds of Jack's little game remaining. 12 days, depending on their successes and failures in the future. I've talked it over with Legend, and we're both working under the impression that the 9 will enact whatever penalty they mentioned in the terms for their game. Our working assumption is a biological weapon. There were nods around the table. In short, our worst-case scenario is the 9 feeling spiteful or cornered, and deploying this weapon. When we attack, we need to make it an absolute victory, without allowing them an opportunity. Wards, I know you are not obligated to help in this kind of high-risk situation. This is strictly voluntary, and I've had to discuss the matter with your parents to get permission to even raise the subject, but I would value and appreciate your help on this front. The wards exchanged glances. If you could raise your hand if you are willing to participate. She ventured. Every hand except 2 was raised. Chariot and Kidwin. It did mean she had Fléchette, Clock Blocker, and Vista. The ones she needed. Thank you. Rest assured, Chariot, Kidwin, that I harbor no ill will. My mom wouldn't forgive me if I went, Kidwin said. I understand. Now, the 9 are only 1 threat. Let's talk about the others. She clicked the remote again. Tattletale's Undersiders have the advantage of information. We still don't know her powers, but we can speculate that it's a peculiar sort of clairvoyance. She was able to provide us detailed, verifiable information on Leviathan after fighting him, even though she was only participating for several minutes before being knocked out. She paused. I believe this is why, in a matter of 24 hours, they were able to fight the 9 twice and win both times. On the first occasion, they captured Cherish and Shatterbird, presumably enslaving the pair. So they have Shatterbird's firepower and Cherish's ability to track people, now, Legend spoke. Pigott nodded. Skitter contacted us for assistance, as some of you will remember, and when we refused, the Undersiders took the fight to the 9 a second time. Burnscar is dead, Bonesaw injured. She's invited us to attack them in the meantime. Why would we do that now when we turned down her offer to cooperate? Weld asked. What's changed between now and then? Communications will be up shortly, Pigott replied. We now have the consoles and trained employees ready to man them, and so long as we're going into this as a unit, we don't need to worry about other groups stabbing us in the back at any point during the battle while we engage the 9. Would they? Legend asked. I have a hard time assessing their motives and morality. I don't know. Could they? Yes. And that possibility is too dangerous, especially given what Regent can do. The Undersiders do not pull their punches. The Travelers, oddly enough, are more moderate, but they do have 16 kills under their belt, due in large part to the sheer power at their disposal. Let's not forget the incident in New York, Legend said. 40 individuals disappeared in one night. Investigation confirmed the Travelers were occupying a nearby location. Chances are good that they were involved. They're complicated, no doubt, Emily confirmed. But for now, they're one knot in a very tangled weave. The 9 have power, the Undersiders have information. Coil has resources that may even exceed our own, including a precog of indeterminate power. Last but certainly not least, Hukulf's contingent is 1.5 times the size of our own, and he's absorbing the whites from the merchants to his own group. He commands a small army. It's a considerable series of obstacles stacked against us, Legend answered. And few capes are willing to step in to help defend the city. Credit to Legend and his teammates for joining us. Thank you. The group of guests nodded. There's more. Time to see how much information filters through to Coil, and how he reacts. With luck, we might be able to pit one problem against another. Armsmaster's confinement was technically off the record, to protect the PRT in this time of crisis. He escaped, and thus far, Dragon has not been able to track him. Without official record or reason to arrest him, our measures are limited. It's impressive that he got away from Dragon, Kidwin said. It is. Thus far, he has eluded every measure she had in place. Either he is much more crafty than even Dragon anticipated, keeping in mind that she's a very smart woman, or Dragon helped him. That gave the others pause. Dragon's record of service has been exemplary, Legend spoke. It has. And we've put an inordinate amount of trust in her as a consequence. How many of our resources are tied into her work? If she had a mind to oppose us, would we be able to deal with her? We have no reason to think she's done anything. Emily waved him off. Regardless, very little of this situation remains in our control. Arms Master is gone, the other major players are members of the various factions, and we remain in the dark about who many of them are. There were knots all around. She had them listening. I have a solution in mind. The higher UPS have approved it. Clock Blocker, you're going to be using your power defensively if things go south. They aren't patient enough to wait for it to wear off. You can protect yourself by using your power on a costume you're wearing, yes. Clock Blocker nodded. Vista, I'm counting on you to help control the movements of the 9. Siberian is immune to powers, but not to external influences. The timing will be sensitive. She clicked the remote, then turned her head to look at the result. It was a warhead. On my command, a stealth bomber is prepared to drop payloads of incendiary explosives at a designated location. We evacuate civilians from the area or lead the 9 to an area where evacuation is possible or unnecessary, then we drop a payload on site. If they move, we drop another payload. Clock Blocker, you protect anyone that's unable to clear out. Legend will ferry you to where you need to be. Cash can rescue people as the effects wear off. That's still not reassuring, Flechette spoke. You'll be equipped with fire-resistant suits. I ordered them in anticipation over fighting Burnscar, but the plan has been adjusted. You'll all look identical, except for agreed-upon icons, colors, and initials on each costume. Ones Jack and the other members of the 9 will not be able to identify, please. There's a team ready to prepare the costumes at a moment's notice. It will help mask the identities of those involved, and postpone any reaction from Jack over our having broken the terms of the deal. But we are breaking the deal. Even if Legend's team doesn't get involved, Miss Militia started. The incendiary deployments will serve 3 purposes. They'll forestall any biological attacks Bonesaw attempts, they'll force Siberian to stay put to protect her allies, and they'll kill Jack or Bonesaw if she isn't able. Humans aren't biologically programmed to look up, and whatever else Siberian is, she's still human at her core. And if Siberian does protect her allies? Weld asked. Flechette will see if her enhanced shots can beat Siberian's invulnerability. Failing that, Clock Blocker contains the woman. His power won't work on her, but we can cage her in thread or chains that he can then freeze. If we can do the same with Jack and Bonesaw, we can starve them out, or wait until they let go of Siberian. If you're prepared, Clock Blocker, we can support you with relief teams. If it means stopping them, I'm down. Unless she's able to walk through that, Weld spoke. It's inviolable, Clock Blocker said, leaning back in his chair. I'd sooner expect her to fold the universe in half. You're sure? It's what the doctors say. Clock Blocker said. And Crawler? Legend asked. Piggott spoke. Legend, Ursa Aurora, Prism, Weld, Assault and Battery will occupy him until we can contain him. He's still vulnerable to physics. I'm hoping the white phosphorus explosive will keep him in the area long enough for us to put measures in place. As I said, we can't afford to do this halfway. If they get cornered, or if they think they'll lose, we run the risk they'll lash out. She glanced around the room at the 14 para-humans present. We carry this out this evening, before any of our opponents catch on to our intentions and complicate matters with their own agendas. That will be all. Prepare. See to your suits in the lab. She watched everyone file out. Legend stayed behind. You're not saying everything, he murmured. No. Fill me in. Some of that is to mislead the spy in our midst. We have a follow-up measure. Does it pose a risk to this team? It does. Unavoidable. I suspect Coil will inform Hookwolf and encourage the Chosen, the Pure and Even Fault Lines group to act. Tattletale, I suspect, will know something's going on, and I intend to leak enough information to pique her curiosity. It's in the moment that the villains enter the situation that the risk to our capes occurs. But we have a store of equipment we confiscated from Bakuda when we raided her laboratory. Miss Militia deployed a number against Leviathan, but we have more. Once the other factions have engaged, we bombard the area with the remainder in a second strike. Our research suggests that several of these explosives can bypass the Manton effect. This breaks the unspoken rules between capes. And the truce against the 9. I don't like this. It's a world gone mad. Do I have to join the madmen to make a difference? Don't worry. I'm the one who's going to push the button, Piggott answered. And I'm not a cape. Arc 14, Prey 14.1. The noise of the microwave beeping jarred me from the first restful sleep I'd had in some time. I moved my head, and my pillow moved in response. Tried to tell them to stay quiet, Brian said, his voice low, they're not the most considerate pair in the world. May. I mumbled something, and even I wasn't sure what I'd intended to say. I'd been deep in the throes of some dream that felt strangely familiar, and I'd been pulled out of it quickly enough that I felt momentarily disoriented. I wiped at my mouth where I'd drooled a little, and was suddenly aware that Brian was there. I felt my face heat up as I realized I'd been leaning and drooling on his arm. Alec and Aisha were unmasked and rifling through the kitchen to find something to eat. Brian and I both spoke at the same time, with me mumbling something to the effect of, "Sorry, I must have fallen," before shutting my mouth. He waited, giving me a chance to talk as he wiped at the damp spot on his arm, then finally broke the awkward silence with, "I'm glad one of us slept." "You didn't." "Not a wink." "He did look tired." Not just like someone who had spent the night sitting upright, but like someone who had just finished a swim from one edge of the bay to the other. I hope I didn't keep you awake by leaning on you. Don't even know when I nodded off. It wasn't you, and I didn't mind. It was, he searched for the word. Okay. Okay. How was I supposed to interpret that? Or did he intend for it to be vague and noncommittal? I shouldn't even have been worrying about that. I blamed the fact that I was just waking up. Brian was in a bad state. Was there something I was supposed to say? Something I should do? Every gesture that normally demonstrated caring or sympathy or whatever else was a tender point for him. A touch on the arm was an invasion of his personal space, which he was keenly aware of at this point. Asking how he was doing was a reminder that he wasn't okay. Would offering to help him out or giving him support make him feel more powerless, like he'd felt when Bonesaw had gone to work on him? No. That last one was probably okay. You want anything? Breakfast? Coffee. Coffee, please. I nodded, stood, and rolled my shoulders. Outside of the fact that none of the sleep I'd picked up over the previous night had been in a bed, I felt recharged. Scrapes and bruises I'd only been dimly aware of were gone, as were the more obvious, attention-grabbing injuries. That, in turn, made me think of the circumstances that had led to my good night's sleep and healing job. It was bittersweet. Like a young child that was being forced to stand in a corner, feeling as low as she ever had, her stomach full with the entire birthday cake she'd just devoured. Okay. Still a little out of it. I joined Aisha and Alec in the kitchen. Morning. Sup, Aisha said, curt. She'd found some frosted cereal and was pouring herself a bowl. She gave me a sidelong glance that wasn't so flattering. How is the man? Alec asked. Stressed, anxious, not sleeping. Can't blame him. And you're using all that to get closer to him? Aisha asked. I blinked. No. Looked awfully cozy, she replied. I glanced back in Brian's direction. He was standing at the window at the other side of the building, peering outside, his back to us. I drifted off. An accident. Trust me when I say I feel bad enough about doing anything to make him feel less than 100% comfortable when he needed rest. Bet you $1,000 he didn't mind, Alec said. Aisha gave him a dirty look. He's nice enough that he wouldn't want to disturb me, even feeling like he does right now. He must have gone out of his way to stay still. I didn't look at either of them as I filled the kettle the rest of the way and put it on the stove. Sure, Alec drawled. In a more normal voice, he said, but what I'm saying is he wouldn't mind. Now, it's been a little while, but there was a time when I had someone in my bed every night. When you were with Heartbreaker, I said. From the look of disgust on Aisha's face, and what I imagined was a similar expression on my own, I suspected we were on the same page. At least on this one thing. Sure. Cape groupies, my dad's girls, people I used my powers on toward the end. There wasn't even a trace of guilt or shame on his expression, no regret in his tone. He just looked bored. He went on, what I'm saying is that I'm speaking from experience. Having someone cuddled up beside you, even if it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, having that body contact isn't so bad. Especially when you've had a bad day. Was that Alec trying to be supportive? I glanced at Aisha, and she gave me something of a dirty look. I was awkward, screwed up and feeling guilty on a lot of levels, from Brian to Dinah to the people in my territory that I hadn't seen to. Brian was traumatized, and that was layered on what he'd described to me as an unfamiliarity with social situations and emotions. Alec was fucked up in a way I couldn't even label. Aisha wanted to protect her brother but didn't know how, lashing out at me instead. Damaged people. Much of the water in the kettle had been heated, already, and it didn't take long to boil as we got our individual breakfasts together. I took it off the stove and began preparing Brian's coffee and my tea. After a moment's consideration, I began preparing bacon and eggs, and rummaging around for toast, bagels, or English muffins. I'd use whatever I found first. Tattletale, Bitch, and 3 of the dogs came in through the front door. I didn't miss how Brian turned to face the door, tendrils of darkness creeping through the gaps between his fingers and crawling up his arm. It took him a second to relax. Tattletale threw me a package. I opened it and found a pair of glasses. I slid them on. Leaving the food cooking on the stove, I brought Brian his coffee. Maybe some normalcy would help. Morning, I said. Morn, Lisa replied. We were out making sure there wasn't trouble. Very, very quiet, after the last couple of days. Rachel glanced at me but didn't say a word. Want food? I offered. I've got some stuff on the stove. There's some bacon if you want to give some to the dogs, Rachel. It's bad for them. And I don't give my dogs human food. Right. Thought they might want a treat, sorry. But I'll have some, she said. Cool. I returned to the stove and started preparing breakfasts. I served Brian first, then prepared some toast and bacon for Bitch and some scrambled egg for Lisa. It was almost a relief, having something concrete to do, a way to help, when I didn't know how to act around Brian. By the time I had Bitch and Lisa served, the travelers had been roused by the smell of breakfast. I offered them some breakfast, and Ballistic took over at the stove to cook for his team. We arranged ourselves on the ground floor, Alec and Aisha sitting on the stairs, Lisa and I sitting on the couch, and Brian in the corner by the window, looking distracted. Bitch seated herself on the floor, her back to the wall, her dogs at her side. While we waited for the travelers to get settled, I asked, I've been meaning to ask. What is Bastard? You mean what breed is he? Aisha asked. No, I said. I left it at that. He's a wolf. Bitch scratched the skin at his shoulders, digging deep. No shit. Alex said. Where do you even find a wolf? I asked. Bitch didn't venture an answer, so Lisa spoke. She didn't find him. He was a gift. And since it didn't come from Coil, that means Siberian, bitch finished. That's crazy, I said. How long has it been since we had a chance to talk and touch base like this? She's crazy powerful. Majorly scary. And she just, what? Handed you the wolf cub and told you that she's picking you to be a member of her team, how? She told me with words. She doesn't talk, Brian spoke up. She told me, bitch repeated. She showed up, I tried to fight her, didn't work. She explained, she left. Left the cub at my place. I saw Lisa glancing between bitch and me with a curious look on her face. When I raised an eyebrow at her, she shook her head a little and then turned to bitch, that's potentially a problem. What's to say Bonesaw or Mannequin didn't put some sort of tracking device in him? They didn't, bitch said. How can you be sure? He smelled like the forest when I got him. It would have taken them seconds to stick it in him. It would mean there was a way to find you. Find us? No. Doesn't make sense, what she was talking about. Being free. Accepting that we're animals. I wonder about that, Lisa said, pulling her feet up so she was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Maybe she was playing you. Is she really that smart? Alec asked. Jack is smart. Bonesaw, Mannequin, sure, to varying degrees. But Siberian. My instinct. Lisa shrugged. She's an actor. Playing up the feral angle, hiding a deeper strategy. She might even be playing a long con on her team. Or maybe her intentions are pure but she's keeping them in the dark about the key stuff. Like? Trickster asked, as he found a seat on the arm of the chair Sundancer was sitting in. Lisa said, Brian's new powers. He was copying powers from the people who were in the darkness, yet. Brian nodded. He got the ability to grant healing from Uthla. Regeneration from Crawler. But who was the shadowy figure he used to pulverize Burnscar? You're thinking Siberian, I said. Lisa nodded. Sure. What if she's like Genesis? Or Crusader? What if Siberian has a very real, vulnerable human body somewhere nearby, always has, and the body she's using is a projection? Maybe it's something even Jack doesn't know. That gave us pause. A way to stop the unstoppable beast woman. No, bitch clenched her fist, and I could see her dogs responding to her body language, tensing. Don't buy it. Why not? Lisa asked, her voice gentle. What she said made too much sense. She said things and she understood. I'm fucked up. I know I'm fucked up. Not good at dealing with people. But I could deal with her. I understood her. That doesn't mean she didn't lie, Rachel, Lisa said. It only means she understood you well enough to know how to deceive you. No. It's not, bitch stood abruptly, and bastard yipped. Rachel, Lisa tried, but bitch turned away. There's one way we could try to find out, I said. Bitch turned at me and glared. There was a viciousness in the look that I couldn't blame entirely on her grudge against me or the current conversation. Just like Brian, there was a minefield there. I couldn't hope to guess at what would press her buttons. You'd want to know, right? I asked. You wouldn't want to give her the benefit of a doubt if she was playing you. You assholes are saying I'm gullible. If bitch had hackles, they'd be standing on end. Her fists were clenched at her side, her feet planted apart, as if she'd be ready to start swinging, whistling for her dogs to attack, at any moment. Hey, I raised my voice. Answer the question. Would you want to know? Yeah, but. Then we get in touch with Cherish. We get an answer from her. She'd know. I'll get in touch with Coil, then, Lisa said. She got up and headed into the room where she and Aisha had been sleeping. I focused on my breakfast, hurrying to finish it before it got cold. I'd been distracted by the conversation, and cold toast was depressing. When I looked up from my plate, glancing at the others to double-check that they were okay, that I wasn't missing anything, I saw bitch staring at me. You want more food? I offered. You mean what you said? About the food? I don't follow. Last night. You mean what you said? You'll have to remind me. You said something about doing the same thing for the rest of us for what you did for Brian. She broke eye contact, looking down at bastard. My fight with Brian. You heard that? She grunted. I glanced at the others. Trickster was talking with his two teammates, Genesis still elsewhere, and Alec and Aisha were talking. Alec was apparently demonstrating his power, making Aisha's fingers twitch. Brian looked on with a glower on his face, but I got the impression his attention was divided between that dialogue and my own discussion with bitch. Yeah, I told bitch. We've been over this. I really don't know how to make it clearer. If it came down to it, I'd risk my life to save yours. Why? I don't know if I can really say. You're my friend. We've been through a hell of a lot of crap together. We back each other up because we have to. You think I'd back you up? The question was a challenge, brusque, barely but not quite anger. Don't know. Does it matter? I glanced at Brian. He was paying attention to what I was saying. I felt momentarily self-conscious, struggled to find words that wouldn't provoke a negative response from one of them. I settled for a middle ground as I thought aloud. Life's not fair. It's not even, not balanced, not right. Why should relationships between people be any different? There's always going to be an imbalance in power. The other person might have a higher social standing, they might have money, or more social graces. Isn't it better to stop stressing about quid pro quo and just do what you want or what you can? Words, bitch dismissed me. Words, sure. I'll make it simple, then. I consider you a friend, I'll help you when stuff goes down. And you, do whatever you think is right. Do what you want to do. I won't stress about it, and unless you fuck with me like you did when we fought Dragon, I'm not going to hold it against you. She set her jaw, clearly irritated at the reminder. Whatever. I'd needed to make my point. If she had been intending to give me a response, I didn't hear it. Lisa ventured back into the room, and all eyes turned to her. She held her hand over the lower half of the phone. For those of you who haven't been in contact with Coil, we ended up locking Cherish in an overturned boat's hold in the boat graveyard. She's there now, with food and water, totally isolated, several layers of confinement, including but not limited to chains. She wants to strike a deal, in exchange for details on Siberian and the 9. Letting her go? No, Brian said. Not what she wants. She just wants a chance to talk to us. Lisa looked at each of us in turn. 2 minutes to address us, and then she dishes out the dirt, gives us the location on the 9, the details on Siberian and answers any other questions. Nothing saying she'll tell the truth, Alex said. And she's in a position to say stuff that could create doubt or tension in our ranks, Trickster pointed out. True, Lisa conceded. But here's the thing. I'm getting the vibe she wants us to turn her down, so we'll figure out the real scoop later and regret it. What, you mean something like Siberian being here? Don't you wish you'd asked me to tell you where she was, because she's standing 15 feet away from you? Alec asked. Yeah, that sounds like my sister. How sure are you? Brian asked Lisa. That there's more to it. 75%, to ballpark it. Bad idea, Brian said. I found myself nodding in agreement. Lisa raised the phone to her ear. Nope. Don't suppose we can change your mind. There was a pause before Lisa hung up. 85% sure there's more to this story than she's letting on. She was all too okay with saying goodbye for someone chained up in a hot metal prison cell. That, or she thinks we're going to call back. Sundancer spoke up, can't we? What are we really risking, here? I mean, what's at stake? The worst case scenario, if we let her talk. Can't say, can we? Lisa said. She tossed the phone in the air and then caught it. Say one of us has something to hide that Cherish could reveal to the others. Nobody's about to admit it. There were glances all around. But I think I have an idea. Lisa smiled. It was her old smile. The scar was there, but it no longer pulled her mouth into a perpetual half-frown. Brian, got any books here? Or magazines? Upstairs. Aisha, go grab something. Any book on the floor of my room. Why she hesitated when she met his eyes. Whatever. It was a minute before Aisha ventured back downstairs with a novel. It looked like a suspense thriller. Here's the deal. Everyone closes their eyes. We close our eyes while the others take their turns tearing a page out of the book. The higher the page number, the worse our inner thoughts and secrets. The last page, 355, we'll say, is the worst of the worst. Unforgivable to the point that someone here would kill you and the rest would be okay with it. She rifled through the pages of the book. Anything below 150, it's tolerable. Stuff we'd be ashamed for others to know, but we'd be okay with them knowing for the greater good. We each stuff it in between the couch cushions, until we've got a crumpled mess and none of us know who tore out which page. If we're more or less safe, if the numbers aren't too high and we think we can stand to have Cherish dish out the dirt on the others, we'll take her up on the deal. Nobody disagreed with the plan, but I supposed that doing so would look bad. I closed my eyes as we went around the room, until Lisa tapped me on the shoulder and handed me the book. Where did I stand? What secrets was I keeping, and how highly did I value them? I had my deal with Coil, with the real possibility that I might wind up his adversary. Lisa knew that, as did Brian, but the others didn't. I suspected that Aisha could be convinced to roll with it when Brian did, so long as we didn't push too hard. Alec and Bitch would go with the majority. The travelers? They had other stakes in this. That was more dangerous. 160. I tore it out and stuck it in the couch, sat down and handed the book to Lisa. It took another minute for the rest to decide. So, in order, 26, 122, 140, 141, 155, 160, 175, 222, and 325. 325? That's a no, then. Brian asked. Something like that, Lisa replied. She picked up the phone and dialed. What are you doing? Trickster asked. You said we wouldn't go ahead if we didn't all agree. You're right. But I'm going to try to haggle with her, Lisa replied. Hello? Yeah, you already know the answer. No go. Uh-huh. Sure. What if I asked for the travelers to leave? You could address the rest of us. You and I both know you're doing this to sate your boredom than for any grander purpose. There was a pause. Good. Lisa put her hand over the mouthpiece. Does that really work? Trickster asked. What if we wanted to keep stuff from you? She could tell you while we're out of the room. Do you want to keep anything particular from us? He shook his head. But how do you know your teammates didn't pick the high numbers? I don't, Lisa flipped through the pages. But just going by what I know about our groups, I think our team is going to be more concerned about what outsiders think. You guys are going to be more concerned about what your teammates think. Am I wrong? Nobody spoke. We could do another blind vote, she suggested, in case anyone wants to say they're not cool with these new terms. Speaking as the person who took 222, I really don't care all that much, Alex said. I picked a higher number because I thought it would bother those guys. I figure my team knows enough. Exactly as I said before, Lisa said. Anyone else have any major objections? I shook my head. I could deal with the team knowing about my plan. If things went south, they'd find out anyways. The travelers made their exit, Shatterbird came inside to stand guard by the door, and the rest of us settled down. Lisa dialed and put her cell on speakerphone. It rang twice before Cherish answered. Finally, her voice came through the line. Your 2 minutes start now, Lisa spoke. I should get 4, since I'm dealing with only one group. 1 minute, 55 seconds, Lisa replied. Where should I start? Hey, little brother. Want me to tell them the sort of things you really did when you were back home? It's sort of tedious, Alec replied. I wonder. Rape culture is a funny thing. People gloss over some pretty shitty, creepy, wrong behavior, little brother, when they know the person in question. But you raise the reality of what they're doing, and it's a whole lot harder to shrug it off. Rape. It was a loaded word, but Cherish was right. She was a horrible person, to be sure, but she was right. Did I really want to face what Regent had done, before we knew him? Rape. Murder. He'd said, this very morning, that he'd done what he did because he'd been young, but that was just an excuse. The deeds were still done, the consequences very real. You're really one to talk, Cherie. You've done what I've done, many times over. I'm not pretending anything. I am what I am, I don't put on a facade, Cherish retorted. That's a blatant lie. If you showed your true nature to the world at large, your face would be too ugly to look at. Ouch, Cherish layered on the sarcasm. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. You're delaying me, so I have less time to work with. Why don't I get started? Let's talk about your first kill? Gang member, a kid. You used him to kill his boss. His older brother, in fact. Because Daddy wanted you to. Then Dad ordered you to kill him. But you didn't make it fast, did you? You made him stab himself with a fork, over and over, and over. Keeping in mind that I was hanging out with you and the dirty old man and our brothers and sisters. Nature and nurture, I was kind of fucked on both fronts. It was a matter of self-preservation to keep you guys entertained, and that was the sort of thing you liked. Sorry, like, present tense. Maybe. And the drugs? When Daddy had you practicing your powers, you hijacked a few people at a time, used their bodies to get high with no consequences for you, you threw orgies for yourself. Again. I was a kid. How much does that excuse? There was a pause. I looked at Alec, and he rolled his eyes at me. Was he like Brian? His emotions buried deep inside? Or were they simply not there? What about Darkness Boy? Want to talk about what happened yesterday? I clenched my fists. Lisa raised a hand, telling me to stop. You're running low on time, Cherie, Alex said. I'm happy for the chance to talk. Bonesaw's alive, you know. She has hands, borrowed from Mannequin. She's plotting what she's going to do to Gru. Think about that. She's going to take him apart, and it'll hurt worse the second time around, because she makes that sort of thing a matter of personal pride. She's thinking about it, daydreaming on the subject, and she's a smart enough cookie that she'll figure it out. Brian turned his back on the phone, staring out the window. I wanted to reach out to him, to help ease the weight that idea must have set on his shoulders, somehow. Bitch, you know that Skitter's going to betray you again. Look at her. She prides herself on being smart, and you know the best way for someone to make themselves feel smart? They make others look stupid, and you're the stupidest person she has access to. I tensed. I would have been lying if I hadn't said I hadn't seen something along these lines coming, but it ultimately depended on Bitch's reaction. I fucking hate people who try to manipulate me, Bitch growled. Next time I see you, I'm knocking your teeth in. There was a pause. Ah well, Cherish said. And your time is up, Alex said. So, now's the point where you fuck us over and don't say a thing. Why would I do that? I want you to deal with the 9. You killed Burnscar, didn't you? If you dealt with Siberian, life would be a lot easier for me. So we're right. Lisa leaned forward. There's a weakness. She has a real body somewhere. She does. Right now it's actually not too far from you. 15 feet away. I remembered Alex's joke. Near that hole the Endbringer made, Cherish said. Both of them, the real Siberian and the body. You know what she looks like? A man. Middle-aged or older. Unkempt. Doesn't eat much, probably thin. That wasn't what I would have expected. Right now? Siberian's chasing down one of the candidates. She's taken on the next round of testing. Simple test. Hunt them down and if she catches you, you fail. She eats you alive as punishment. Wonder how many she can knock off before you take him down. If you take him down, who's she after? We gotta know. No you don't. Way I figure it, you go into the fight blind, you still stand a pretty good chance of offing her. No skin off my back if a few of you die in the process. You need enough of us alive to deal with the rest of the 9. Maybe, Cherish taunted us with her tone. But shouldn't you hurry? The hero is going to die. It was Panacea or Arms Master. Both were complicated. Panacea wouldn't be able to defend herself, but Arms Master was a whole mess of complications. We hurried to get suited up. My mask in ruins, I wrapped a scarf around my lower face and covered it with bugs. I drew them around my eyes to hide the frames of my glasses. As I finished up, I glanced at Bitch. Her knuckles were white, her posture rigid. She was pissed. I made sure I had all my gear, then joined the rest in filing out. Gru and Tattletale were the last out the door. Glancing back to check on Gru, finding his posture and expressions unreadable beneath his darkness and costumes, I caught a glimpse of Tattletale messing with one of the pouches on her belt. The pages we'd torn from the book were folded into a tight square, and she was pocketing them for later study. She saw me looking. You going to be okay with this? She asked me. You're the best equipped to find Siberian's real body and stop her. Him. Them. I'll deal somehow. Pray 14.2. Amy Dallin ran for her life. It wasn't the kind of run one saw in marathons or anything like that. It was mindless, panicked, like a herd animal in a stampede. She took the easiest and most obvious paths available to her, stumbling as often as not, her sole and all-consuming purpose being to put distance between herself and her pursuer. Her left hand was cradled against her chest, the very ends of her pinky, ring, and middle fingers missing. Was that intentional? Harming the healing hands? Siberian didn't even have to run to keep up. The chase was something she'd honed into an art. Amy had to run around buildings, hurdle over piles of debris, and climb fences. Siberian anticipated her movements, pushed through walls of stone, brick, wood, and plaster as though they were tissue paper and ultimately took the shortest, most direct paths. If Amy happened to get a little too far away, Siberian would use a short hop to cross half a city block, often crashing through a wall or the side of a truck in the process. She could have closed the gap and gotten her hands on Amy at any moment, but she didn't. She was a cat with its prey, and Amy didn't have anything that could help her get away. Amy ran and created some distance, getting just far enough that she might think she'd escaped, then Siberian would appear in front of her, or to one side. It happened once, twice, then 3 times. Each time, Siberian drew closer. The 4th time she closed the distance, she leaped up to a spot behind Amy and caught hold of Amy's wrist. Amy jerked as the hold interrupted her forward momentum. She screamed, her legs buckling under her. Siberian took her time, grabbing at Amy's other wrist, then prying at her fingers. 3 were already missing segments, and Siberian seized the index finger. Slowly, inexorably, she guided the finger to her mouth, her lips parting. Amy thrashed, but couldn't free herself from Siberian's grip. Shouldn't we do something? Sundancer asked. Her hand trembled as she lowered the binoculars. I wasn't sure how useful Sundancer was going to be, on several levels. Our group consisted of Trickster, Gru, Tattletale, Sundancer, and myself, with 2 of Bitch's dogs to get us from A to B. The 7 of us were gathered behind the wall of a ruined building, a considerable distance from Siberian. I glanced at Gru. He was tense, rigid enough that I could see his stillness through the darkness. Anything I'd say to him would hurt more than it helped. I turned my attention back to Amy and Siberian, looking through the binoculars. Instead of addressing Gru, I told Sundancer, nothing we can do. But I think Siberian is going to. As if she'd heard, Siberian closed her mouth. Amy recoiled with her whole body, pulling away, and Siberian let her go, giving her a little push. As her quarry stumbled and started to run, Siberian simply stood there, waiting. She wanted to give Amy a head start. Amy wasn't bleeding as much as she should have been. I knew she couldn't use her power to affect herself, or this fight would be playing out much differently. But maybe she was using her power to affect microbes on her hands? Changing them into something that could breed, coagulate, and staunch the wounds? It was what I'd be doing. But I'd also be trying to use microbes to form some kind of defense. I'd be reaching out for algae or other plant life I could use to obscure my retreat. Something to produce an opaque gas, to block line of sight or give me hiding places. Amy had far more versatility than I did, and I had little doubt she'd be able to mimic my power with a little time for preparation. With some forethought, preparation, and strategic thinking, she was capable of holding her own, getting away. She had so much potential. But Amy Dallin wasn't that sort of person. She hadn't gravitated toward frontline combat, nor had she gotten in any real fights, to the best of my knowledge. When Leviathan had hit the city, she'd stayed behind to give medical care instead of using her power against him. Now she was panicking, up against an unstoppable enemy and an inevitable fate, and she didn't have the tools, mental or otherwise, to hold her own. Siberian would catch her and release her over and over, taking her apart piece by piece. Eventually the blood loss would mean Amy couldn't run anymore. Or maybe Siberian was waiting for Amy to break, mentally. How long could she put up with this before she lost all hope and surrendered herself to a fate of being eaten alive? Using my power, I began to gather a swarm around Amy. Her initial reaction was to freak out. She thrashed, stumbled, and fell. She landed in the shallow water with her good hand thrust out to prevent herself from landing face first. Her second reaction, beyond the knee-jerk fear, was to use her power to start shutting mine down. Idiot, I hissed the word. What? Tattletale asked. I'm trying to save her life, and she's turning my power against me. Two ways this would go. Either she clued in that I was trying to help, or she died. I was really hoping it wouldn't be the latter. I didn't like her, but she didn't deserve to die. There were very few people in the world who deserved to die like this. I could feel a not unfamiliar headache building as I leveraged my power to draw more of a swarm around her. Siberian was watching, uncaring. As was so often the case, my timing had to be specific. She wouldn't let Amy go as a matter of principle, but she'd let hope dangle in front of both of us. That penchant for offering hope and then dashing it was a weapon she and virtually every other member of the Nine had at their disposal, but it was also a tendency we could exploit. A weakness, if you could call it that. This would have been easier if we'd had another mannequin like we used in our first victory against the Nine, using Trickster's power to evacuate Amy, but we hadn't been near my lair and we'd used every mannequin we had in that fight. We could have klooched something together, something vaguely Amy-sized and Amy-shaped, but time had been tight, and we hadn't found anything that would serve that would also fit on the dogs. Deploying on the one job with the explosives, mannequins, and 2 or 3 people riding each dog had been our limit, before. Siberian took hold of a length of her long hair and combed her fingers slowly through it, her back twisting and arching a little as she reached behind her head, the flank of her body exposed to the diffuse light of the overcast sky above. If Cherish wasn't fucking with us, the real Siberian was a middle-aged man. What, then, was the projection? Why was it female, when Brian's had been male and so very similar to him? I would have asked Gru something to try to shed light on the subject, but I didn't want to get him thinking about what had happened back then. My head was starting to pound, my power getting more sluggish. Where possible, I used my bugs to find, catch, and kill the bugs Amy had altered with her power. It wasn't enough, my power was still getting steadily weaker. Amy fell again, climbed to her feet and swatted her good hand through the swarm, disabling those bugs who stayed on her skin for any longer than a second. It was also making it harder to sweep the area for Siberian's real body. There were pockets of people here and there. I needed to keep tabs on the ones who fit Cherish's description, middle-aged, male, probably unkempt, thin. What made it trickier was that I had to find him without him catching on and sending Siberian after us. There was one man nearby, but he was fit. Another there, fat, startling and trembling at the distant sounds of Siberian tearing through the landscape in her pursuit of Amy. I found another, but he was clutching a small child to him, and she clutched him back. Father and daughter, no doubt. The little girl wasn't Bonesaw, either. Too small. In the next cluster of people I had to stop and press my fingers to my temples. It hurt. Damn that girl. I had to cover her, though, so having my bugs near her was unavoidable. Amy needed to be 100% out of Siberian's sight before we acted. As if she was actively seeking to make things harder on us, she took a route that carried her out of sight of our binoculars, behind a building. Not that she knew we were there. It was bad luck. I focused my binoculars on Siberian, instead. Her hair drifted in the wind. The length she wasn't holding in her hand fanned out, briefly. If the wind moves her hair like that, is that a clue? I asked, looking at Tattletale. Like the dust on Glory Girl's clothes hinting that she wasn't covered by her force field. 95% sure I'm right on this score, but her power probably copies her real body's physiology to some degree, molding all the internal organs and whatever else with whatever reality scrambling stuff she's made of. Her call about what parts of her are affected by what, so I don't she stopped, heads up. Siberian was letting her hair fall from her hands. She flicked the last strand back over her shoulder. I collected the swarm into a dozen decoys in the same instant Siberian started striding forward, then scattered them. Siberian stopped, pivoting on the spot, then lunged for one side of the street. She threw herself through the side of a parked pickup truck, shearing through the fiberglass and metal, and landed in a crouch on the far side of it. She gripped the two sections of the vehicle, tearing where they were still connected on the underside, and then spun in place, holding each half out to one side. I couldn't be sure, but as I looked through the binoculars, I was pretty sure that I caught a glimpse of her holding one half of the truck by a glass pane of a side window, index and middle finger on either side of the broken glass. In most cases, a cape trying to pick up a car by anything but the undercarriage would find it falling apart, the weight of the vehicle pulling it free of whatever section the cape was holding. Siberian didn't have that problem. She simply extended her power through whatever she was holding to keep it intact. With a throwing motion, she whipped one section of the truck over her head, hurling it forward so it crashed through no less than 5 of my decoy swarms. She did a tight spin as she stepped forward and made the second throw into a smooth continuation of the first. Her accuracy wasn't quite so good for the second hit. It crashed through the water and hit the ground before it rolled out of my line of sight. It was only through my swarm that I felt it hit Amy and my decoy swarms. Most of the momentum was lost in the initial impact, and it didn't pulverize her. She was in one piece, at least. In retrospect, that might have been intentional on Siberian's part. She's advancing, Tattletale reported. Yeah, I replied, absently. I was focusing on getting my bugs on sight. The bugs that had surrounded Amy and formed the decoys in her immediate vicinity were still there, and I gathered them into humanoid shapes again. I didn't have line of sight to her, but I could feel them rising in what must have looked like a very human way. I'd known that using the decoys would provoke Siberian. She wanted to drive home that inevitability of her target's fate, and that meant she would stop playing around the second she thought Amy might really escape. That was the bad. The good side of things caught me by surprise. As though a switch was flicked, my power suddenly surged back to its normal strength. Amy was killing the bugs she'd fucked up, so they weren't scrambling my power anymore. She'd realized I was trying to help. Should I attack? Sundancer asked. No, Gru almost barked the word. You'll give away our location. Let me, Trickster said. While Trickster unclipped grenades from the belt of his costume, I focused on Amy. She was standing, slowly, masked by a swarm. If I sent a decoy running in one direction, I was almost positive it would get Amy killed. She couldn't run faster than Siberian, and however much I scattered the decoys, Siberian could dispatch them all and get her hands on the real Amy in a matter of seconds. If I moved a decoy too fast, it would be a dead giveaway as a fake. Really need a distraction, I said. Are you still looking for the real Siberian? Tattletale asked. Of course I am. I snapped. I might have gone on to point out how we were also here to save her. To save Amy Dallin. I kept my mouth shut, pointless to waste my breath or dedicate any focus to arguing when I could be trying to deal with Siberian. Trickster was looking through his binoculars, holding one grenade. I saw him pull the pin a second before the grenade in his hand was replaced by a fragment of building. An explosion erupted a matter of feet from Siberian. The smoke cleared quickly enough, and I saw her turning her head, looking for the unseen attacker. I ducked my head low to get more cover from the ruined wall we all lurked behind. Gru? I asked. He hesitated. Please. Right. His darkness began to flow from his hands. I climbed up onto Sirius's back, and Gru was a step behind, taking a seat in front of me. Any luck? Tattletale asked. She'd seated herself on Bentley, her hands on the chain around his neck, and both Trickster and Sundancer were behind her. My bugs were still searching for the real Siberian. Or her creator, depending on how one wanted to look at it. I was reaching the edges of my range and I hadn't found anyone suitable. I did find 2 adult men that were together. Could she have made a friend in her real identity? Just to be safe, I set my bugs on the pair of them. I didn't use anything deadly, but I had bugs biting and stinging without flexing their abdomens to inject the accompanying venom. Siberian didn't react to my assault of the men. I put each of them down as a maybe, planting bugs in the folds of their clothes to mark them. Can't find her maker, I said. My power's not detecting him either, Gru replied, but my coverage is bad. Give me a second and I'll let you know the second my darkness connects with him. Siberian had noticed the darkness, and I could see her contemplating coming after us, striking at the source of the darkness. Instead, she turned and began making her way toward Amy. The darkness continued to flow, low to the ground, tendrils rising to bind together and fill in gaps, and my view of Siberian was soon blocked. There was another explosion as Trickster deployed another grenade, but it wouldn't serve as anything but a split-second distraction. I could feel Siberian. Through my bugs, I could tell the darkness hadn't reached around that corner to where Amy, my newly reformed decoys and the 2 sections of truck were. It was as good a time as any. We needed to delay, so I wrote the words run in 3 in front of Amy, along with an arrow. The 3 transformed into a 2. Then a 1. I sent the decoys off in different directions. Siberian lunged just as I'd expected her to, crashing through the decoy that was moving fastest. She plunged her hands into the nearby wall and ripped out a chunk of brick and mortar, flinging it. It broke apart as it left her hands, forming a scattershot spray. More than one fragment of brick hit Amy, judging from the way she stumbled. None of the hits had been too serious, at least, because she managed to keep moving. Using my swarm sense, I formed a mental map of the area. Buildings, cover, features of the terrain. What was a good option? Should I drive her to keep running or to find cover? Would Siberian be able to second-guess my suggestions? She was experienced in this sort of thing, and would be an experienced tracker. The water that layered the street was something of a blessing, I suspected. Even as it slowed Amy down, it meant there weren't tracks of mud or anything for Siberian to follow. At worst, there would be clouds of muck stirred up by Amy's footfalls, and there was little enough sunlight that I wasn't sure how much of it Siberian would be able to see. I waited, tense, as Amy ran. I felt the darkness roll over the bugs I'd gathered on and around her, and crossed my fingers that Siberian didn't have any tricks up her sleeve. Needed a way to communicate with her. Shifting a small group of bugs onto Amy's right hand, I felt her shake them off. I tried again, and she left them there. I moved them gradually, until they were gathered on the tips of her ring and pinky fingers. She moved her hand to the right, and I shifted the bugs to her middle and index fingers. Would she figure it out? She moved her hand again, and I adjusted the placement of the bugs. From the way she picked up speed, I could tell she was taking my directions. The bugs would serve her as a compass. She wasn't running as fast as she might, otherwise, but she seemed willing to trust that I wouldn't direct her straight into a wall. That left the problem of Siberian and whether she would come after us when she lost Amy's trail. Let's go, I spoke. Let's check the 12 o'clock position from Siberian to see if we can't find her creator further on. Loop around. Gru and Tattletale kicked the dogs into action. I judged that Amy and Siberian were far enough apart, now. I used my bugs to direct her to a door that was ajar, leading her into a small shopping mall. I tapped hard on Gru's shoulder, and the darkness immediately around us began to fade. I asked, "You can tell where Amy is?" "I have a bit of her power. Don't trust myself to use it," he grunted. Missing something in the interpretation and analysis part of it. Clear the darkness around her so she can find a spot to hide. He grunted a response, and the darkness folded around us a second time. I was focusing on 4 things at once, staying seated behind Gru, guiding Amy, tracking Siberian's location and trying to find Siberian's real body. I could sense her as she made her way up the side of a building. Gru's darkness was heavier, now. It sat lower on the streets. From her vantage point, Siberian couldn't see us, couldn't see Amy, but she could see the tops of taller buildings. What was she looking at? Through my swarm sense, I could feel her dropping back down to ground level. I expected a splash or shattered pavement, but there was nothing. She was snapping her invulnerability out to affect the surface she was landing on. She was heading in Amy's general direction. I reached up and pulled on Gru's right arm. He veered in that direction. Couldn't find Siberian's real body. Was it really close, like Cherish had said? I noted one man who fit the general description, but he was barricaded in his room, surrounded by cans of food. There was no reason for Siberian's real persona to situate himself here. Even so, I tested him, attacking him with bugs to see if it got a response. Not that I was sure that there was a link connecting his real self and her projected form. It was an assumption, and maybe a dangerous one. I wasn't sure exactly how much control Brian had managed with his own projection when he'd borrowed that fragment of Siberian's powers. No. My gut told me Siberian wouldn't operate like this if there wasn't some link. There had to be some kind of range limit on the projection, or he wouldn't have any reason to follow Siberian from city to city. The fact that he was supposedly in this area meant it might even be a fairly short range. If he was an unwilling participant, a recipient of a power with unfortunate side effects, like Labyrinth, then she'd have to direct him from one place to another with threats. It would require more interactions between herselves, and that would mean something would have been given away. Along similar lines, if she depended on him to keep her going, then she had to keep him safe from the other members of the 9. There was infighting in the group, apparently, though I'd seen no sign of it with the team thus far. Keeping the ordinary man safe wouldn't be a problem if he shared Siberian's senses like I shared those of my bugs. She could keep an eye out for trouble and he could slip away or hide if a member of the 9 came around. Until Cherish joined the group. I wonder how that had played out. Some sort of deal? Threats, overt or implied. Siberian was on the far side of the 2-lane road that stood beside Amy's hideout. She didn't walk straight for Amy, but walked down the street with an almost casual slowness. She had one arm out, a hand tracing the side of the building she was walking by, as if to guide her through the effects Gru's lightless world. My swarm felt dust shower onto them in her wake. It was unexpected, and it demanded investigation. I moved them across the wall, and felt a gap. She wasn't just putting her hand on the wall, but her hand and forearm through it. What did that mean? My bugs felt more dust fall from above. A moth was bludgeoned by a rock that fell from above. I felt realization hit me like a bucket of cold water. Her hand was punching through the exterior wall of the building, but it was also tearing through the supports and load-bearing areas. She'd made her way halfway through the ground floor. By the time she finished, part of the building was going to collapse and fall. If the building tipped in the direction of the shattered area, it could easily fall on the mall where Amy was hiding. My bugs formed a picture on a wall near Amy. A rectangle to represent the skyscraper Siberian intended to bring down, a squatter rectangle to represent the mall, a ladybug for Amy and a moth to represent Siberian. I demonstrated what was about to happen. Faster and easier than explaining with words. Still, I included one word for good measure, run. I could feel Amy making a break for it. She headed in the wrong direction at first, northwest instead of northeast, and I used a giant arrow to direct her. The building began to collapse only 10 or 15 seconds after I'd transmitted the message. Gru's power didn't do anything to stop the rumble from reaching us. From what my bugs could gather in the chaos that followed, the building seemed to slump, the lower levels buckling and crackling. Just when I thought it had settled, the upper portion tipped over, crashing into the small parking lot and the entrance of the mall. Amy wasn't in the impact site, and she probably wouldn't have been even if I hadn't warned her. Still, it was a demonstration of power. It was intended to scare an already terrified Amy, and it served both purposes. She was running directly away from the site of the devastation, ignoring the bugs I had on her hand. In her pell-mell run, Amy stumbled into a post meant to keep carts from being taken out of the mall and fell hard. Right, I spoke into Gru's darkness. He obeyed. Siberian was giving chase, entering one end of the mall at the same time Amy made her way out of the opposite side. Siberian had guessed the most likely hiding spot and then used the falling building to dash Amy's hopes of safety and get her out of hiding and running. With the way the roads funneled together into one 4-lane road, Amy would either have to take a left, take a right, or go straight. Chances were good she would take the latter, because it put her the furthest from Siberian. With my directions, we looped around the mall and made a beeline for Amy. Siberian was advancing too, but while she was in the right general area, she didn't have a means of finding Amy, specifically. Instead, she leaped from one area to another, pausing for a second or two at a time. What was she doing? I swept the area with my power, but I couldn't find anyone resembling Cherish's description of Siberian's real self. Was I missing something? If Cherish had been lying outright, I was under the impression that Lisa would have caught some tell. There had to be something else to it. Something I could use to identify the man behind the monster. What was she? Unstoppable, a deceptively strong, deceptively tough juggernaut of a woman. Something caught her attention. A vibration in the road? Or had she used her power to protect the ground, and sensed some impact as the dogs walked on it? Either way, she started to chase us. We could have turned at a right angle, to hopefully throw her off, but both Gru and I knew that if we did, and she continued straight, she'd run straight into Amy. Fast. She was fast. Not as much as battery or velocity might have been on a good day, but highly mobile. The thought clicked into the blank I was looking to fill. How was her alter ego getting around? I'd assumed he was traveling on foot because that was how 90% of the city was getting by. Very few cars on the road had access to gas and the ability to traverse the broken, flooded streets. But if there was a range limit to the projection, how was he keeping up with a woman who could ignore air resistance and leap across a city block in a single bound? I shouldn't have been looking for people. I should have been looking for vehicles. Had I overlooked anything like a truck or a van interior he could be hiding inside? Or was he still in a location outside of my range? Or I wasn't ignoring the possibility had Cherish lied or misled us. Damn it. The extra possibility threw my hopes of finding the man totally out of whack. My respect for Gru grew 100-fold as he veered straight for Amy without my asking him to. We swept past her, and I caught her around the shoulder. Gru offered one hand, and we lifted her together, kicking and struggling, onto my lap. I wrapped one arm around her chest, to keep her securely in place. She was breathing hard, almost hyperventilating. It took her a few seconds to realize we weren't Siberian. She might have calmed down at that realization, but she didn't get a chance. Siberian closed the gap in a single bound, crashing into Bentley, Lisa, Trickster, and Sundancer and shoving them forward into the rest of us. We sprawled, and I felt my leg bend painfully as Sirius rolled over it. Gru banished his darkness. I could see the 6 of us and the 2 dogs, lying on the road. Nobody dead. And there was Siberian. Faintly glowing eyes, black and white striped skin, straight hair in similar variations of black and white, trailing to her tailbone. Thank you, Gru, Tattletale said. Had she asked him to cancel out his power? It wasn't like he was borrowing any power that would work on Siberian, and as for the concealment effects, they wouldn't do much. And, as it turned out, she wanted to talk. She pulled herself up to a standing position and raised one hand, palm facing Siberian. Hold on. Siberian stopped. I think you should know, Tattletale smiled, we're here for 3 reasons. Siberian's eyes narrowed. Reason number 1, we're trying to save that girl. I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't know if I would have risked it, but we do have some more compassionate people on our team. She glanced at me. For better or worse. I could see Siberian flex her fingers. Her nails were long, and they were sharp. There wasn't anything special about them, on an aesthetic level, but they did have the benefit of her power. If she raked those across a surface, they would leave gouges. Didn't matter how hard or dense the material was. Reason number 2, we're aiming to kill you. See, we know about your other self. There wasn't the slightest reaction from Siberian. And the 3rd reason, I think you should know, is sort of tied into the first. We're making you waste time. Longer you take to kill Panacea, here, the better off we are. Awfully arrogant of you to leave your team and go off to pick off candidates like Amy. The rest of your team? Crawler, Jack, Mannequin, and Bonesaw? Right this second, they're getting a surprise visit from the rest of our team. What do you think? Siberian flickered and disappeared. Tattletale's jaw dropped. Shit, Trickster cursed, she. Just get a phone. Warn them. Pray 14.3. They're not answering, Tattletale reported, as she lowered the phone from her ear. They're already engaged. You fucking idiot. I swear, Trickster stabbed one finger in her direction, if Ballistic dies because you fucking gave it away. I could see Tattletale's eyes narrow, my power told me there was a damn good chance she'd just run for it. 80, 90%. Well, your power was wrong, wasn't it? Trickster retorted. Tattletale ignored him, looking at me, anything? Can you find him? I shook my head. No. I think he might be in a vehicle, so he can keep up with Siberian. I realized it late, I haven't been looking for one this whole time, but I'm sweeping the area now. Shouldn't we go? Sundancer asked. We can go help Ballistic and your team. Would love to, Gru said, but bitch warned us about using her dogs past the 15-minute mark. It's wearing off, they're getting smaller and weaker, and if it gets to the point that they're not comfortable carrying the load, they may lash out. How many minutes has it been? Trickster asked, glancing at Bentley. Long enough I wouldn't risk it, Gru said. I looked at Sirius. I hadn't noticed while we'd been riding him, but he was smaller. His exterior tissues were fitting looser, in the same way skin tended to hang loose on someone who had been morbidly obese and recently lost weight. And just to his left, I could see Amy backing away, holding her hand. Amy, I spoke. She startled as if I'd slapped her. Everyone's eyes turned to her. You okay? I asked. No, I'm not okay. Her head trembled a little as she turned to glance at the others. She returned her attention to me. She bit off my fingers. I'm sorry, I said. I raised my hands to show her I wasn't armed. We tried to get to you as fast as we could. My fingers, she moaned, as she looked at her hand. I ran as fast as I could, but it wasn't fast enough. She kept catching me. I know. There was nothing you could have done, I said. It's not right, Amy shook her head. She was still backing away. This isn't the way things should be. Superpowers and endbringers and things like Siberian, it's so fucked up. There should be a way to fight back, but there isn't, so much of the time. There is, I said. It's hard to find, but there's always a way. Tattletale turned her head. Hey, Amy, listen. Can I ask you a quest? Don't, Amy snapped, shifting gears from self-pity to fury in a heartbeat. Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me, you bitch. This is important. What part of what I just said did you not understand? You'd think we didn't just save your life, Trickster said, folding his arms. You did it to delay Siberian. Or so she said, Amy replied, glancing at Tattletale. It was one of the reasons, Tattletale started, skitter. Shut up. The words were a screech as they came out of Amy's mouth. Tattletale turned 180 degrees, so her back was to Amy, and looked in the direction of Gru and I. I'm done. No point, fuck it. I'm going to try calling the others again while you handle this. There were a few long seconds of tension as we all stood there, Tattletale a short distance away, phone to her ear. I decided to break the silence. How are your fingers? You're using your power to keep the bleeding down. Amy glanced at her hand, and a dark look crossed her face. Yeah. I've got bandages, if you want them. Only the most basic first aid supplies, but maybe they'll help. Okay. I got the small kit from my utility compartment and approached her. She kept still while I got out the disinfectant, bandages and tape and covered the fingers Siberian had shortened by one segment. How can you even be teammates with her? Amy asked me. Are you friends? We are. Everything that happened to me, it's like it all snowballed out from the moment you assholes robbed the bank. Me too. I'd met and ultimately joined the Undersiders because of Tattletale, and everything had followed from that. She didn't plan that. It might have started that way, but she wasn't the cause of everything that followed, I said. I wondered if I was trying to convince myself. Amy glared down at the ground. A quick glance showed that Gru, Trickster, and Sundancer were all trying to avoid engaging in this conversation. She spoke at a low enough volume that I doubted the words were reaching the others. I've had nightmares about her. Not saying I take back how I shouted at her, but she brought up shit, and the fact that Victoria heard it, I couldn't shake it. It affected the way I thought, the way I acted. Victoria knew something was up, she respected my privacy, but she had suspicions. If Tattletale hadn't said anything, I could have dealt with Bonesaw coming to my house and fucking with me, getting me to break my code. Or Bonesaw might not have come at all. I don't know. Victoria would have listened to me, maybe. Given me the benefit of the doubt. We didn't expect you to be at the bank. We were cornered, Tattletale used the power she was given to get us out of that spot. I'm sorry it happened. She was the catalyst in my whole life falling apart. Tattletale was. Maybe. And you can be friends with her, and you still think of yourself as a good person. I don't know that I do think of myself that way. I've probably done more damage than good, by trying to help others. Dinah, the people in my territory, now Brian. But your intentions were good, then? You were trying to help. Yeah. Then tell me what to do. She didn't meet my eyes. I don't know anymore. I've spent so long helping others, and I'm so scared, I feel numb. My brain isn't working. Can't think straight. I just don't know anymore. I'm not making any promises, I won't fight, won't face the 9, don't want to talk to Tattletale, but, she trailed off, unable to finish her thought. I swallowed. I couldn't even manage with myself, and now she wanted me to guide her? Okay, I said. My mind was going a mile a minute. She was one of the most powerful para-humans native to Brockton Bay. How was I supposed to use her? One idea crossed my mind, and I hated myself for thinking it, for the stark fear I felt at the thought. Okay. I won't ask you to face the 9. But you can give us the ability to go after them, to fight them. There's this part of the brain that Bonesaw called the Corona something. Corona potential? Can you access mine? Tweak my power, give me more range? As much as you can. The mental image of Bonesaw cutting through my skull with her saw was so real I could almost feel the sensation of it. But we had to stop Siberian. I can't affect brains. You can't, I sighed. We all had our limitations and barriers. I was simultaneously relieved and disappointed. I didn't argue the point. Fuck. Okay. The dogs. Can you charge them up? Figure out how bitch's power is affecting them, and either make them big again or keep them from getting any smaller. She glanced at Sirius. I'd gotten so used to them I'd nearly forgotten just how horrifying they were to look at. I'd have to touch them. Yet. They're not as bad as they look. They're regular dogs, it's only appearances and size. Regular dogs still bite people. Yet. I don't want to lose more fingers. I know. You don't have to. Let me think. We can come up with another way for you to contribute. Can you grow us wings? Trickster asked, in a right tone. I can't generate flesh from nothing, and it's slow to convert something into a part your body won't reject. Of course, Trickster said, with a note of sarcasm. Not helping, I thought. Amy was willing to do something. It was useful. We didn't need to discourage that. Before I could finish my thought, I saw Amy walk up to Sirius and offer him one hand to sniff. She flinched as he moved his head, pulling her arm away. I joined her side, and put one hand on the side of Sirius' neck, digging my fingertips into a meaty cord of muscle. I scratched with enough force that I might have left tracks in normal skin. Hey, boy. You're a good dog, aren't you? Yes you are. His bone-crusted tail lashed behind him in something approximating a wag. Amy put out her hand again, and Sirius sniffed it. Gingerly, she laid her hand on the length of his snout, running her fingers over calcified muscle, bone spurs and braided lengths of muscle and other tissue. The hell, she muttered. Can't wrap my head around this. You can't make him bigger. No, I don't think I can. Can't make something from nothing. But I think I can stall the shrinking. Whatever I do might get undone the second he's back in range of hell of bitch. It's hard to describe. I can see the aftermath of what she does, but not the process. It's like the tissue grows, then it dies as it gets pushed out of the core, but some of it stays functional. There's a normal dog inside there? Intact. Yet. Okay. Think I've got it. He's not going to shrink anytime soon. I signaled Tattletale to return. Thank you. She walked over to Bentley, giving Trickster a wary look as she walked by him. I joined her, in part to give Bentley the reassurance that this angry stranger wasn't so dangerous. There, Amy said. You're going to save your friends. And if we can, we're going to put down the 9. We figured out Siberian's weakness. Her eyes widened slightly at that. What? What did you think we meant when we were talking about her other self? A secret identity? I wasn't really paying attention. Tattletale climbed up onto Bentley's back, studiously ignoring Amy. Kind of a secret identity. She's a projection, I said. Like Crusader has with his duplicates. Best case scenario, we can find her real body and put her down. Just like that? You'll kill her. Ideal world, I said. Gru had climbed up onto Sirius's back, and he offered me a hand up. Won't know if we're capable until it happens, but I'd like to think we have the courage. But you're risking your lives. Yet. I got settled and wrapped my arms around Gru's body. He didn't react or protest. My head just inches from his back, I turned to look down at Amy. See, it helps that we're pissed. I'm pissed too, Amy said. I offered my hand to her, in case she wanted to climb up behind me and join us, but she stepped away. But you're more scared than pissed, I said. She looked away. We should get going, Trickster said, as Sundancer got in position behind him. We were all seated and ready to head to the rescue. 1 second, I told him. Amy. Listen. It's okay. I've thought of another way you can help, and it doesn't put you in any danger. What is it? She still didn't meet my eyes. You're going to cut loose with your power. I can feed you the raw materials, you do what you can. You know how my power works. Pretty much. Send the bugs my way when you're done with them, then. You're a villain, you know. You're asking me to betray the family I grew up with if I'm helping you. I stared at her. We were so similar in such different ways, but I couldn't even begin to comprehend her train of thought. Why were the people who clung so fiercely to the notions of right and wrong the very same individuals that had the worst grasp of what they meant? Maybe I wasn't one to talk. I don't think you're one to talk about betraying family, Tattletale spoke. I could see all the color drain out of Amy's face. Hey, Tattle, I started. No. Sorry, Skitter, but it's my turn to talk now. We're short on time, and we really should leave now, but if we leave it like this, you're going to be distracted. I shut my mouth. Amy? I know what you did. Don't you dare, Amy started. You fucked up. You crossed one of the lines that's reserved for the real monsters. You know it, I know it. Amy's face crumpled. I didn't have a better way of describing it, the way her expression twisted, going from plain to almost inhuman from emotion alone. I almost spoke up. I wasn't sure why I didn't. You think you're the lowest of the low, that you're scum. You despise yourself. Amy couldn't even mount a response. You're wrong. You're not there. Not yet. Amy looked up at Tattletale, wide-eyed. The look was utterly defenseless. I was put in mind, for just an instant, of just who Tattletale could have been. I had a mental image of her as a cult leader, tearing people down with an almost surgical precision, then molding them into who she wanted them to be when they were emotionally and mentally unable to mount a defense. Not yet. Amy asked. Not yet. You shouldn't hate yourself for what you did in a moment of desperation. Hate yourself for what you do after. Hate yourself for your cowardice, your refusal to step up and help at this moment, right now, your refusal to participate in this world that you never even tried to understand. That's a conscious call you're making, and you know it's the wrong one. Amy hugged her arms to her chest. She shook her head a little, as if she was denying what Tattletale was saying. Tattletale went on. You need to make the right calls, and you need to start now, because you're approaching the point of no return. You start making amends, you start doing your part, and you undo what you did, and you do it ASAP, because if you don't, you're going to hit the hard ground at the bottom of that slippery slope. But Tattletale didn't give Amy a chance to finish. She kicked her heels and Bentley charged off. Gru moved to follow, and I turned to Amy. If I send my bugs to you, will you? I'll come. I blinked. She stuck her hand in my direction, and I caught it, helping her up to a seat behind me. Sirius shook slightly, as if he could shake us off. Were we too heavy? Apparently not. He bolted after Bentley, and we were off, Amy clinging to me like her life depended on it. I suspected that had little to do with the fact that we were riding on one of Bitch's dogs. The clawed feet of the dogs pounded pavement as we made our way towards central downtown. I could feel the sensation of Amy doing something to interfere with my powers. It began to get worse, reaching a peak, and then getting worse. Just when it had reached the point where I was going to tear her hands from around me and let her fall off Sirius's back, it began to clear up. I could feel the bugs, but they weren't anything like what I'd seen in Brockton Bay. Superficially like dragonflies, with fatter bodies. I couldn't grasp every process in their body, making them feel strangely hollow and artificial. What I could feel was a kind of echo in my power. It made control harder. She had to have a reason for doing what she was doing. I tried directing them to move, and they took off. No problem on that front. I couldn't ask what she'd done, because we were moving fast enough that the wind in our ears would drown out my voice, and the run was jarring enough that I worried I would bite my tongue if I tried talking. Instead, I experimented. I tried operating their bodies, engaged in the usual practices for injecting venom, nothing. They weren't weaponized, I was almost sure. I even placed some aphids on them to get a feel for their exteriors. It was only when I moved them out to either side of me that it dawned on me what the echo was. Experimenting, I sent them to the limits of my range to confirm my suspicions. Whatever signal my power sent to my bugs, these bugs were there to intercept it and transmit it to their immediate area. Each extended my range by 300 or so feet around them. Letting go of Gru with one hand, I patted Amy's hand and then reached back to give her a thumbs up. I set more dragonflies and other various bugs down on the backs of her hand. In another minute, I had 4 more relay bugs. I paired them up and sent them forward, so one relay could transmit to the next. 2 extra city blocks of range. I started gathering a swarm with the bugs in question. Amy had balked at the idea of outfitting me with altered bugs. Had she maybe settled on these, because she thought they wouldn't give me as much offensive potential? I had them in place for less than 10 seconds before I found a moving vehicle. It was a truck with plastic sheeting over the windows, 4-wheeled, with a compact rear. A small moving truck? It was moving faster than was safe, veering wildly as it to get through the water and over the damaged streets, and it was heading straight for central downtown. Straight for the others. Found him! I hollered, at the top of my lungs. Tattletale looked over at me, and I signaled, extending my arm to the 10 o'clock position. I felt strangely calm as I shifted my focus to the attack. If it came down to it, I'd have to kill the man. My bugs clustered on the windshield of flapping plastic, gathering in heavy numbers. The faster-moving dragonflies and hornets began to pelt the plastic, attempting to drive themselves through it. Most died in the process. He swerved sharply to try to throw the bugs off, but there wasn't enough in the way of momentum or wind. My other flying insects began to ferry larger black carpenter ants onto the windscreen, to use their sharp bites to penetrate the plastic sheeting. We were making holes, but the attempts of my swarm to worm their way through the holes and open them enough for the more dangerous bugs to get inside were stymied by the wind and the flapping of the plastic. Every movement, however small, threw off my ability to track where the existing holes were. We had a bead on him, and the dogs were better suited for rough terrain than the moving vehicle. It was only a minute before we caught up. As I'd guessed, a white moving van with a giant icon of a hand on the back with the words "Haul It." I might have found it amusing if the circumstances were slightly different. He noticed us shortly after we noticed him. Siberian flickered into existence on top of the vehicle, standing, her legs shifting to adjust her balance as it hit a crack in the pavement and rocked slightly to one side. I heard Amy shriek as she saw Siberian. Tattletale veered left, hard, and Gru turned us right. We each cut into side streets, running parallel with the truck. Bentley was lagging slightly behind, but I caught a glimpse of the other group as we made our way past a major intersection. 2 blocks away, slightly behind us. I heard an explosion, and Amy clutched me tighter in reaction. Glancing down, I could see her arms around my ribcage, the hand with the maimed fingers held slightly off and away so it wouldn't get bumped or jostled. Trickster was handling the opening salvo. The objects he was swapping for grenades weren't even close in size signs and traffic cones, so the timing was horribly off. Siberian didn't move from her perch. Gru steered Sirius into a sharp left, and the dog's claw skidded for a grip on the flooded street before we turned. We got 1 block and then turned right, putting us directly behind them. I could see Siberian tense, as if intending to jump, but another explosion from Trickster kept her in place. She was protecting the truck, surrounding it with her force field. I wasn't sure how it was able to interact with the road, but a grenade going off under the front of the truck failed to achieve anything. There would be nothing to stop her from staying there until the truck reached the other 9. It would out Siberian's real nature to any of the 9 who didn't know, and that wasn't a total loss, but it also meant our teammates would be blindsided by her arrival. I felt something bump my hands. Gru was holding the chains that led to Sirius's muzzle. He bumped my hands again, and I took hold of them. With his own hands free, leaning hard against me for support, he reached out and buried Siberian and the truck in a carpet of darkness. Following, we soon plunged into the wake. The second we were out of sight, I shifted our position so we were running in the left-hand lane, rather than the center of the road. Didn't want Siberian guessing our position and pouncing on us. I could sense the surroundings with my bugs, but my power was diminished. I was aware of Gru, Amy, and Bentley, of Tattletale, Trickster and Sundancer a short distance away, keeping pace. I could see Siberian and the truck. I couldn't detect any sign that Gru was projecting anything with Siberian's power. Whatever she was doing to the truck, it was protecting her from him. The upside was that the driver was blind. I could tell because he drifted. It was gradual at best, but he veered slightly to the left. With no point of reference, he didn't know he needed to correct. A moment later, he smashed into the face of a tall building. Siberian's power meant the truck took no damage, and the driver corrected course, but soon enough, he began to veer again. This wasn't getting us anywhere, and we were running the risk that he'd hit someone, crash into or through an inhabited area. Through my swarm, I could feel Tattletale waving. Gru hadn't swamped her in darkness, so there was nothing hampering her progress. What did she want? More to the point, how the hell were we supposed to communicate? I reached a block ahead of her and formed my bugs into a word. What? She tapped her hand to her eye, then to the top of her head. Again, I formed my bugs into a word. What? She tapped her head a few more times. I was disappointed that a girl with superpowered intuition couldn't come up with a better signal. What did she want? Eyes could mean see, head could be about thinking. Her power? She reached back over Trickster's shoulder with one hand while holding the reins with the other. My bugs had to settle on her finger to follow her gesture. Pointing? She was pointing behind him. At Sundancer. Eyes, brain, Sundancer. She wanted to see, to use her power, to use Sundancer. Tattletale was waving now. The opposite of a beckoning gesture. A scooping motion, as if to push us away. She wanted us to go away? To get back? She wanted to deploy Sundancer's power. That made sense. And she wanted to be sure we were out of the line of fire? She could only do that if she saw us, and she could only use her power if she could follow what was going on. From my seat behind Gru, I steered Sirius around another corner, then brought us up behind Tattletale's group. We gradually caught up. Do it! I shouted as we began to pull alongside them. Siberian would be out of range of Gru's darkness in moments if Gru wasn't behind her, replenishing and extending his power. Where is she? Tattletale shouted. Sundancer was leaning back, her hand out to one side. The orb she was creating was small. I pointed. The orb was getting larger. The size of a baseball, a beach ball, an armchair. As it grew, it drifted farther away, higher. By the time it was directly overhead, it was large enough to swallow up my bedroom hole. Gotta stop them. Tattletale called out, we blindside them. Civilians. Sundancer cried out. Some. Let me know, she grunted as Bentley stumbled over a pothole. Let. Got it. I replied. I tracked the people in nearby buildings, and kept my arm extended to point at Siberian. Got to use my power again. Gru shouted. Signal us. Tattletale called out. We pulled right, plunging into the darkness. It was thinning out, and faint shafts of light were piercing through. We crossed the road behind Siberian, and Gru blasted them with darkness, replenishing the effect. We continued across the street, moving behind cover. Only a few people in the upcoming area. We had to be close to Regent's group. Time was short. I drew images with my bugs to point her in the right direction, and then formed the word with my bugs as the other group continued forward. Now. We passed out of the darkness just in time for me to catch sight of the orb. It was larger now. Large enough that when it fell, it had to be touching both of the sidewalks on the 4-lane road. Even with a building between us and the impact zone, I could feel the wave of heated air, and I saw the billowing steam. Gru took the reins and guided Sirius away before it could reach us. Sundancer hadn't hit Siberian. She'd dropped the orb straight into the road 100 feet ahead of them, and she'd plunged it down, hard. My bugs died as Siberian approached the impact site, burned up by the heated air. I could imagine what had happened. The miniature sun would have burned a hole into the ground, melted or even vaporized pavement. Affected by Siberian's power or not, they were still affected by gravity. I couldn't say what would have happened in the long run. Had they hit the wall or floor of the pit and used Siberian's power to make it as invulnerable as they were? Or had they plunged through it, burying themselves some distance underground? A nearby building was burning. I saw Sundancer forming another orb near the site. I wasn't sure what she was doing, but the flames on the building were shrinking and dying out. This wasn't a victory. It was a stall. We couldn't stop Siberian so long as she was able to grant invulnerability to her other self, but we could keep her from reaching her teammates in any meaningful amount of time. It was interesting, I had to note, that she was affecting the truck and not her maker. A limitation? A drawback? Could she not use her power on her real body? Clouds of white steam intermingled with the black tendrils of Gru's darkness. We stopped running, but we didn't approach. I focused my power on the bugs in the ground. Ants, earthworms. Was she tunneling? No. As far as I could tell, the ground was intact. She wasn't moving. What did you do? Amy whispered from behind me. I didn't have the breath to explain. Drop the darkness? I asked. Gru nodded. The darkness cleared, but the steam didn't make it any easier to see. I saw the shadowy silhouette of Tattletale, a distance away. I practically had to peel Amy off of me to get to my cell phone. Tattletale? I asked, the second she picked up. She's still down there. Tattletale replied. Why? Hurt? Don't know. Planning her next move? Don't get the impression she's tunneling. My bugs don't either. Hey, I'm wondering if Siberian can affect her real self? Why doesn't she just grab him and run? Good question. But that's not our real concern. What is? Them. It took 3 or 4 seconds before I saw them arrive, stepping through the mist to stop a distance from the hole. Identical costumes, all concealing, with gas mask filters on the front and tinted panes for the upper faces. Each was color-coded. 4 flew, one using a jetpack. One was on the ground, a style of superspeed I recognized as batteries. Rounding out their group was the ghostly image of a bear. Ursa something, from Legends Squad. She had 3 forms, or she duplicated herself into 3 states, or something. I wasn't sure about the naming convention. One for the big bear, one for the small, and one for the woman. Legend, Battery, Cash, Tattletale rattled off names through the phone, Chariot, Glory Girl. Amy squeaked, barely audible, a failed attempt to speak. The flying man in the lead pointed his hand towards Tattletale. If that was Legend, one laser blast could take all of them out. I wasn't sure if he'd spotted us through the mist and smoke. Want me to use my power? Gru asked. No, Tattletale's voice came from my phone. Skitter? Inform them. I drew words out with the flying insects, big and bold, with an arrow pointing down at the crater. Siberian and her creator. Legend snapped his head from the words to us. Shit, Tattletale said. No sooner was the word out of her mouth than Siberian came tearing out of the hole, truck held over her head. A section of the street was torn free and flipped through the air. Legend blasted it out of existence with an indigo flash of light. Cash. Legend bellowed the word. He began pelting Siberian with lasers. Beams capable of leveling buildings, and she ignored them. Cash? I saw the man in the black costume raising his hands. Dark lines began to surround Siberian and the truck, forming complex geometric angles. In the blink of an eye, as Siberian reached the peak of her leap, panes of glossy black material snapped into place between the dark lines. The resulting geometry contracted as if he meant to squish Siberian. It shattered instead. She hit the ground in a crouch, holding the truck in one hand, and the man in the black robe staggered, blood gushing from his nose. Legend caught him before he could collapse. Cash. Right. I was dimly aware of him, though I'd never seen his picture. Siberian charged the heroes, and they cleared out of the way in an instant. The one in power armor chariot slid across the ground with the aid of his jetpack and built-in roller skates. Legend and the one in red, Glory Girl by process of elimination, took flight. Ursa whatever leaped to one side. They were the mobile group, the group that was able to get here fastest. They'd seen the sun appear, they'd seen it hit, and they'd come to step in. Siberian didn't stop to engage the enemy. She continued on her course, charging through the ground floor of a building as she swung the truck in a lazy back and forth arc. I could see the roof buckling as vital supports disappeared. Legend handed Cash to Ursa and gave chase. I could see Chariot raising his hand to his right ear, pausing. He, Battery and Glory Girl turned and advanced towards Tattletale's group. Can we go? Amy asked, from behind me. I didn't think. There was a pause. We could fight. My power would be largely foiled by those suits, but Gru had his power. No, Tattletale said. Come here, and bring Amy. They want to talk. Amy pulled back, and I grabbed her wrist. Before she could hop off Sirius, Gru was directing the dog across the road. Chariot and Glory Girl pulled off their helmets as we arrived. Chariot was black, his narrow, triangular face largely covered in power armor. He had the scruff of a weak teenage beard on his chin. Glory Girl bore little resemblance to any of the last times I'd seen her. There were dark circles under her eyes. She stared at me. No, at Amy. The glare seethed with raw, seething hatred. It made every line of her face hard. You've joined them, now. She spoke, breaking the brief silence. I just wanted to help against the 9, Amy said. Her voice was small, defeated. Can I? If you open your mouth and ask if you can use your power on me, I won't be held responsible for what I do, Glory Girl growled. Don't hate me, please. I don't care what you think of me, but hate is too close to, Amy trailed off. Too close to what? Glory Girl asked. She shrugged. Anger gave an edge to her words. Aren't you going to say it? Can't you admit what you did? Amy hung her head, and her forehead rested between my shoulders, hair hanging down. She shook her head, but I doubted Glory Girl could see it. Let's put vendettas aside, Chariot spoke. He smirked. We have bigger fish to fry. The 9, Trickster spoke. The 9, Chariot said. But it's not my place to talk tactics. I'm just the rookie. The messenger. He extended one hand toward Tattletale. There was an earbud in his palm. The director of the PRT would like to have a word with you. Pray 14.4. Me. Tattletale quirked an eyebrow. Sure, Chariot said. Just behind and to one side of him, Glory Girl was glaring at Tattletale. She looked like she was ready to hit people. It was the kind of latent hostility I was used to seeing in bitch. Not terribly fair to my teammates, if it's just a one-on-one conversation. Are you going to take this or not? Chariot asked, his hand still extended in her direction. No real point, Tattletale shrugged. She tucked her hair behind her ear and turned her head. Already have one. Battery stepped forward, glancing over at our team. This one is already set to the encrypted channel, it's faster if. Tattletale interrupted, uplink 335, encryption 42 mod 34210066310. You have access to our channel, Battery growled, interrupting Tattletale's spiel of numbers. Tattletale shrugged. Have for a while now. Battery raised one hand to her ear. Yeah, Battery, Tattletale grinned, let's do as the director says and get down to business. Battery drew a phone from her belt and tapped her fingers on the keypad for a moment. She gave Tattletale a dark look as she held the phone out. A woman's voice said, "Not like you to tip your hand, Tattletale." Director. Are we really going to pretend you didn't know I was listening in? You've been putting out misleading details to screw with my information gathering. Done quite a good job of it, if I may say so myself. Very subtle, all of it just right enough that even I was thrown off. Couldn't trust much of it. Thank you. And you did catch me off guard here. I didn't expect you to contact me. You've been busy, your groups. Fighting Burnscar in the docks, I gather that didn't go so well, the director said, pausing. I didn't even want to think about that. I hadn't been back to check on my people or my territory since then. We had been busy. Then you ambushed the 9, capturing 2, one of whom you enslaved, but you lose one of your own in the process. You mount a rescue attempt. I take it that you were successful. Gru's here, Battery informed her. But he looks different. So they were successful. And now we find the Undersiders mounting a pincer attack, with this group targeting Siberian. I suspect you are crossing the threshold of fearlessness and entering into foolishness. That last comment nettled me. I spoke up, the 9 don't really leave you alone once you've scored a win. We had to seize our advantage. I see. And she has a weakness. Siberian, I mean, Tattletale said. Do tell. She's a projection. Like Genesis is, as I'm sure you're aware. Like Crusader's duplicates. A quirk in reality that draws from her creator's brain to create a body complete with all the physiological substructure. Which is largely for aesthetic effect, and I'd guess it gives her real self something the brain is familiar with controlling anyways. And the controller is vulnerable. There was a note of interest in the director's voice. Particularly vulnerable. She can't extend her invincibility over her real body. I'm not sure I believe this. The 9 would have discovered this, and I doubt the baser members could resist taking advantage of such a weakness. The power has range. I suspect the creator can stay miles away and still manage some control, but ventures closer for voyeuristic purposes or because it offers more control and faster response times. Much like Regent, HMM. Tattletale paused. So you know that? From the tone of the conversation, I would have expected a no, you just told me, but Tattletale wouldn't have done that. More likely that her power confirmed her thoughts. Shadowstalker debriefed us. What do we know about this woman who controls? Man. The person who projects Siberian is male. But he creates a female body. I think it's tied into his trigger event. Someone he lost. If I had to guess, he sought revenge for her, but something happened. A side effect of the power, or just a seriously unhinged mental state, he lost it. I see. Thank you for the information. Unfortunately, none of those possibilities are narrow enough that we can use them to track him down. Not in the short term. In the long term. I don't intend for there to be a long term, Tattletale. This ends today. Tattletale paused. What did you do? You're planning something. Something you're wanting to keep a secret, and it's big. Tattletale, you've been observing and gathering information on the PRT for some time now. Do you think I'm a stupid woman? Stupid? No. Genius? No. There was the sound of a dry laugh from the other end of the phone. No, I admit that's true. But I'd like to think I'm resourceful. I'm fighting in a ring where my opponents are bigger, stronger, smarter, faster and better equipped than I am, and the cost of failure on my end is far greater than it is for any of you. You understand? I'm competent, and I wouldn't waste my time trying to pull the wool over your eyes. So. No secrets. I'd planned to bait you here with the same subtle offers of information you praised me for earlier, but you're here anyways, so I'll tell you what I'm planning. In a matter of minutes, we firebomb the area where the main group of the 9 are situated. That's insane, I spoke. Was that Skitter? Yeah, Battery replied. It's necessary, Skitter, the director told me. It's breaking the rules between capes. The same rules that hold things together in an Endbringer event. We're fighting a common enemy. True, but not the full story. We made no agreement of cooperation, and so there can be no betrayal here. My teammates are there, fighting the 9, and they're doing it for the city. You'd be punishing them for that. Legend did warn them that they shouldn't. He was told to, I quote, suck shit. That would be bitch. Or maybe imp. Probably bitch. Tattletale quirked an eyebrow. Did he specifically tell them they shouldn't because you're bombing the neighborhood? Would you believe me if I said he didn't get the chance? I'd say 50% of it is that he didn't get the chance, and 50% is that he didn't try that hard. The director offered a noncommittal in reply. And you're telling us this because? Because we've studied you. We know what you prioritize, and I believe that you'll enter the fray to save your teammates. Or we could phone them. Do you want to try? Tattletale glanced at me and grew. No point, I guess. You're blocking unofficial communications in the area. Yes. We have to hamper communication between the 9 if we want to catch them off guard. You understand? I do, and that's totally the entire reason you're doing that, Tattletale said. She glanced over in the direction of the fighting. How long before the area is bombed? Can't say. On the record, as with your teammates, we're forbidding you from entering the area, but I expect you're doing so anyways. Against my recommendation. Absolved of blame, Gru spoke. His voice was tight, his body tense. The director ignored him. The moment I heard you were in the picture, I told my subordinates to change the time. They'll inform me about the new time of attack as soon as I've hung up. It's not a perfect solution, but perhaps your actions from this point will reveal something about your power and its limitations. But please understand that we just can't risk that you'll inform the Slaughterhouse 9 about the scheduled attack. And there's a chance we'll be collateral damage, out of the picture and out of your hair after the 9 are gone. How sad, that you see monsters where none exist. Right. It was nice to finally talk with you, Tattletale. You should go help your teammates, if you're going to. Fuck you, Piglet. There was no response, and Battery deemed the conversation over, putting away the phone. In the brief period of silence that followed, while we got ourselves ready, a voice broke through, Victoria. Don't, Glory Girl snapped. I didn't tell anyone what you did, but that's the last nice thing I'm going to do for you, understand? We're not teammates. We're not sisters. We're not friends. I'm sorry, Amy, Tattletale said, but we've got to go. We were moving a minute later, leaving the squad of heroes behind. Looking over my shoulder, I could see them getting in formation, clustering around Cash, who was regaining consciousness. Only Glory Girl stood apart, her arms folded. Wasn't quite sure about the story there, but I was getting a sense of it. I could feel Amy tapping my arm. What? I had to raise my voice to be heard. Drop me off, she spoke into my ear. It took a few seconds to get the message to Gru and come to a complete stop. Tattletale stopped Bentley 100 feet ahead. Trickster and Sundancer looked back with mild curiosity. Their costumes didn't reveal much about their expressions. Not thinking straight, Amy said, not enough to go into a situation like this. Don't want to get bombed. It's fine, I said. Still willing to help. She nodded. I'm going to send you the bugs I can't use. If you want to make more bugs that can relay my signal, that'd be great. If you can think of something else. I need firepower. And we're going to be short on mobility if we need to make a run for it, Gru said. Too many of us for 2 dogs that can carry people, unless we're lucky and Genesis picked a form that works. We'd sent Regent's group out with Shatterbird, Imp, and Ballistic, with the idea that Genesis would meet them there. They'd taken one of Coil's trucks, since Bastard wasn't old enough, big enough, or trained enough to carry a rider. What am I supposed to make? Figure it out, Amy. If you can't think of anything, the relay bugs are excellent. Really? Okay. She let me help her down. Skitter, Tattletale called out, we should be close enough. Want to pass them a message? I nodded. I had 6 of the relay bugs, and it took only a minute to set them up so they formed a chain, extending my reach for an additional 6 city blocks in one direction. 8.5 in total. I swept them outward, and the one at the furthest point lagged behind. Still, it gave me the opportunity to cover a wide area. Bugs mobilized throughout, and I began funneling the less offensive ones back toward Amy. No Seoms, earthworms, caterpillars and roughly half of the houseflies in the area began filtering back. I maintained some of the dragonflies and other mobile bugs for the sake of getting a feel for the area. I could sense Regent's group, running to cover. Ballistic was bombarding Crawler, relying on the impacts to drive the brute back. Crawler was fast and he was agile, with preternatural reflexes, but Ballistic was unloading on him with projectiles that moved faster than sound. Crawler dodged only 2 and 3, and Ballistic followed up on any successful hits with a series of shots to pound Crawler into the nearest available surface and pin him there. Genesis had formed a body that was winged. It resembled a pterodactyl with arms, a griffin, or something in that vein. She was making an effort to drop large chunks of rubble onto Crawler. He was strong enough that it barely slowed him down, but time he spent hauling a section of wall off of himself was time for Ballistic to get his hands on material for another shot. Shatterbird offered support with a constant hail of glass to harry Crawler and keep him from finding traction on the pavement. Jack, Bonesaw, Mannequin. I found the former 2 in a parking lot. My bugs sensed what I judged were Bonesaw's mechanical spiders, tearing cars apart and converting the components into more spiders. There was a group of people with her, shuffling behind them. Mannequin was missing in action. That was bothersome. He was able to detect and avoid my bugs, which meant he was a factor I had to keep in the back of my mind. Found them, except for Mannequin. Amy? Be careful. I don't know if Jack's team is going to break the rules they set, but Mannequin could come after you. I was so used to dealing with my teammates, people who were experienced in this sort of thing, that I hadn't expected much more than confirmation. She looked legitimately scared at the prospect. Here, I directed a ladybug into my palm and extended it towards her. Crush it, and I'll come. Or transmit some signal with my power. You have my backup, understand? Okay. She took it, but she didn't look reassured. The first bugs were flowing into her cupped hands. I could feel nervous systems intermingling, 2 bugs becoming one, and that strange hollowness that told me I didn't have a complete grasp on how they functioned, that there was a part of them that was beyond the reach of my power. I drew outwards with my bugs, on a surface of wall where Regent would be able to see. Evacuate. He ran his fingers through the bugs. After a moment's thought, I gathered them into a square, organized by rank and file. It took me 2 tries, but I managed to make them move to form letters, then regroup. He dragged his fingertip through the bugs to spell out a reply. Can't. We can't keep Crawler down. We're coming, I wrote to him. Let's go. I called out. Tattletale turned in her seat and kicked Bentley to get him going. Gru did the same for Sirius. Having gathered as many bugs as I could, I drew my relay bugs back and spaced them around the perimeter of my own range, effectively extending it by a block in every direction. Have to stall Crawler long enough to make a run for it. I shouted. Have to do it in the next 8 minutes. Tattletale called out. Gru was getting serious to keep pace with Bentley, who was brawnier and slower. Bomb hits then. Some time after then. Could be 8 minutes and 10 seconds, could be 15 minutes. I swore under my breath. 8 minutes made for a deceptively small amount of time. The heroes were gathered. I couldn't set them apart. With few exceptions, they each wore an identical costume with full body coverage. There were subtle differences in height and body shape, which let me identify the people at the extreme ends of the physical spectrum: Vista, who was the smallest, and Triumph, the most muscle-bound. Weld wasn't in the concealing costume, presumably to retain more of his shape-shifting capability. Vista, Clock Blocker, Weld, Flechette, Triumph, Miss Militia, Assault. Glory Girl, Battery, Cash, and the Ghostly Bear were joining them. That left 2 more I couldn't place. They moved in formation. Might as well do what I could to help. I drew out arrows and words on the ground, with names by each arrow to point them to Jack, Bonesaw and Crawler. With the arrow length, I tried to indicate how far the distance was to each of the enemies in question. They spent about 10 seconds discussing it, then broke into a run, going for Jack and Bonesaw. Good. We reached the scene of the ongoing fight with Crawler. Sundancer was off the dog and on the ground the second we could see him, creating her orb and increasing its size. She was fireproof, but she didn't have the ability to grant that benefit to others. Once she was standing, the orb was free to grow. There wasn't much my bugs could do. They settled on Crawler and found his flesh impenetrable. I began preparing web nets, drawing lines of silk between my airborne bugs. Amy's relay bugs had afforded me the chance to pick up far more bugs than I otherwise might have. My attention flickered over my swarm. Nearly 1 million spiders. They were only a relatively small percentage of the swarm itself. I had more ants, termites, flies, aphids, gnats and beetles to form the bulk of my army. I sent the more useless ones toward Amy. Not so many that I overwhelmed her, but enough that she always had more at hand. He's big, he's strong, he's ridiculously tough, but he's no Leviathan. My spiders began weaving their threads into braids, the flying bugs directing them in and through loops of silk as the threads spooled out. Where bugs couldn't hover, they directed their flight into tight corkscrews to slow themselves. I wondered if this was the most bugs I'd ever controlled. The buzz of my power thrummed through me to the point that I was barely aware of myself and where I was standing. It wasn't just the number of bugs, but the number of instructions. Spiders were spooling thread, organizing by the amounts they had remaining. Flying bugs were gathering in formations, carrying the slower bugs forward and maneuvering the spiders to spin webs. Smaller bugs, the useless ones, I directed to Amy and formed into dozens of decoys. Millions of instructions a second. Estimates said that insects outnumbered people by 200 million to 1 in worldwide population. Part of that distribution was biased toward rainforests and other areas humans left uninhabited. At the end of the day, that was just insects, and there were more creatures under my sway than the 6-legged variety. I could feel them in the earth, in the walls, beneath the pavement, even. Even from the weeks after I'd left the hospital, I'd dismissed them as background noise, just sources to draw from in amassing my swarms. Now, it felt different. My range was extended, and it wasn't because I was distracted, cornered, trapped. As Crawler noticed us and shifted his position to keep us all in line of sight with his innumerable eyes, I had a few moments to think, to experience my power at its best. We were so small. Even in the scope of a single neighborhood, my power extending for roughly 1,000 feet in every direction, it made us all seem tiny. Even Crawler. Don't use your orb on him, Tattletale cautioned. Won't do us any favors, and it'll only make him stronger for the future. Then what should I do? There's no civilians here. Legend and the others have evacuated. I told her. The buildings are empty. She nodded, apparently grasping my meaning. You go high, Dancer, I go low. Gru asked. She nodded. I held back as they advanced, ready to make their move. Ballistic caught Crawler with a projectile, and the monster went sliding. Shatterbird hit him with a wave of glass to keep him down, and Genesis swooped down to smash him over the head with the wreckage of a small car. It did surprisingly little to keep him down. Gru and Sundancer made their moves, Gru swamping Crawler in darkness while Sundancer brought her orb around into the face of the building. With her miniature sun, she sheared through the concrete and metal, zigzagging the orb through one floor. The supports obliterated or melted, the building crashed down to the street with enough force that the rolling cloud of dust and was enough to drive us back. He had to weigh several tons, but the building had him beat in that regard. We hurried together. Genesis landed. 1 minute, 45 seconds, Tattletale said, more if we're lucky. Until? Regent asked. They're bombing the area, I explained. Tattletale, Sundancer, and Trickster found seats on Bentley's back. Bitch climbed up behind me. Imp materialized, for lack of a better word, dropping the effect of her power. That left her in ballistic. 3 people, 2 flyers. Tattletale asked. Can carry 1, Regent said. Too tired to carry more. Shatterbird landed and wrapped her arms around him. I can try to carry the others, Genesis's voice sounded very normal considering her gargoyle-like face. Bitch handed her a length of chain. 1 minute and 15 seconds. Not sure if it's paranoia or my power, but I think the bomb's going to hit closer to the deadline than not. Genesis gathered the chain into a loop. As Imp and Ballistic found their seats and Genesis made motions to take off, there was the sound of shifting rubble. Damn it! Gru swore. Go. Go. 1 minute, give or take. We ran. There was the sound of more rubble shifting out of place, and then a guttural laughter. It sounded more like it came from multiple gargantuan people laughing in sync than it did from the one monster. More. His voice was even more unnatural, a jumble of individual sounds that only barely came together into something like a word. Not so different from when I spoke through my swarm. Fight me. The impacts of heavy footfalls were audible as Crawler broke into a run, giving chase. They were even tactile. He was more than 100 feet behind us, but I could feel his impacts shake serious. As my bugs struggled to catch up, my swarm sense felt Crawler stop, rearing up on his two hindmost legs. He caught at one corner of a building and tore, twisting his body to throw a chunk of brick. Look out! I shouted. My words were too slow. The rock collided with Genesis, catching one wing. She collapsed to the ground, and both Ballistic and Imp fell the 15 or so feet to the ground. Imp shrieked as she landed. No. Crawler's pause to grab concrete had bought me time to get my bugs into position. They swept over Crawler, laying down braided ropes of silk joined by adhesive lines and thin gossamer. Even caterpillars began offering their assistance, using the silk they produced for cocoons. He was a big guy, but it was a lot of silk. I could see how it hampered his movements. There was even something approximating surprise on his face as he dropped down, so all 6 legs were firmly on the ground, and his 4 limbs didn't extend as far as he'd expected. He tried to run and found himself hampered further. Crawler sported 2 or 3 tons of physical prowess, and his power had fine-tuned him into a physical specimen like few others. My bugs had millions of years of evolution to refine the quality of their silk and their ability to produce it. For now, at the very least, I had the advantage. Genesis, can you run? Fuck. No, Genesis spoke. Made these claws for grabbing. True enough, her 4 limbs and rear limbs were more like clawed hands than feet or hooves. Imp, Ballistic, run. It wasn't enough. We had too much distance to cover before we could be sure of our safety. Or of Imp and Ballistic's safety, anyways. Even with another 2 minutes, or another 5, well, people weren't that fast as a rule, and neither Imp nor Ballistic were runners. It looked like Imp had hurt herself in the fall. Tattletale. I shouted. Take Imp. Bentley's strong enough to take 4. Got it. She cried, steering Bentley around, and their group scooped up Imp, pulling her up onto Tattletale's lap. 4 people, but 3 of them were girls in good shape. Sirius wasn't as strong, and Gru was heavy, Bitch wasn't exactly slight, and Ballistic was built like a football player. Between the 4 of us, I doubted Sirius had it in him. Not if we wanted to move fast. Gru. I called out. Don't you fucking dare. He turned his head around. I disentangled from Bitch's grip, avoided Gru's clutching hand and slid to the ground. I didn't land with both feet under me, so I tipped over and rolled. Ballistic, take my seat. I shouted, as I got my feet under me. I glanced behind me at Crawler and broke into a run. Skitter. Gru barked the word. Just go. I have a plan. Easier to lie when I was shouting, my face hidden. They picked up Ballistic and bolted. I was left behind in moments. Run, little girl. Crawler's broken voice carried, a rumble so low I could feel it. I'll get free. I'll catch you. I'll hold you down and lick your skin until it melts. I'll pluck your eyes out with the tip of my tongue. I have your scent and you cannot ever stop me. You cannot ever escape. Even the practiced motions of running couldn't take the edge off. Running had been my reprieve for so long, my escape long before I'd had costumes and the distractions of everything that was involved there. It wasn't doing anything to help the panic that was taking hold of me. I racked my mind for something, anything that might serve as an option. Sewer? Could I get down into the sewer or storm drain? It was a possibility, though with the structural integrity of the city being what it was, it could just as easily be suicidal. My bugs. Could I lift myself up the same way I'd lifted up the small tools? More silk, millions more bugs? I couldn't take the chance it wouldn't work. The 1-minute mark had surely passed. I was on borrowed time, now, trusting my fate to luck. Could Genesis form a new body in time? It took her minutes, and I didn't have that time to spare. She would have to find me, too. No. Genesis couldn't help. And the heroes? I searched in the direction of Jack and Bonesaw. The heroes were fending off a group of people. The group was larger than it had been the last time my focus was on them. She was recruiting civilians? The heroes were falling back, gathering in formation. Cash was using his power, if I was judging right. I felt some of my bugs disappear from existence as he used his power on members of his team, putting them in some extra-dimensional compartment. The others around him, 1 member of the wards, Ursa and Weld. The good guys were preparing for an imminent bombing run. Jack and Bonesaw were making a run for it, too. They'd sensed something was wrong from the way the heroes were acting. Their chances were about as good as mine. Amy. She was turning to run. The others crossed her path, shouted a warning. She used her power on the bug she was touching, making a final, haphazard connection. My grip over the relay bugs had been tenuous. This wasn't much better. 1 bug, and I couldn't sense enough about it. I didn't have that innate grasp of its biology, of how it operated, or the instincts that drove it. It would have to do. I chanced to look over my shoulder and regretted it. Crawler was bound tighter than ever, caught by my bugs, but the look threw me off balance. I stumbled, nearly falling over. I managed to keep my feet under me, righting myself, but the movement of my leg made me aware of the strain. Come on, come on. We met each other halfway. Listening to my power, it turned in midair, so its back was to me. It skidded on the ground. 6.5 feet long, 5 feet across and 5 feet tall. A giant beetle. It looked like she had used a Hercules beetle as a starting point, but built it broader, with larger, longer legs and 2 forelimbs with what looked like praying mantis-style blades. Sporting a black shell that looked almost ragged, the tips a grey-white, it also featured a single large horn that curved overhand, pointing down at the ground. Please, I prayed. I swung one leg over its thorax and gripped the horn. It was an awkward posture, making me feel like I'd fall forward and face plant on the ground with the slightest excuse. Come on. It ran on the ground, slower than me. Its shell parted behind me, revealing an overlarge, complicated set of wings. They began to beat, thrumming with 60 or 70 flaps a second, powered by an efficient machine of what I took to be a combination of biological hydraulics and musculature. Come on, I begged it. I felt it begin to lift. I even pushed with my toes, as if that could give it what it needed. We accelerated, my hair whipping behind me as we gained a dramatic boost in speed. But our trajectory was almost directly forward, not up. I kicked at the ground as we landed, as if that could lift us into the air. It wasn't working. It dawned on me why. My bugs normally had ingrained knowledge of how to function. This was a new life form. It had all